Hello, welcome to race 3 of the Asian Le Mans series. My name is Claire Jedrick and we're here at the Dubai Autodrome. Now, the first 2 races of the season were held at Sepang and there was some mega action going down for all the 3 categories. Well, for this race, we've got 4 added cars to the grid, bumping it up to 42 cars, fighting out for all the glory. Well, before the action goes down today in Dubai, let's have a quick recap of the Sepang International Circuit here with Graham as well as Ollie. Tell us what went down.
Well, it was great to be back at Sepang course, and we thought that last season we'd seen a big raising the bar in LMP2, but boy, when we got to Malaysia we saw something special. This deeper LMP2 grid gave us a massive uptick in terms of performance of the racing in the top class.
Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it was spectacular. You know, it was the P2 grid, you know, 6 or 7 cars all in contention. At the end of that first race, it was tricky, you know, very wet, but it was a great battle between Louis Delatraz and Vaxivière. Louis Delatraz just coming through with the victory. But then in the second race, it was more of a traditional P2 race, and you could sort of see, again, many different teams in competition, but it was the CrowdStrike by APR team that came through. And I think that lineup is going to be very strong throughout the Asian Le Mans series, and I think there'll be another team in contention here at Dubai.
What about stand-up performances?
Well, in LMP3, what we saw was the established championship winning team, CD Sports, up against some new talent in LMP3. That's going to get closer. We've got another newbie team joining us here to expand the grid in Dubai and in Marina in a week's time. LMP3 will get closer, but for me, the standout, Claire, was the GT class. 20 plus cars, 8 manufacturers, and Ollie, there was some great racing there.
It was spectacular at Sepang. We had the Audis really coming to the fore in that first race, dealing with those weather conditions at the end there. They take the 1, 2, 3. Second race, it was still very competitive, but Porsche came away with the victory. It was Audi second, and then McLaren filled out the podium in that 3rd position. So we're looking forward to some more fantastic racing here in Dubai, but I think we're going to see some other manufacturers coming to the fore.
Well, stay tuned for all that action and make sure you subscribe to our YouTube. Now, we had 2 amazing races at the Sepang International Circuit. Right now, we're going to have a quick look at a hot lap by Ollie around the Dubai Autodrome. Take a look.
Here with Freddie Tomlinson in the 25 Algarve Pro P2 car, coming down the front straight here at the Dubai Autodrome. 6th gear, 270 k's an hour, hard on the brakes, over the bumps here, into turn 1, down to 3rd gear. Got the TF Sport car in front of us here. Car 95 just gets out the way, just sneaking through on the inside as we come through turn 4. It's tricky here, multi-class racing, really got to pick your line, thread the needle here into turns 5 and 6. And then we're down to 4th gear, and then it'll be down to 2nd for turn 7. Up behind the Nielsen car, looks like it's just come out the pits. And coming back up through the box into one of the most important corners on the racetrack, turn 9. Really got to get your line right through and off of here. So Freddie's just got himself a little bit bottled up here behind the Nielsen car. And he goes working his way up through the box. Fastest part of the racetrack this as you come up to turn 10. Wind's been behind the cars this week as we're here at the Dubai Autodrome, and Freddie's just looking to come through here on the Nielsen car into turn 10, down to 1st gear, up to 2nd, short shift to 3rd, through turn 11, just a little bit of curb there, then lining the car up nicely for turn 12, hard on the brakes, get down to 1st gear, again through and off here, careful of track limits on the end, a very rough curb, working your way up through the box. And we're just lining ourselves up here for turn 14. Very bumpy brake zone here. You've really got to pick your spot and your line all the way down the box again, and then it's lining your exit up, getting good drive off the bank corner, little short shifts and a little bit of a breathe as you come through turn 15. Got to be careful of track limits there, and then you're back down to 2nd gear for turn 16. Careful of the apex curb, and then no track limits on the exit of turn 16, up through the box, and that is another lap of the Dubai Autodrome.
Well, telling us all the information that we need to know about the qualifying that went down yesterday in the hot box. For commentary, we have Ollie and Graham. Over to you guys.
Well, qualifying yesterday, 2 quick-fire 15-minute sessions. The GT cars up first. This array of GT3 variety, 8 different manufacturers involved in this 15-minute session. No shortage of pace coming as the bronze drivers who take the wheel for this session started to get to grips with this Dubai Autodrome. It would be the number 91 car, winner last time out in Sepang, that would claim third place on the grid. Porsche team on song. Santalok Racing, the hands of Alban Veruti, who starred in Sepang, was going to claim second place for Santalok in the Audi. Briefly lost that, but was given back by race control after an examination of what had been deemed to be a track limits issue. But it was Anthony Liu making a switch from Craft Bamboo to Almanar Racing by GetSpeed, the number 7 AMG, that would come through with a superb pole position for the white and black AMG. And that was a result that went down very well indeed with the squad, a 158.280. Second session, mixed session between the LMP2s and LMP3s. The LMP3 boosted to 6 cars here. And a lot of finding their feet with a lot of new talent amongst the drivers and the teams emerging. This would be the high-class racing team that would complete the session in third. Denmark, of course. 26th, Breton Racing, debut team in Sepang, and they would claim second spots on the grid in their number 26 Ligier. A white and black car. But it would be pole position for the number 17 Cool Racing Ligier in the hands of Alexander Bukantsov. Knows this circuit well, has raced here in Radicals many, many times. This, I think, his third season in the Asian Le Mans Series. He put that experience to good use, claiming pole position for the number 17 car with a 155.118. P2, and of course the pace is up. The number 90 car led both races in Sepang and was right in the mix again with Saliolic in qualifying. He, though, despite being a dominant force in Europe, would claim only third place on the grid. That's because Ahmed El Hati, the Omani driver, looked set for pole position, the number 99 racing car. Would this be a stellar result for them? It would not, because out of seemingly nowhere, PJ Hyatt from the United States of America in the AO Racing liveried Proton competition, number 55, would put his car on pole position here in Dubai. A 148.873 for an elated PJ Hyatt Proton competition and AO Racing. Fabulous stuff, and PJ delighted with his own and the team's performance. Well, quite something in qualifying yesterday, with a couple of surprises there, none more, without a doubt, for me, Ollie, than PJ Hyatt.
Yeah, PJ did a fantastic job in qualifying there. He didn't actually get any of those purple sectors. He just delivered a total lap, which was just phenomenal. And I think he's really emerging now as a real bronze talent, and something I think it shocked the paddock a little bit here. You know, going up and down and speaking to different people, that you get to see that they were quite surprised that PJ managed to produce and beat the likes of sort of Sally Yolux and Amanar Hati and others. You know, George Kurtz, I know, was kind of disappointed to be where he was, but you know, it was a really stellar performance there from PJ.
Little doubt in my mind that this improved quality of grid in the LMP2 squad is allowing that development of bronze talent that's so vital for Pro-Am racing moving forward into a brand new future for sports cars.
Yeah, I think it was again, you know, really phenomenal, and I feel that we're now seeing a real emergence of PJ here in the Asian Le Mans Series. I think this is his 4th race in P2,
yeah.
And you know, he had the 2 races at Sepang, and he had Daytona, and then this event here. So it's really looking great for him.
Well, back onto the grid, and we start to look down through the order, or look up rather through the order for the GT cars. We've seen the Almanar Racing by GetSpeed car, Ollie. This is the Bartone Brothers Racing liveried number 9 car from GetSpeed. Bartone, drag racing legends, in the same way that you're a sports car racing legend. You know what that feels like.
These guys have done a great job this weekend, and I'm sure that they're looking forward to a slightly stronger performance than in Sepang. But you know, certainly the Mercedes has been stronger here. in Dubai, and I think that, you know, with one of the cars already on pole position, I think that these guys are going to be eyeing a very strong performance.
We said in the rundown of qualifying that it was a change, of course, from Craft Bamboo. Well, sadly aren't here with the Dubai to the Almanar Racing squad for Anthony Liu. That has seen Martin Conrad switch to the number 9 car. Here, though, is the number 19 car. This is the Lippert Motorsports Lamborghini, the only Lamborghini we've got on the grid. And it was Gabriele Rindoni in charge of the car during qualifying and put in a good performance there.
I don't think there was any BOP adjustment, was there, for the Lamborghini? No, or for the Mercedes,
no,
but
absolutely.
Others in class have had an adjustment.
Well, we'll run through those as we get to that point. Prince Jeffrey, a good qualifying performance again for him in the number 88 car.
First time here for Triple Eight, and I spoke to Roland Dane earlier on in the weekend, and he was talking about how this is a little bit of a discovery for them and trying to work through the intricacies of the Dubai Autodrome, and it is tricky, it is tough, it's a kind of a hard track for the drivers to learn, but also for the team to get their grip around the setup of the car.
4th in GT for the Optimum Motorsport number 69, James Cottingham. It was in the yellow and black.
I think
McLaren.
These guys are really some of the dark horses for GT. I mean, they've been emerging and coming. They had that P3 for the second race in Sepang, and I think that they are going to be very strong latter part of the stints today.
This is the car. It's the top 3 in the championship, a top 3 in qualifying, and the Pure Racing car coming off the back of that win in the second race at Sepang, Ollie, looking strong here, the Lithuanian flag team.
Historically, Porsche are very quick here at Dubai. We've seen a lot of strong performances from local teams and also others that have come from Europe, and so I think that again, I think Porsche will start to sort of migrate towards the front as we go through the stints today.
Second place for me, the dominant player in Sepang. It was Alban Ferruti. Got away with it, but Ferruti, yes, we got away with it by the skin of his teeth, just getting one timed lap on the board.
There was some confusion after qualifying yesterday. It seemed like he was in and then he was out and then back in again, and you know, his time did stand for, I think it was that second time lap that he did. He
did. So no qualifying point for Santalok, but in a very good position on the grid for today's race. That is the 42 Audi, but they come here on the back of a win and a second place to take the championship lead coming here into the UAE.
Audi also divide 24-hour winners here last weekend, weren't they?
They were indeed. In fact, 3 of the 4-man winning crew are here, and 2 of them are in that number 42 car, the others in the sister 43.
So stand back, everybody.
Absolutely. This, though, is our pole position car, the very neatly presented Almanar Racing by Get Speed Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo. It was Anthony Liu with a standout performance to take pole against what we know is a very strong driver in a very strong car from Santalok. Great stuff from that crew, from that driver, and from Almanar Racing. Packed grid here, not just of cars, but people enjoying the sunshine on there. But let's go down to Claire, who is with our pole sitter.
Okay, we do actually have Anthony right here, but he just seems to be gearing up. But I'm going to catch him. Anthony, I do know this is your first weekend at this Dubai Autodrome, but it's not a first for your teammates. Doesn't seem to have affected you at all, though, for the results.
Hopefully not. I'll do all my best, regardless if I've been here, yes or no. But yeah, I mean, God willing, we can put on a good show for everybody today.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
That's even more impressive. I hadn't realised this was the first time Anthony had seen this track this week, and that's against the quality that we've seen. Michael down in there in the middle. And
I was actually talking to Michael Dinan earlier on about actually learning this facility and learning this track. It takes some time, and guys are finding this quite hard. George Kurtz, Colin Braun there. Yeah,
that's quite the combination. And then you've got to add into that Milty Jacobsen as well. Francois Perodo, multi-championship winning gentleman driver in GTs and in LMP2. Viper-Nisa Racing, they will be looking for a much, much, much better run here than they had in Sepang. Crashed out twice, I'm afraid.
It's tough for them.
It was very tough for them. Once after contact, once caught out with a failure, I think, as the rain came.
Yeah, they're still searching a little bit for setup, I think, and this never looked that comfortable on track over this last week.
But with Mike Rowe, an experienced LMP3 race engineer now on board for that team, we might see a bit of an uptick.
Good.
Ian Loggy there. From the Nielsen Racing team.
Rudy's looking after him there, just having a chat, getting ready. Had some seat issues, I think, through this week.
This is not new crew in Nielsen Racing. 2 additional LMP3 cars. It's Matt Bell on the right hand side there. He's the younger, some would say the better looking of the two brothers.
I have heard that said, but I'm not sure.
Mainly by Matt.
Yeah, really, yes. Yes, but they're talking with Patrick Liddy and Blake McDonald. And Matt worked really hard to put that deal together with Nielsen Racing, and great to see them on the grid.
Great stuff. Move forward on the grid. This is the GG Classic Cars team, brand new here, debuting
Nothing to do
here.
with you, are they, this
Zero
lot?
to do with
nothing
me.
to do with the GG.
I can take no blame nor credit for this. George Nakas it was in qualifying. He will take the wheel for the start of the race. And it's a two-man crew again for
Very
this.
experienced crew, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, they were telling us 277 years of combined motorsport experience in that crew. Most of it from the car controller, Jim Hersey. Fourth in LMP3, number 2 CD Sport Car. A previous championship winner, of course, here in the Asian Le Mans Series. They know how to bring an LMP3 car home.
Absolutely, yeah.
And that could be the key here in a class that is small but reasonably perfectly formed.
One of the things in P3 right this weekend is that it is a little cooler here.
It
so
is.
I think that there's going to be, and the P3 seems to be the most affected when that track temp just drops away. So I think every driver in P3 is going to battle with switching that tyre on at the start of a race, start of a stint, and then also at those restarts, critical.
Auden Gudbranson climbing aboard the number 20 high-class racing car. The team are from Denmark, based in Barcelona though, and as you can see from Auden's overalls, he is the team owner of Team Tour from Iceland. The team operated by high-class racing.
Has the volcano in his back garden.
It does have a volcano in his back garden. Not even kidding.
No.
Breton Racing, they're second on the grid. Gillian Jebby, it was that put the car there. You can see from the overalls that are very on Breton Racing. John Corbett joins the team at late notice here and is climbing aboard by the look of it to start the race. But it is Cool Racing on pole position. Alexander Bekantsov, it was.
Strong run.
It
Very
was
good.
indeed. It'd be joined by James Winslow, who was actually just chatting to John Corbett, who he coaches, by the way.
Yeah.
So he's probably saying to John, just stay out the way of the number 17 car.
Coming
There's
through.
no vested interest at all there
Zero.
whatsoever.
Yep.
But LMP3, I think we're going to see a closer race here. It was big gaps, I'm afraid, in Sepang. On to LMP2. 34 car. This is our new addition, Ollie, to the grid.
Yeah, Matt's just giving Blake some final instructions there, and you know, Blake is very new to P2, and he's been doing a number of tests, trying to acclimatise himself to P2, but it is always a big step.
That's the 34 car, who did, by the way, get a 3-place grid dip after contact with the sister car in qualifying. Let's brush over that and get on with the race.
Yeah, move on.
The 12th place car is the 44 car from ARC Bratislava, Mira Konopka, the most experienced Asian Le Mans Series racer of them all, his 9th consecutive season. Here is the other Nielsen Racing car. Ian Loggett was in qualifying. Ian will take the wheel for the start of the race. And a change of driver later in the race here, with Ferdy Habsburg busy with a Alpine hypercar test elsewhere in the world. In comes none other than Will Stevens. He will be a force in this race.
Yeah, and I think he's had quite an impression with the team and done a great job so far.
Good job in qualifying yesterday from Chris McMurray, coming back to LMP2
We were
racing.
talking to him, weren't we, earlier on in the week, and he was saying how big a sort of shock it's been to come back to P2 and 6 years away and really trying to get acclimatised again.
This is our other newbie for the Asian Le Mans Series, joining the races here in the United Arab Emirates. One race here in Dubai this weekend, 2 more in Yas Marina next weekend. Cool Racing with the number 47 car. Alexandra Kwani, the bronze-ranked driver and the co-owner of the team, will be starting this race.
Nicolas Lapierre was talking to me earlier on in the week as well, and he was saying how happy they are to have that car back on the grid.
That's a name from the past. It's Julien Jeuby, by the way, there with Nick Adcock. Just spotted Gilles Vanelay, long-time GT racer, enjoying the sunshine on the grid. We'll get back to a run up through the LMP2s very shortly. But this is some grid, Ollie. This has been a pleasure to commentate this year, as it was throughout the COVID years, and a big boost, particularly in GT. 8th on the grid, it is our championship defending champions from DKR Engineering, completely different driving squad this year, but the same 2017 car, and it will be Alexander Matchell, the bronze-ranked driver, that takes the wheel of the DKR Engineering number 3 Orica for the start of this race. Then we've got the CrowdStrike racing car. Down in 7th place, George Kurtz won't be happy with that, but he'll be taking the wheel of the number 4 car for the start, Ollie.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And they've got a very strong driver lineup with Colin Braun and Multi Yaxon to come.
The sixth place car, 83, a multiple championship winning effort from Francois Perraudot. Again brings this car to the grid with a couple of real star drivers with him, Mathieu Vazevière and Alessio Rivera. Duquesne team in fifth. John Falb making a comeback to LMP2 from Las Vegas in the United States.
Strong at the beginning of qualifying yesterday, but it just faded away towards the end.
And led in Sepang
Yes.
until a bit of a stumble for that car as they were battling to defend the lead. First of two cars run by apologies, this is the Proton Competition 22. And Giorgio Roda, another emerging bronze talent at the moment, and that car sits there in fourth place. Third is the car I almost described just now. It's the 90 car, led both races in Sepang.
Sally, a real talent in P2.
And takes the start this time. Michael Downan took the start, I think, in both races in Malaysia, but they're switching their allegiances to the bronze-ranked, for the moment, Sally Jolic. Second on the grid, the Jordanian flagged number 99. 99 Racing, Orica, you wouldn't miss that one on a dark night with the orange and black stripes. And it will be Ahmed Al-Hati from Oman, very proudly sitting on the front row. Set 2 pole positions last season at Yas Marina, almost made it 3 here, and named this week as a full season driver alongside none other than Valentino Rossi in the FI World Endurance Championship. But let's take nothing away from a stellar pole position run from PJ Hyatt, the number 55 Proton Competition Orica. Green on green, we'll call this one Kermit. AO Racing is his team in the United States. They'll be racing with that brand and TF Sport in the European Le Mans Series. But they're a team that is learning fast and showing ambition, and great stuff from PJ to take that pole. So crowds beginning to focus on the action to come. These cars will be being buttoned down in just a few moments ahead of the start.
And here we are. This is the 16-turn, 5.39 kilometre Dubai Autodrome. This is the first sector. It's coming down into turn 1. It's really steeply downhill, bumpy, but then it's the high-speed section through turns 2, 3, 4, and then into turn 7 as we come round and through and into turn 8 and up and out of 9 and into 10. That's all uphill. The wind's been behind the cars as they're coming up into turn 10. So the top speeds have just been that little bit higher this weekend. And then that's that tricky braking point into turn 10 and then out through 11 and into 12. And you're off of those slow speed corners, really relying on that traction. And it's very, very important to have good power down. That last section, as you're coming through 15 and 16, very hot on the track limits there. And I think that drivers will be constantly reminded by their team managers to be aware of that.
Just about 60 seconds from the start of the formation lap. It's a technical track, this. It can be slippy depending on the weather conditions. You can see there as the national flag is about to be waved to set the grid off in their formation lap. You can see a lot of dust and debris and sand on this track.
It has been very, very windy this week, and it's certainly been one of the things that the teams have been battling with.
And that means that offline that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, we've seen that with some of the support races, the regional race that we had here, the Formula Regional race. You saw a number of lads taking some very creative lines, and as they're going off, there's a lot of sand. So that's something that everybody's going to have to be very, very aware of.
So BMW leading car is about to get underway, and then we'll have one formation lap for this 4 hours of Dubai. Round 3 of the 2023-2024 Asia Le Mans Series comes on the back of those double-header races at Sepang in Malaysia in December. The return for the first time since 2020 to Southeast Asia for the Asia Le Mans Series. That was very welcome indeed. But we're delighted to be back in the United Arab Emirates. Always been made to feel very welcome here at the Dubai Autodrome.
Good crowd in as well today.
It is free entry, just had to register to come along. It's the traditional excellent access for crowds. The team's delighted to see them, and lots of families here too.
Indeed. So it's that focus point for all of those drivers to get that prep done, getting those tyres, brakes, and everything up to temperature, and really start to focus their minds for taking the green. It does, the pressure does tend to build as a driver as you're going through this formation lap. You're trying to get your head in mind and you're all lined up and ready to go, and you're also then looking at your competition and who you're around and how do they look and how have you been around them. Have you seen any of them on track through the week to give you a bit of an idea of where maybe they're strong or maybe weak on track and where you could possibly be getting past that.
Here's the starting grid. Front row is the number 55 Proton competition car with PJ Hyatt ahead of Ahmed Al-Harti in the number 99 racing car. TF Sports Sally Yolich in the 90 ahead of Giorgio Roda in the 22 from Proton competition make up row 2. And row 3 is the Kane team from France with John Falk from the United States ahead of the AF Corsa number 83 with Francois Perrodo. Row 4, CrowdStrike Racing by APR. APR 3-time winners of the Asian Le Mans Series. George Kurtz looking to try to help them make it 4. The car engineering's Alexander Matchell alongside. Cool Racing in the 47, Alexander Kwani. Sorry, wrong car there. And then on row 6, Nielsen Racing's 24, Ian Loggy alongside ARC Bratislava's Miro Konopka. One more to come in P2 and then into P3. It is Nielsen Racing's Blake McDonald. Cool Racing's Alexander Picansoff, the pole sitter in LMP3. Then we've got Breton Racing's John Corbett alongside High Class Racing's Auden Gudmundsson, Australian alongside Icelandic racer. Michael Jensen and George Nakas make up row 9 for CD Sports and GG Classic Cars. And then Viper Nisa Racing and Almanar Racing by GetSpeed. It is the LMP3 grid complete. They make a lower rugby by going round for a second formation lap. And then into the GTs with the AMG on pole from Santaloc Racing's 42 Val Banveruti. Optimum Motorsport 69 with James Cottingham. Then the 888 JMR AMG from Prince Geoffrey. Row 13, Lipa Motorsports Lamborghini with Gabriele Rindoni. GetSpeed's number 9 AMG with Martin Conrad. Then row 14, Optimum's McLaren with Mark Ratcliffe, the 27 car, the 66 Attempto car in the hands of Andrei Mukazov. Santaloc Racing's second Audi in the hands of Zhubi Hang. And the 99 Dragon Racing, another debutant with us with Marco Pulcini and their Ferrari. Project One and the BMW, the number 93 for Darren Young, and the 33 Herbert Motorsport Porsche with Antares Au. Row 17, the 21 AF Corsa Ferrari with Francois Heriot, and the D Station 77 Aston Martin with Satoshi Yoshino. AF Corsa's 82 with Charles-Henri Somani, that Ferrari alongside the 11 Audi from Attempto Racing. And then row 19, EBM's number 8 Porsche, 71 Santoso alongside John Hartshorn's 95 TF Sport Aston Martin. GR Racing's Ferrari, the 86 from Mike Wainwright alongside the Team Motor Park AMG for Martin Stromstedt. Then the 84 EBM Porsche in the hands of Adrian de Silva completes the order. So there's 39 cars making up this grid.
Actually, just disappeared off the bottom of the timing screen.
That's right, it's 41. My apologies, it's 41 cars.
So coming up in
One to watch, by the way, is they have split the pit stop positions of the EBM cars for a little bit of congestion in pit lanes. So the green EBM car, which I believe is the 84, will actually pit out.
Yeah.
If it needs to go in the garage, it will go in the garage where ABM are situated, midway down, but you will see that car fueled at the end of pit lane.
It's very busy down there. They're trying to get those two cars in that one pit box, and it was EBM were really struggling with that, so just the organisers have given that a little bit more room, which is great to see. Yeah,
like packed grid has some consequences. The moving motor show that is the grid here, beginning to get into order under the direction of our race director, Graham Bossier.
Every driver here is just trying to navigate their way. I think coming through turn 12 here, and looking to get as much temp in those tyres and brakes and get everything ready, get their minds ready, and just ready for the call of the green. I think the field is going to be coming round through turn 14 and into here we are at 14, and the field is going to be packed up and almost ready to go.
So wherever around the world, if you're here with us at the track or elsewhere in the region, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. We're about to get underway for round 3 of the 2023-2024 Asia Le Mans Series, round 3 of a 5-race series. The BMW leading car pulls into pit lane. We'll now have the field under control of our pole sitter, PJ Hyatt, for the very first time in his so far short driving career. And you'll wait for those lights to go out. They'll need to go over the grid hatchings to stay in position, and down goes the power. PJ gets a good run, but is that Alaman Harty past him already? Up to the inside, Sally Jolic, she's in the meat in the sandwich of 3 Oricas coming down into it. It looks to me to be Sally Jolic who's taken the lead, but around the outside it's going to be Alaman Harty. Is it? No, Sally Jolic takes it. There's a slight clash there with PJ Hyatt, and turning around in the middle of the order. That is the 47 car of Alexander Kwani. But as Sally Jolic has got away cleanly in the number 90 car, head of the 99. Then PJ Hyatt through in fourth place, sorry.
There's been some pretty big contact there on the exit of turn 1, a number of cars involved, P3s, and I think there's maybe an optimum car there that I'm seeing that's going very, very slowly. The 47 had spun, and he was really right, a bullseye right in the middle.
Big hit, and it is, unfortunately, by the look of things, it's the Viper-Nisa racing car. Again, 3 races and 3 big hits. There's a wheel off that car.
Yeah, I think
almost inevitably a safety car coming here, I think, Ollie.
Yes, I think there is, and yeah, it was very, very unfortunate there. Just in those situations, you are just looking to where can I go, where can I go, and it's just...
Oh, it's the 47 that's got big damage as well.
Yeah,
and it's the...
James Cottingham car.
Yeah, it is.
Optimum.
That's the 69 car. Big hit from them as well.
Yikes, that's going to be tough to fix, and James is going to do his very best to try and get it back. And if they can, but that
crabbing badly, isn't it?
It is crabbing badly, and that's not going to be a 5-minute fix.
No, so we've, by the look of it, lost or certainly heavily delayed for a car apiece from each of our classes, and all of that happened with a spin from Alexander Kwani, and then by the look of it, collected by part of the field.
Yeah, and is this a symptom of the colder, cooler temperatures here, and just getting everything switched on, maybe coming down into that turn 1, slightly offline, getting a bit of sand on the tyres, and then turning in, and Kwani just losing the rear, being rotated, and then just being absolutely the target right in the middle of the track, and you just can't miss. You can't be missed at that point.
Let's watch the start again. The action to start with was right at the front. It was PJ Hyatt trying to fend off a 3-car attack inside, outside and behind, doing a pretty good job of doing so, but Sally Jolic got a great run up the inside. Looked for a moment as if Alaman Harty had made it. And I think there was a clash. Looking to see what happened. Don't think there was contact with the 47 initially, but then there was a spin in avoidance from Douglas Koo, and then was collected by James Cottingham.
Yeah.
Neither of them had anywhere else to go, and there were 3 other cars spinning in avoidance.
They were in really heart-and-mouth stuff there for Kwani. He knew that he would have been right in the middle and nowhere to go, and just everybody's just trying to avoid, and he's unsighted. Stuff just appears in front of you at that point as a driver, and you've got nowhere to go. You can't go left, can't go right. You are sandwiched.
Yeah, the good news, by the way, is Douglas has stepped out of that car.
He does look a little bit sort of shaken.
It's
and
not a surprise.
No.
He inevitably will go to, that is a very damaged number 47 car.
Yeah, that is. That's tough. And that's going to take, that's Nicholas on screen, and he's going to be very concerned for...
Nico Lapierre looking like they've got a heck of an afternoon ahead of them now.
Yeah, they have got a very long day.
So let's wait and see what the decision is from Cool Racing. Do they try and fix it, get some track time, or do they button that thing together, ready for the double header next weekend? No doubt whatsoever, though, the 65 car is done.
Yeah, that is out. And we just have to hold everybody here at turn 1, just trying to navigate their way through. They have to go around and offline to miss the Viper-Nisa car.
So still underway, the 47 car, but it doesn't take me to describe, does it, what's gone wrong there? Still pieces falling off that car.
Yeah.
Heavily damaged, front right, rear right, and damage as well to the front left.
Another thing that comes with this, with all of that debris on the circuit, a lot of that carbon fibre is razor sharp, and they need to get that cleared up and clean, and the track's swept, so you're not giving any of the competitors issues from debris that could have been missed and they run over. And that's another issue here with Alexander Kwani going around the track. He's going to be inevitably dropping stuff and depositing bits and pieces of carbon fibre from the nose, from the rear, from the tail. And just getting the car back, staying offline if you can.
Didn't seem to me as if there was contact for Alexander. It looked as if he almost lifted off and the car got away from him.
Yeah, and that comes from lack of tyre temp coming there into turn 1, maybe being a slightly offline, sand on track, and the rear just rotates around, and it just is a bit of a pendulum effect, and you're struggling to hang on to it. And then once you're round, I mean, it's the lap of the gods. You just got or everybody coming around the corner is super surprised to see you there in that point. And
we'll take a look at this car to see whether or not this is principally cosmetic. Now, what I mean by that is front and rear bodywork, including the rear wing assembly, are essentially large pieces, clips that can be rapidly taken off and put back on and replaced again. The fact that that front right wheel is not turning could be that it's being obstructed by the bodywork, but my guess is that's worse.
I think it's worse because it took a big hit.
It did take a big hit. You
You
can see the crash structure at the front of the Orica is crumpled. That's what it's designed to do. To
the
protect.
Viper Nissan sort of took that bite out of that, out of the P2 car there, out of the
That would
Cool
not have
Racing.
been a very nice moment for Douglas Coote.
No, and I think that the way that it hit and then it jumped in the air and landed, I think that could have jarred him.
So Alexander has done well to bring that car back.
Yeah.
But it's going to be, I suspect, in the garage. Take a look. I'm not expecting to see that car again.
No, I'm not. We're just seeing off shot here, another shot of the 69 Optimum McLaren, and it's pulled up, stopped, and I think they're trying to get it back on a flat bed. Oh, actually, James is trying to get out of the car. They can't get the door open, so that's very tough for Optimum, and doesn't look like they're going to be taking any further part.
Yeah, so 3 cars involved, just to recap, in
there's James.
What was a 6-car incident. There was at least 3 other cars spun in avoidance of that, successful avoidance of that, but by the look of things, out of the race is the number 65 Viper Racing Team car, and it looks to me like the 69 from Optimum Motorsport is out as well.
Yeah, it's a great shame because they were really looking like a challenger. I would have put them right up there as a challenger for the podium.
In addition to which, now we wait for the decision from Cool Racing as to whether or not the 47 P2 car is fixable.
We're seeing the field come through here and miss turn 2 again, because here we are.
That is a lot of debris.
That is a lot. They need this big road
sweeper. Big broom, don't they?
You might be there for a while if we just carry on like that. Maybe we could just run out there and help them.
Absolutely. Get the bucket.
Yeah.
So Alexander Kwani will be extremely disappointed.
Yeah.
But
the way he's walked away. And
that's Nico Lapierre.
Yeah.
And that is the Optimum Motorsport guys, and no rush underway there to prep. I think they know their day is done for that car.
Yeah, the fact that James couldn't get it back, it was crabbing so badly.
But I can tell you, it is now being lifted onto a flatbed that is outside its distance, and that is done.
Yeah.
So that's 2 cars confirmed out, and I expect, well, either way, the 47 car is going to be very heavily delayed, even if they do manage by some miracle to get the car back out.
Yeah, that is going to be a very, very tough one. Rest of the field just circulating behind the safety car as they get things swept up, cleared up.
Well, let's call it as the order is now, with things settled down for the moment. It was Sally Jolic in that tussle, initially with PJ Hyatt and then through turn 1 with Ahmed Al-Hati, has come out in the lead of this race when we go back to green. The number 90 car from TF Sports. It's the 99 Racing car that is also run by TF that is in 2nd place. Giorgio Roda came through to take 3rd place in the Proton competition, number 22, and his teammate in the 55 car from Proton, PJ Hyatt, from pole position, dropped to 4th in that tussle. So it's the 2 TF Sport Run cars and the 2 Proton cars, top 4. John Falb for Duquesne team, then the DCAR Engineering number 3 car in 6th. LMP3 up to 11th place. A great start from Alexander Pikantsov, coming through that carnage, and ahead of 3 of the LMP2 cars. He's in 11th place. High Class Racing's Gordon Goodman's on a good start. He's up to 2nd. And then Breton Racing from 2nd on the grid down to 3rd for John Corbett. In GT, it's not quite as you were. Santi Liu from Alex Malikin and Alban Veruti, the 1, 2, 3. Claire, though, has made her way down to Cool Racing. Let's go down and see what Alexander Kwani's got to say about that incident.
Alexandra, car 47. Alexandra, what went down? Disappointment, I can see written all over your face.
Yeah, clearly, I mean, it's disappointing. I mean, not even making one corner. No, that's motorsport. I mean, the left row went faster than us. So they started earlier than us. I mean, the speed of the left row was faster than us. So the left cars could pass me. I was a beam, the 4080 Slava car just on the inside of the first corner. Probably didn't see me, so we squeezed together at the curb. And then, I mean, we touched at the inside and it made me spin. And then I was in the middle of the road. At this point, there is no way you get it out of it. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a tough one. That is, you know, coming down into turn one. You're looking, and he's flustered a little bit by just being passed by all those cars on the left side, and then he's trying to get past the ARC Bratislava car, and there was a little bit of contact there. Maybe with his foot a little bit on the brake, and then the rear just pivots and comes around, waiting on the wrong axle.
Alexander being asked to go to the medical centre because of that impact. That is part of the regulation. With any kind of heavy impact, you go for it to get checked over. But see again here, replay of the starts. As we said, the action coming down to and through turn one was all about the top 4 or 5 cars.
Yeah, I think PJ just got a little bit caught out there by the start, and it's everybody else is ready to go except for maybe him. And as we kind of see the cars coming down here into turn one, we see the 47 car. They're just at the apex of turn one and just gets pinched a little bit there, and then everything then just carnage, absolute carnage there, yeah. And really nowhere for all of those cars to go.
For me, the bigger issue for Alexandra was he was over that curb on the inside. That may well have been a small touch with the 844, but it looked to me as if the car was already getting away from his.
Yeah, it was pinched. It was pinched, and you know, all the weight's in the wrong spot. The tyre is not in its optimum window, and it's easy for the car to be turned around. And everybody's been in that spot as a driver. You know, it's really not nice.
Douglas Cruz not loving this track as he had a heavy impact, you might remember, last year in the Aston Martin after contact.
Golly.
So he's 2 years and 2 huge impacts.
Viper Nisa are thinking, wow, how do we stop having these huge accidents in these Asian Le Mans Series races? And they do seem to be a bit fated.
Well, look, no doubt they're taking a look at see whether or not this is fixable to go out there and get some track time. But if nothing else, this is great practice in getting a running repair underway.
And Nicholas said to me that, you know, this is really the big part of them coming here to do the Asia Le Mans Series, and you've seen this with a lot of teams. They're coming here to prepare for their 2024 assault, whether it's in a ELMS or whether it's in a WEC, or these teams are trying to prepare not only their drivers but their crews as well.
Absolutely. A couple of new drivers for the Core Racing team aboard that squad. This will be, I believe, certainly in full season competition, Alexander Kwani's only races, because it's 2 pro cars in the European Le Mans Series who will not feature as part of that, being a bronze-rated driver. It's a sad sight to the 69 McLaren making its way back to the team in the paddock. Yeah. They'll have a week to prepare that car for battle in Marina. The Asia Le Mans Series caravan makes its way an hour down the road to the capital of the UAE on Monday.
Yeah, you'll see the field does get a little bit strung out here at spots, and you try, the race control tries to keep everybody together, but inevitably there's a sort of a concertina effect. All the crews here, eyes on the screens, just working through things. The engineers will be working hard here, trying to think about strategy. You know, all this time it's burning up at that sort of bronze driver time, which is kind of important for the teams.
Well, it's going to be about whether or not Core Racing can get that car back together. I suspect Claire Jedrick's going to have the answers. She's back down in the Core Racing garage, this time with team principal Nicolas Pierre.
Nicolas, tell us what's going down. Are you able to restart the car?
Yeah, our car 47 had a spin in turn one, and unfortunately another car hit him quite badly on the front. The car has a lot of damage, bodywork and also suspension, so we're going to try to repair, but it's quite a lot of damages, so the guys, we're going to do our best to bring it back on track, but we are not sure we can make it yet.
Thank you, Nicolas.
Thank you.
Well, that's exactly what we thought, which is if we can get it back out there, we will. Track time is massively important to everybody in this squad, not least, of course, the crew themselves, but this will be, it's no consolation to them whatsoever, good practice in getting those running repair drills together. All these teams practice it all the time, and sadly they've got to do it now in a very live situation. Still behind the safety car, of course.
It's a little bit strung out now, and I would say that the P3 runners are needing to get back up to the back of the P2 field, and because the GT runners will be just a little bit off, and I'm sure that the race control will be asking the safety car just to maybe just drop the speed a little bit as they come round. I'm not sure if we're going to have one or two more laps here behind the safety car. Well, they certainly want to keep that field together.
Well, one of those LMP3 cars, safety car, is coming in this lap. The LMP3 cars has indeed taken
lights are off.
They are coming in this lap, and we're going to go racing. Fastest lap of the race, by the way, albeit under the safety car. GT Classic cars. There you go. Well, they'll like that screenshot, won't they? There you go.
Well done, lads.
So we're going to get back to racing, and it will be on our 5th lap of this 4-hour contest, 15 minutes in, and sadly, almost all of that spent behind the safety car after that turn 2-3 incident.
Yeah, this is going to be super important. It's going to be tough to get everything going again, but it looks like everybody is going.
Absolutely right. Away we go, and back to green, and Sally Ulich under attack immediately from Ahmed El Hati.
It's looking like a good battle as they come down into turn 1. It's tricky here, it's bumpy. You've got to pick your line. You see the front of the car really porpoising. But Sally's...
Giorgio Roda it is looking the most likely to make a move here. He's all over the back of Ahmed El Hati. PJ Hart's dropped off this 3-car battle for the moment.
Yeah, I think that Ahmed El Hati was just giving Sally just a little bit of room there. Maybe Tom was on the phone saying, look, just give yourself some space, boys. Don't want to be doing anything crazy here. Yep. But Roda is pressing.
Yeah, Tom, the T from TF, Tom Ferrier. The F is Ferrier, of course. And the 1, 2, 3 thing, yeah. It's all the information.
It's good
all
working
the time.
with you.
1, 2, 3 as they come through, and this is a battling trio. Behind, it is PJ Hyatt under pressure from fellow American John Falb in the 2 green and grey cars, or green and green cars in the case of one of them.
Yeah, there was Sally just doing a little bit of weaving there. That's not to try and throw Ahmed off at all. You know, he's just trying to get some heat in his tyres and get the thing switched on so he's got a bit more confidence and comfort in the chassis and in the car and on the platform. And it's tight, you know. Sally is experienced, but Ahmed will be pressing him, pushing him, and knowing that Roda is there as well. So it's going to be a good battle. Looking forward.
Yeah, indeed. CF Sport, 99 Racing, Proton competition, Duquesne team and DKR, the top 6 in LMP2, LMP3 with a gap to their competition. It is Cool Racing, so bad news in LMP2, but good news in LMP3. And it's a battle here for second in GT, because that was Alban Veruti briefly ahead again of the Pure Racing car that has dropped back behind the 91.
Yeah, I'm thinking that Ferruti's he's looking for that spot, and he's all over the back of the 91 car, the Pure Racing, and he's looking for every opportunity here. Yeah, he just needs to maybe just breathe a little bit, look for his spot, really try and pick it. It was close to track limits there.
What's track limits from the Pure Racing car? This time to the outside, Ferruti goes. Can he make it around? Surely not.
He's trying to slingshot off here, trying to do the undercut, getting the drive, and that car has had very good traction throughout this weekend.
But he's now under pressure from Martin Conrad in the second of the Get Speed cars. Great battle here.
It is fantastic.
Getting away as the Project 1 BMW tries to get involved.
Absolute
and that's Darren
missile.
Young, another man named for full season WCC with BMW and Team WRT in LMGT3 this year. He's getting involved in that. And feisty behind, by the way, between the 77D Station Racing Aston Martin, Herberth Motorsports 33 BMW, and the number 19 Lamborghini. We are going to see, by the way, Ollie, a drive-through penalty for the reigning champions, DKR Engineering, running 6th for a start infringement. Now, was that not running through
maybe
the grid hatchings?
Yeah, he might have cut across and decided to change lane before the green came out. We're seeing these P2 cars spread out a little bit now, but again, I think it's just a case of getting yourself set into your routine, hitting your marks, get into your rhythm. That's really important. Chris McMurray did struggle a little bit at Sepang, trying to get back into his routine after being out of P2 for some 6 years. And he did look a little bit of a fish out of water, but he does look a little bit more comfortable as he's getting going here. But up the inside, Francois Perrodo looking for the inside at 14 there. We're going to have to see if he's come out the other side okay. And yeah, we're just waiting to see how that turned out. Perrodo got by, and Chris McMurray, he's lost that spot.
So yeah, it's a battle underway between the LMP2 cars as they just get, as you quite rightly say, Ollie, settled back into the rhythm of this race. After that interruption at the start, that will have thrown things, would particularly throw off the gentleman drivers.
Yeah, it's hard to get themselves going. They've really primed themselves for the start, and then they have the big safety car period, and then they've got to get themselves going again. So whether that's the team manager, the engineer, whoever that might be, that's priming them again to get them back up to speed.
I mean, motorsport at any level, and particularly in sports car racing, where there's so many other factors taken into account, for anybody, the mental overload of actually what you're dealing with and experience can be overwhelming. That's part of the training to deal with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if you're then thrown a spanner in the works at the start of the race, and by the way, it's not the 19 Lamborghini behind the number 33. That is, of course, the number 98 Dragon Racing Ferrari.
New entry this weekend. Yeah.
Great to see them.
Yeah.
I've had a guest in at some point as this race settles down in a moment.
I've noticed actually on Martin Conrad's car, the number 9 Get-Speed car, he's got a chunk missing out of the right front. Bodywork, I think he's had some contact there. Veruti's going up the inside of the 91 Pure Racing, and he's going to get it done actually.
Muscles
nice,
his way through.
Yeah, nice move there. So the Audi has got another 30 kilos on it from last time out at Sepang, and we're seeing wheel-to-wheel action here, getting the side draft. The 91 is as they're coming up into turn 10. Is he going to be able to get it done? Veruti's got the inside, and I think he's going to make that stick. But yeah, he's good. He's good. Gave nice bit of room, nice bit of respect. Yeah, and now a bit of a drift on the way into 11. And is that the extra bit of weight that's making the Audi a little bit harder to handle? Well, but Veruti's managed to get the job done and the pass fully done, but he's not going to get away here. I think that he's going to make, yeah, he's asking a lot of questions there.
Well, the 30 kilos has very clearly made a big difference in terms of them being able to gap the field. And this time the Porsche locks up the inside as they come into this long left-hand hairpin, banked hairpin towards the end of the lap. But Veruti has managed to fend off that attack, and all of a sudden the Porsche has got his mirrors full of the bright red number 9.
Yeah, you saw as it came through 15 there, he was putting a nice big black bit of rubber down off the left rear. That's not really what you want. That's going to lead to quite a lot of tyre wear, and we could be seeing Veruti backing it up as he goes later into his stint. He's got to be looking after those Michelins.
He was the class of the bronze-rated field at Sepang without a shadow of a doubt.
He's aggressive on the wheel. The way that he turns the car into the corner, he really asks a lot of it. And he's very confident in the rear of the car, but that's going to ask quite a bit of those Michelins.
Yeah, I can tell you there was a phone call to the Santalok team manager from none other than Thomas Neubauer, now a factory GT driver for Ferrari, in response to the coverage and the results in Sepang, saying, "You've got Alban Veruti. He was my hero in karting." So Alban's been out of racing for a little wee while. Yeah. But I'm hoping he's found the love again, because he is very well worth watching. Fastest lap of the race, by the way, goes to Sally Jolic, a 1:50.573, and beginning to edge away from Almadar Harty. It's still under a second, that gap. I did say, Ollie, we're going to be joined in commentary as there's an early pit stop for the 95 Aston Martin by a significant guest, I think we could say. We're going to wait till this settles down for a couple of laps, and we're going to swap you out for none other than Felipe Albuquerque, who's here with us. And we'll ask why Felipe is here. We think he's after a drive in F4 in the Middle Eastern Championship.
We're talking about it's great to see him here, actually. It's wonderful to see him here. I think he's helping a couple of the younger lads out. Formula Regional. But back to the action on track, we're seeing the Lamborghini there. It looks like it's got some damage to the nose, right front. It's had some
smoke as well from the front right corner.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that's come from. We didn't see that incident, but it looks like he's...
yes, he has, but the bodywork's peeled back. Some of this could well have been in that mix-up in turn 2, turn 3.
Yeah, it would have been unspotted, unsighted by us, but it's certainly going to be something that's going to affect the aero on that Lipa Lamborghini.
Visually distracting as well for the driver, I'm sure. Gabriele Rindoni, fastest lap this time goes to the second place car. The gap is coming out on this lap, over a second for the first time.
Just getting some intelligence on the reason for the pit stop from TF with the 95 car, and that was a puncher, I think, from some of that debris that was out on track. And poor old John Hartshorn had to make an early pit stop and get that puncher changed.
So as things start to settle down, we are almost half an hour into this race. We're going to get Ollie to step aside, and we're going to get the wildly quick Portuguese master Felipe Albuquerque, a winner all around the world, and here on driver coaching efforts for some of the single-seater support categories. Felipe, first, it's great to see you.
Thank you. I never thought to do driver change with Oliver Gavin.
Oliver Gavin, yeah, you know what? It's
brilliant.
It's less the sport now. It's your only opportunity to do so. You're here, I think I'm right in doing some driver coaching.
Yeah, yeah. But you know, race car driver, whenever we are not behind the wheel, we are on holidays. So, and Dubai is pretty cool.
Well, you've had a chance to look at the Asian Le Mans series this season. Something with United Autosports that you've been around the fringes of in the past. You've seen what it's been like in the past. Tell us a little about your impressions of the depth and the quality of this field.
Well, I think more than before. I think the level is higher, and the desire to win now in LMP2, which mainly my category that I look at, it's bigger than ever, because before the teams, they could enter a car in WEC and they would get a Le Mans entry and they would win or whatever the championships. But now, because the new rules of Le Mans and having the LMP2s only for 15 cars, it's very limited, and that grid that we used to see in the past 4 or 5 years was 25 cars around. So now it's limited to 15. So it's super important to win this one, so you can have a Le Mans entry with your car, and you know, Le Mans, everyone wants to do it. So everyone raised their level to have a good driver, a good bronze driver, and to put a package together to get that Le Mans entry, which we will know right after Abu Dhabi.
Absolutely. Now, you've been part of a highly professional outfit in P2 who've raced here before, of course, United Autosports. It's a great, how can I put this, shop window for pro talent, which has been extremely useful coming into this new era. GTP, where you're ploughing your trade in the IMSA Sports Car Championship, and Hypercar, of course, in the World Endurance Championship. How good a car are these LMP2 cars for showing what a pro driver can do?
Yeah, I mean, again, we are back again to the leather making sense in a way that now we have back again in the world's endurance racing. We have again seats on the top class, with the manufacturers having multiple manufacturers going around with many pro seats. I think that's what endurance racing needed. So you can even start on a GT, or you can go then to an LMP2, show yourself, which already some drivers have been doing this. And we can see here that Habsburg is not around here because he was upgraded to a factory deal with Alpine. So again, but he was been driving with ELMS in WEC in Asia, and he even signed for Asia here, but then he signed the deal for Alpine and unfortunately could not be here because he's testing in whatever it is in Europe. So that makes sense now for these kids to come over, show themselves, showcase, because the LMP2 is an amazing car, really well performance. I drove when it was with a full power, which was unbelievable, downforce, power, super quick. I mean, in the end of the day, these cars can do 325. And 325 around Le Mans, it's faster than the current cars.
Yep, and
that they're doing.
And by the way, faster than any non-hybrid Audi ever did, even in the days when you were part of that.
That's true as well.
Setup.
That's true.
And that doesn't say anything about your speed. It was about the technology at the time. It is a fantastic time at the moment for sports car racing. Bigger audiences for even the regional championships than we've seen before on TV and trackside. You're seeing it, I'm sure. You and I shared a little bit of space at the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona. Bigger crowd than we've ever seen there before. Huge following for this new era of racing. And this, the Asian Le Mans Series, is an increasingly important part of that ladder to get talent feeding into those multinational championships.
100%. Like, I mean, if you want to target a manufacturer, that's the desire of a team, that's the desire of a driver, that's the goal to get a manufacturer to do the World Endurance Championship, to do the IMSA, to do the big races, which is Daytona and Le Mans. And this is where you start. You need to do Asian Le Mans Series, eventually win, you'll go to the European Le Mans Series. Those are the grounds where you can showcase what you're capable of. The LMP2 is a great machinery there. And then it's not so much different. Okay, the new cars, the hypercars, you have a lot of tools now because it's a hybrid car, and the rear axle is completely electronic. So there is a lot of tools to be playing on the steering wheel. That's so much stuff to do, which is really nice. So that's the next level that they need to deal. But again, turning left and right, understanding the weight and the power of the car, it's similar. And yeah, and that makes interesting for you. We can see there as well. Jacobsen is doing really well. He's already a reserve driver at a young age. in Peugeot, so he's for sure a future guy going to see in Le Mans overall.
You're coaching at the moment.
Oops, contact here.
Trouble for the number
way.
99 car.
And he was chasing down the leader, like the Yoluk, the Salit Yoluk, and he ran right behind him. That cost him like 3 places. Oh,
But we get another look at that. That was contact.
what a shame.
That was contact from Giorgio Roda, I think. Roda took a dive at the inside, was not his corner.
I don't think you're going to get away with that.
No, so that was Giorgio Roda with contact to the rear of Armand Al-Hati that's put him out of the lead battle for now. The 84 car was the pick there that allowed Roda the run, but he was coming from way too far back from my taste there.
He was a bit too optimistic. He went on the dirty part. Let's not forget that we are in Dubai. The offline track, it's super sandy. Once he was there a little on the limit of track limits because he had to avoid as well the GT. It was a good move if it would work, but I think Al-Hati could never believe that he was coming from that far.
It's changed. George Kurtz is now ahead of Francois Brodo. One more question, then we'll let you get on with your busy weekend. You talked about Malte Jakobsen just a moment ago. You're dealing with the next generation at the moment in terms of your driver coaching, Formula Regional, Formula 4 here, F4 here. How much, as part of the conversation from some of those teams and those young drivers and the people that are guiding their careers, is sports cars now? I'd expect them to be targeting single-seater success.
I think when you are young and Formula 4 and Formula Regional, I think they're living the dream of Formula 1, and I think that's right.
Yes.
I think that's right. Because, and I was talking with somebody as well in a paddock that I think then these kids, they need like a manager or somebody to, you know, make him believe the dream. You need to be as fast as you can today in the younger formulas. You are learning, you are going through the ladder to aim to Formula 1. That makes sense. Because nowadays, it's super interesting because these kids are racing against like the Ferrari programs, the Mercedes programs, the Alpine programs. There is so many programs right now nowadays to get the best driver. And now with, you know, Antonelli, the guy that just won before, and then Hamilton leaving, it's already being talked. A guy that left Formula Regional, it's been already talking 2 years' time to the Mercedes being an option. This is mind-blowing. It's impressive because the car is so slow, and to go to a Formula 1, which I believe is like 40 seconds faster. I mean, they are chasing the dream, but I think then, obviously, there is always only a few spots. Then I think then they need a manager to tell them, okay, we chase the dream of Formula 1. Let's, with your talent, he didn't make it, which there is so many drivers that, you know, they were talented enough to pursue the dream or to be in Formula 1, but for one reason or the other, they couldn't make it. But, you know, this is a great, you know, show to be involved and to make yourself as a race car driver. So I think in time they will look at this, but I don't think they should be looking now. But they know that, for example, me as doing the coaching, talking about the hypercars.
Well, we're going to go down to Claire in just a moment. She's down on pit lane for another interview. Down to you, Claire.
All right, we have Cottingham. We have Cottingham with us in McLaren. Tell us what happened down on the circuit, first lap.
Yeah, had a really good start. Was squeezed by Veruti on the way down to turn 1, right up on the curb through turn 1, and then ahead of me I saw the spun, I guess, a P2 car, a P3 car. And I had enough room to go round it, but the P3 car that was just in front of me took over avoiding action, sent him into a spin. I had nowhere to go. The Lamborghini behind me was right on me, so we just got sandwiched. And unfortunately, it's damaged the car so much that we couldn't continue, which is gutting, because the team had done a great job this weekend, and we found the pace, and we have really strong pace in FP2, qualified well, and we're on for a great race. I'm just gutted.
Thank you very much.
Oh, that's really, really tough, isn't it, for James?
And he told the story about the damage for the Lamborghini. He was right on him, almost inevitably there was contact there that's caused that damage. They're now in the garage. One other minor drama to catch up with, Ollie, is a drive-through penalty for car 8. That's the EBN Porsche, the Setuan Santoso. That was for an unsafe reshot. I don't think we saw that. We've got the incident.
I think he might have just served the penalty and then come back out the track and then had George Kurtz off. It looked like at turn 1, as you were just talking there to Felipe, as they came into turn 1. Oh, it was a mess.
Dear me.
Poor old George there was. The EBM car did not see him at all.
Unsurprisingly, that incident between Giorgio Roda and Ahmed Al-Hati is under investigation for causing a collision. That looked pretty cut and dry to me, but we'll let race control and the stewards determine that one.
Yeah, just back to James there and Optimum. I really do feel for them because they have such a strong car here this weekend, and I think that they were really great driver lineup, and they were going to really be coming through towards the end of these stints and towards the end of the race. I think they would have been had a real impact on the GT class and the outcome of those podium spots. I think we're seeing this is BJ being harried up towards turn 10. Is that the EBM car there?
That's the EBM car back into the pits. It is the EBM car for the first time. Just looking to see who else has been out through. And John Falber's been through pit lane for what looks like a fuel-only stop. John Hartshaw we saw earlier.
Yeah, I saw that PJ Hyatt was also in for a fuel stop.
No, must be Dusty DeCane.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Easy to confuse those two cars. One is black and...
Sorry. Outside the studio.
Yeah, dark grey and green, and this one is dark green and green. Drive-through penalty has come the way of Giorgio Roda for causing a collision. So our race control team are rapidly getting through the to-do list.
It's George being harried by Giorgio Roda. No.
By Francois Perrodo.
Francois Perrodo. I always get those two mixed up.
That's okay.
Apologies.
So whatever the moment for George Kurtz at turn 1, he has managed to keep it on the island and stay ahead of Francois Perrodo.
Yeah.
So George finding his feet here.
Yeah.
That now is the battle for 5th.
Yeah, George is pitting now. He looked a little bit flustered there coming off of 14. I think he was just priming himself ready for the pit lane entry. But that's it's important to get those entries done timely, then get down to that pit lane speed limit. You don't want another penalty.
That is early. This is not a routine time. This must be strategic for the Crossfire APR car.
PJ Hyatt. We're just seeing off shot.
There he is, and he's now. Is he going to recover that car? He does. Lights up the rear Michelin's to get back to the racing service.
To me, that looked like there was some contact there, or possibly a pinch from another car in another class, and we'll have to see if we can find a replay on that, because he just looked like he was just kind of like out of sorts. Here we come, coming down into turn 6.
He's already gone around.
He was with the Get Speed car, the number 9.
I think that would have been checking up at the wrong place in that corner behind the number 9 car.
Again, just that sort of keeping your foot on the brake and just overloading that front axle. Rear comes around, and DKR on pit lane.
We have got multiple P2 cars making those stops. It's early on fuel, this, Ollie. This must be to do with strategy on where they want to be with the pit stop, but also driver time, remember, is a factor here.
Yes, it is. It is a factor. Just see George leave the pit lane, and he was just pinched again coming through turn 1. He's not having much luck down there at turn 1 as he left the pit lane.
It's been busy up there,
it has. There's 41 cars on track. There's not much real estate for everybody to exist on, so I think that's part of the problem. What we're seeing here, multi-class racing, it's action-packed.
Well, we talk about endurance racing. 4 hours for most of these teams of drivers is not a long race. There's a lot to be squeezed in terms of strategy, time management, driver time.
Yeah.
Down comes Giorgio Roda down and through pit lane. This will be his drive-through penalty.
Yeah.
So this will just be a quick run through pit lane.
We are seeing a great battle between these two, Martin Conrad and Darren Leung, as they come down into turn 1. These two have been at it for pretty much the whole race. And Darren's trying to pick his way past Martin, and Martin's using all of his experience to fend him off. I think that Mercedes is somewhat compromised with the damage there on the right front.
We saw last season how good Martin Conrad is, a bronze-rated driver, and it's to Darren Leung very early in his motorsport career at this level that he's with a bronze driver of that quality at this stage. The solo BMW this week, the second Project 1 car withdrawn, but we hope to have that back at Yas Marina. But Sean Galale from that car is in the 43 Santaloc. Here was the 83 car and the 25 just completing its fuel-only stop. Away goes Chris McMurray.
Yeah, he's certainly settling in a little bit better, but Darren Leung, he has got a very big program coming up this year. I mean, he's in multiple championships, all in BMWs, but he's going to be a very, very busy driver.
Yeah, I had a quick chat with him earlier in the week about the pending, then now public confirmation that he's going to be a WC driver in 2024. Utterly delighted and elated with that.
Ian Logie just leaving the box there with the Nielsen boys, doing a great job on the stop.
All of a sudden, Darren Young is under pressure from behind this time, and this time it is from Mark Radcliffe, the number 27
We
car.
sat and had lunch with him, didn't we?
We did.
Yeah.
He was
seemed to be very positive, actually.
Didn't he just? Loving his life at the moment. It's motorsport life.
Yeah.
Great run for them in the second race at Sepang.
I was talking to John Squid, the sort of deputy team manager and sort of like general all-round well-being man. And I think that he was talking about his preparation and how he was going to go about getting himself ready for the race, and then all the other races as well. 99 Racing on pit lane.
But we talked, didn't we, a little earlier in this broadcast, it's a drive-through penalty for car 75. That is the Motor Park AMG. That will be for track limits. We saw a bit of an investigation underway by Morten Stromstedt, and that's not gone his way.
I think we're going to see here this the Optimum car really gaining on the BMW across the mid-corner there, and that's really one of its strengths, is that it's so easy on its tyres. I think we're going to see as the laps click off.
You're saying about Mark Radcliffe, you know, that conversation over lunch. We talked and said earlier in the broadcast about the way in which drivers have to be focused mentally on the race. People shouldn't underestimate the physical demands of endurance racing.
Oh, it was tough, and it's very tough at Sepang. A lot of the drivers were really struggling there with the physicality, with the heat. It's a little bit cooler here, but this is still a physical track, and mentally it's taxing as well. You know, it's one of those harder racetracks to understand and to learn and to really figure out and get your flow with. And that's always a thing that a lot of drivers look for, is that sort of rhythm, that flow. I don't think it's that easy to find here at Dubai for some reason. And I can't quite put my finger on what it is, but yeah, I think some drivers have found it pretty tough.
I think you're spot on. Out comes Giorgio Roda. That was not his drive-through penalty. Or has he taken a second stop? He was a second stop, so he's taken the drive-through, then come through for his fuel stop.
Yep.
So second stint going on to these Michelin tyres. It is all Michelin tyres. There's the world's biggest Band-Aid on the
live at Lamborghini.
Indeed.
Yeah, it's just coming back out. It does look a little bit
it's not the world's
rough and
biggest
ready.
Band-Aid on the world's worst wrap. I'm going for the former.
Yeah, it doesn't look great, does it? And, yeah.
I think if you all of these influencers that can put your Lamborghini in for a wrap and that's where it came out, there might be questions.
Without doubt. The Liber boys getting to work here. We're getting the wheels on, and yeah, just wanted to make sure that is all right. New tyres going on that car.
Yep, going to be back into action very rapidly.
But they are going to be
indeed.
a number of laps down, and I'll just find out how far that is.
They are 6 laps down.
Yeah.
So they that has cost them dearly.
Yeah, that's gonna really hurt them, because they were not that far away in the championship. They've had a reasonable run at Sepang, but this race is really going to hurt them.
Lit up the rears on that Lamborghini, and away it comes. A raging bull.
Yeah, Marco Mappelli will be in that car later, aren't he?
Yeah, I guess this is going to bring Rindoni back into action.
Yeah.
And it is indeed Gabriele Rindoni, bronze rank driver.
So also seeing the ARC Bratislava car on pit lane, taking fuel.
The other problem, of course, for Lipa Motorsport is this would have put them off strategy as well. So they'd have fueled that car when it came in. Maybe gives them a couple of options if we get caution periods later to play with their strategy.
Yeah. We're seeing here Darren Leon and Mark Radcliffe there together.
Also catching up, by the way, Prince Jeffrey is in this battle now. So it is BMW, McLaren, Mercedes AMG all of a sudden in this battle for 5th position.
Triple Eight have been finding their way with that Mercedes, and you know, they've got they had a lot of experience at Sepang, also got some good experience at Yas Marina, but here in Dubai Autodrome they were rookies, complete rookies, never been here before, so definitely finding their way, but doing a grand job now.
Well, that's impressive against a field where we've got a lot of experience, principally from the Asia Le Mans Series and, for that matter, the 24 Hours of Dubai. It happened, of course, just last weekend.
Yeah.
And we've got 3 of the winners, 3 of the overall winners, and several class winners in this race, by the way. In comes PJ Hyatt after what's been a reasonably incident-filled stint for PJ. Started on pole position, of course, pits the car from second behind Sally Olic.
Yeah, I think Sally will be in next lap, won't he?
He's in already.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, he's in already. So this is the lead pairing, but it's 23 seconds the gap. Sally underway now, in what is a pretty dominant lead after the incident that took Amador Harty around. Blake McDonald, by the way, has not yet pitted, but up to third in the 34 Nielsen car. So steady stuff from them.
They'll definitely be finding their way with that. Blake, I saw him earlier on in the week as well, and he'd just jumped out of the car after a full stint, talking about the physicality of these cars. He certainly looked like he'd been working behind the wheel, and I think it was a little bit of maybe a bit of a shock, a little bit of a reality check. But, you know, you've got to do it, you've got to see it, you've got to experience it, and you're learning the whole time.
That's where we start, and that's what we build on. The change here is not for a position, but it's a gap. And look at the number 90 car, look at the car behind. It is the Duquesne team car of John Falb. He's in this fight. Yep. He's in this fight because they've managed to turn around the Duquesne team car 12 seconds quicker on pit lane than TF Sport. That is now the battle for the lead. And right behind John Falb is Amador Harty. So it's a 3-car battle. I think they've just gone by Blake McDonald, who in the right fronted 34 car briefly led the race.
Yes, it did, and I think maybe the Duquesne car he pitted significantly earlier, I believe, and it may have been shorter fuel, and so that might have been some of the win there for the Duquesne car. But it's just going to see now how all of this unfolds as we get further and further into the race, and fuel stops and what you have to take or not take.
We didn't see much of the stop for Sally Jolich, but that stop stands out as being slower than all the ones around it. It's 63 seconds against all the other stops are between 45 and 51. So
yeah,
whether there was some delay or some issue being dealt with there, I'm sure we'll hear a little later on.
Someone will be able to tell us there from the team.
Yeah, Amador Harty is now putting John Falb under pressure, but it's Falb in second place at the moment, trying to get onto terms with Sally Jolich in the lead. Are 1, 2, 3 separated by 0.859 of a second across the line. Still Cool Racing, by the way, in 11th place and leading LMP3, and still Anthony Liu from pole position leading GT, and in 16th place overall from Alban Veruti and Alex Malikin. So the top 3 in qualifying, still the top 3. Here comes Blake McDonald for his first pit stop.
Yeah, he's come in and he's just overshot the mark slightly there, but first stop in this car under race conditions, kind of to be expected. So the Nielsen, ladies and gents, dropping onto the car there to fuel it. Oh, the 99 racing car just got the wrong side of the Audi, and then the Audi's drifting up the 43 car, pushing the 99 racing car out there. That's the perils of multi-class racing.
Biangsu it is in the 43 car. Another man, by the way, that was an overall winner in the 24-hour race a week ago here.
So he knows his way around.
He does. Different tyres, of course. This is a Michelin shod championship. The 24 hours is not, but very similar machinery.
Just seen Blake McDonald leave the box, back out to pit lane. I saw Rachel Adam there.
That was Rachel Adam
at the back of the box there,
and Adam Jr.
Yes,
Johnny Adam will see later on in this race, of course.
Yes. 99 Racing coming down, still looking to Amador Harty there, still looking to get past John Falb, piling the pressure on.
So Al Harty's got back in that fight quickly, hasn't he, after being balked slightly in that battle with the GT car.
Obviously the incident, or the slow pit stop from Sally Jolich has brought it all back together nicely. But yeah, here we go. Amador Harty looking for that spot back, asking a lot of questions here of John Falb. Is he going to have any answers as they come down into turn 1?
Falb on the dirty side of the track there, and he goes around the outside.
Harty, look at that. That's strong performance there to go around the outside of John Falb. He just rolled his foot off the brake, said, I'll take another 10k mid-corner speed than you, John, and round the outside he goes.
Huge confidence from a man that's not got a huge amount of experience in a P2 car. Did do those 2 races at the end of last season, of course, in the Asia Le Mans series. In this 99 Racing team effort,
it's amazing how quickly things can switch and change in P2. You know, the performance of these cars is so strong that, you know, any little window of opportunity that you get and you can dive through and take that opportunity, all of a sudden you end up another 5, 10, 15 car lengths up the road from the guy that you're fighting.
Yeah, I mean, it's the other thing is these drivers that make this transition. We've seen it for Salihamidzic, who's leading this race. He's won races and championships in GT cars. Ahmed Al-Hati the same. John Falb, for the most part, has been a prototype driver, and certainly my experience of him. And for some of these drivers, it does seem to come more quickly. PJ Hyatt's a great example of that.
Yeah,
has been racing in GTs for a couple of seasons, looked immediately at home in the P2 car.
The feedback you regularly get from amateur drivers when they get behind the wheel of these P2 cars is they love driving them. They really get such a connection with it. And that it really is something they always are looking to, itching to get back into it. Even if they go off and do a little bit of GT work, they're always looking at the options for when can I get back with a good team and a good P2 car, because they just get such a great buzz and a great feeling from it, and it really connects with them. This is a fantastic race, and these two are looking every which way, and is Ahmed going to look on putting that same move that he put on John Falb the lap before, round the outside into turn 1. Sally is
squeezing him back.
He's squeezing him
Not
back,
this time,
and he's smart to it. He's smart to it.
But he's slightly slower off the apex. It's a quicker exit from Al-Hati. Don't think he can get it done, though.
No, it's going to be hard.
Stuff for this pair.
Yeah, it is. And these two are duking it out. And I'm sure that Tom Ferrier's sitting there in the pit box a little bit nervously, wondering how this is going to go. Because, you know, you respect your teammate, you work with them, you're discussing car and setup and bits and pieces. But, you know, when it gets to this and you're racing one another out on track, kind of like the gloves are off. It's sort of like, okay, how hard are we going to push one another here? And, you know, you're trying to reduce any chance of contact, but you're all the time thinking, I'm going to put my car in that spot to get by, and you expect your teammate to have seen you, but there's always those risks.
Yeah, if you want to know the exact point at which a man regrets giving up smoking, that was it right there. Tom Ferrier. Just that moment there, reaching surreptitiously for a packet of something that's no longer there.
I've got visions of Aeroplane, that film with the guy in the control tower. Anyway, better moving on.
Salihamidzic, Ahmed Al-Hati, John Falb, PJ Hyatt. That is your 1, 2, 3, 4, but it's the top 3 in the group. It's the top 2 in the battle, without a shadow of a doubt, the lead of this race. We are 4:51 minutes into the race.
The 3 TF cars there, all in one shot. And John Hartshorn there in the 95 car coming down into turn 14. He's just there in the background.
There he goes.
And unlucky with that puncher earlier on. Really, really unlucky. But
this time it's a slightly slower off that turn from the leader.
Sally, I think, got balked there by the pure racing car, and now he's got his mirrors full of Ahmed Al-Hati, and he's going to be very, very close. They are absolutely glued together as they come down into turn 1, and we've got the Santa Lock Audi in front of them. And is Ahmed going to be able to go around the outside? He's asking and asking and asking. He's going to pinch him off. Whoa, look at that. Fantastic.
Absolutely brilliant stuff.
Oh, my word, this isn't done. This isn't done, I don't think. Oh, but he's just finally got it done.
I think without the Audi, that would have been significantly more difficult. But Ahmed Al-Hati saw the opportunity the traffic offered, took it, was gutsy all the way through that.
And I think Sally actually respected and just gave him a little bit of room and thought, okay, this is a 4-hour race. Don't throw it all away right here. Respectful of his teammate, and maybe you could hear Tom in his ear as well.
Yes, that looming presence. Breton Racing's LMP3 car on pit lane from 3rd in the class, their first stopper for a routine stop.
So now the thing with Sally is that he's just got to focus again, reset, and just get back into the wheel tracks of Sally. It might be that 99 Racing car is just that little bit quicker today, but he just needs to focus on that and doesn't pull himself back into the clutches of John Falb there in the decaying car. So it's important that he just focuses now forward, eyes forward.
Also on pit lane, by the way, Pure Racing, the number 91 car, first of our battlers at the lead of the GT class. That's fairly early, I think. We're 7 minutes away from the top of the hour
mark here, are we? So that could be a little early.
Could be a minor problem there.
We've had those 5 laps of safety car as well, where you would have been saving quite a bit of fuel.
Yeah, that's a bit of an odd one that possibly needs some explanation.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, Ahmed Al-Hati through to the lead and away now. He is pulling away quickly from Salihamidzic.
Yeah, I think that Sally's been a little bit balked. He got the traffic just in the wrong spots there, and that's another thing. You just got to keep your head about you at this point. You know, you do get those points where traffic just does not go for you, and you just got to stay calm and then get back into your rhythm.
A great racing so far in this first hour. The better news still, as we're going to drive through penalty for track limits for car 11. That's the Attempto racing car. The better news still is these are the non-professional drivers for the most part.
Yeah,
so no pressure boys in the pits, but they put on quite the show, and we've got some big names still to come here.
Yeah, that's the great part of this Asia Le Mans series, and the stacked talent that we've got in every class. It just puts on such a show.
So at the moment, Ahmed Al-Hati leads the race, the number 99 Racing Orica. Second place, number 90 for TF Sport, it is Sally Jolic. John Falb in third for Duquesne team in the 30 car. PJ Hyatt, our pole sitter, still hanging on there in fourth in the 55 Proton competition car. Then Francois Perrodo, a multiple international sports car champion. We've got a yellow flag at turn 6. We'll see what that's all about in just a moment.
Yeah, that's always a bit of a spot where multi-classes come together, and it's a bit of a pinch point. I'm not sure if somebody's got together down there.
That's back to green, so may well have been a quick bit of a whoopsie. Final garage in the order. There is the 98 Dragon Racing car. That car pitting from 11th place. Marco Pulcini bringing that car in. There goes the 11 car in through our shop. That is serving its drive-through.
Yeah, seeing a few of the GT cars
making those stops.
Yeah, it's seems early, but yeah, we'll just keep an eye on that. We're seeing CrowdStrike car on the 25 APR, so that's we've still got George Kurtz on board in the 4 car. Chris McMurray there.
Good run for Chris here.
Yeah, it is. He certainly seems to have got himself dialed in. Al-Hati coming down into turn 1 again, and he really has had a very, very strong opening stint to this race, and he seems to have really sort of settled into his rhythm. Yep, but Sally's not far back, and this is the pinch point here. Oh, the EBM car only saw him there just at the last second and had a big cut on the wheel there to open it up, and I'm not sure where the EBM car's gone. But yeah, he's there in the background, but I would say that the driver's breathing it a little bit harder now. 99 Racing around the outside there. Oh.
Well, it's a hell of a battle. It's back into a battle. Let's hear what Louis Delatraz and other drivers to the 99 Racing car can tell Claire about what's going on there.
Well, Louis, it looked like it was a little bit of a shaky start there with the contact. You guys seem to be back on track. What a relief for you guys.
Yeah, for sure. We're happy we have no damage. I mean, obviously the driver behind missed his braking point and hit us, which is a shame, but we're still there. We're leading again. Ahmad is doing a fantastic job. So, I mean, we need to keep running, and we'll see in the last hour where we are.
Thank you.
Yeah, they should be confident at this stage. There's 2 full professional drivers to come. Louis Delatraz, a driver of absolutely stellar quality.
I mean, he's talking about falling into the window of performance and really nailing it in a P2 car. There's none, you know, with greater talent than Louis Delatraz right now. He is just lighting up every result, every championship he drives in at the moment. It seems that it's all just, you know, going extremely well for him, and whether that's in GTP or P2, it just seems like prototype racing for him at the moment is his wheelhouse.
Absolutely, and the world is opening up for him, and quite right too. It is a stop-and-go penalty for a second time for the number 11 car, I believe. Has already served one, will be coming in again for another.
That will be a bit longer then, surely.
It's a stop and go, so it's a drive-through, then a stop and go, and then it starts to get worse.
Yeah.
So Attempto Racing will be dropping back down that order. Right, there's still pit stops underway, including one right now for the leader in LMP3, Cool Racing, lose that lead for the very first time in this race. Alexander Kantsov with a stellar start to the race and holding 11th place for quite some time. Here's the DKR car. That's another car that's been down pit lane twice now. Once for a regular stop, once for a drive-through. That was not obeying the instructions at the start of the race, so out of line before crossing the start line.
Here comes George Kurtz down and through and into turn 7. Just looked a little bit sort of hesitant there to turn the wheel. He wasn't sure coming through 6 whether he could really add the lock in, and maybe he's not that comfortable or sure of where the rear of the car is. But he's chasing down, was attempting to chase down Francois Perrodo. It's only about 1.7 seconds back on him, and then behind them, it's the DKR car of Alexander Matchell.
Interesting dynamic that Kurtz has been ahead of that car previously, and by the way, was 5 seconds quicker on pit lane, so he's had a problem somewhere.
Yes, it's a bit unusual.
This meantime, that was the Herbeth Motorsport, the 33 car. Car pitting from 8th in GT in the hands of Terrace Howe.
It's not been able to get away from Sally. Sally has done exactly what I thought he would do, because he is dogged. Sally is. I mean, he is like a dog with a bone. He will not let that go. He will chase him and chase him and chase him.
The other point to mention here about this 90 car, they learned some lessons about tyre management in Sepang. Michael Dynan started the races for them and employed 2 completely different tactics at the start of the race. First race, drove away at pace. Second stint of the race was a sitting duck on the same tyres.
Yeah, he was.
I wonder whether or not that's part of the strategy here. They've started the race with Sally, and is he just, doesn't look like he is he just looking after this Michelin rubber?
Yeah, he could well be, and he's just at times looked like he's just been a little bit more sort of respectful to the tyre.
GT leader on pit lane, and it's a driver change for them too. Great run at the start of the race from our pole sitter Anthony Yu. He's had a great weekend, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. Actually, I don't think he was. I don't think it's a driver change. I think they were just changing the water bottle, which is always dangerous when he's finished the water bottle.
Yes.
Where's it gone?
Oh dear.
Yes.
Let's not ask that question.
No, definitely not.
Worth mentioning, by the way, part of the regulation is the number of people allowed over the pit lane line, and one of them is a driver helper, or one of the other drivers.
But the driver has to be dressed fully in his kit.
Correct.
Oh, we're seeing that. George Kurtz getting a good run. The Perrodo got balled up in the traffic there. He got balked. And so now, as they're coming down into turn 10, he's got it done.
He's got straight line speed in that car, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. I think he used a bit of the side draft there, but also he was strong on the brakes.
Explain the side draft, Ollie, to those who aren't familiar with exactly what that's doing.
You're looking to tow up behind a car, and then you can use the actual side of the car as the air's pouring off the side. You can actually use some of that draft, let's say, that's generated by the car in front, or that you're pulling up alongside, to slingshot by. But once you get almost close to being parallel to it, you've then got to pull out and pull away from that car, so that that car you pass can't do it back to you. So it is all about momentum and understanding how the air moves across your car and the other car.
High-class Racing's Ligier on pit lane, but it looked to me like Francois Perrodo under pressure, this time for Alexander Matchell for what is now 5th place. CrowdStrike Racing by APR up to 4th. George Kurtz is 22 seconds back from John Falb. PJ Hyatt, though, after his latest pit stop, has dropped back down the field. Matchell right in the wheel tracks now of the 83 car, but not, I don't think, is he close enough? On the brakes he was brave, but not quite brave enough, or maybe sensible enough at that stage not to actually make that move or try.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Close.
Indeed. High quality of bronze drivers
in
this run. Oh, he says. That was a commentator's curse, was it? Sorry, Francois.
Blimey.
That's one for the Christmas tape.
Sorry, Francois. That was the two of us getting a bit carried away there. He's got it going again. They're back in gear. And again, this point, it's tough. You're trying to sort of not get flustered. You're trying to get the heart rate back down again. You're breathing back under control, thinking about, okay, the gear for the next corner.
And that's cost him another couple of places.
And it was just as he got up, as he just touched that curb on the inside, and the front axle just overloads the rear, and it comes around, and he just hasn't quite caught it in time. Fortunately, there's a nice bit of runoff here, and so he's just got the car stopped, back in gear, away, and no big damage done. He's just dropped a few seconds, reset, get going. There might be some flat spots on those tyres, so it could be a little bit sort of...
So you're setting up the car for the aerodynamic grip and the mechanical grip you know you've got, and all of a sudden over the curbs it's not got some of that.
Yeah, it can unhook, and it unhooks the rear and just transfers the weight across, and all of a sudden it's not the balance you've had, and it transfers very quickly, and it unhooks itself very... And that's one of the things with a P2 car, is that you get a massive amount of performance when you've got the car in that window, but when you don't, it can go away very quickly.
Your start of your career, started in sports car racing with prototypes, then on to a stellar career as a sports car racing legend, as you are, in GT cars, principally with Corvette racing. TV has an aptitude for making this look easy, and it's anything but.
It's not. It's really not. And these guys are working so hard to just really keep the wheels on it and keep it on the black stuff. You know, it is. You know, all of the cars have been set up to be working an operating window, and it's getting it into that window. That's the sweet spot. And once you have got it there, the cars are actually really fantastic to drive and great fun to operate. But if you're not in that window, that's when it can really hurt you and bite you. We're seeing a lot more pit lane activity here.
Yep, number 3 car in from 5th position. In fact, that just drops. It isn't for 5th position behind the CrowdStrike car, of course. Also on pit road is the number 86 GR Racing Ferrari, the 58 GT Classic Cars entry, and the top 2 at the moment in GT now on pit road. The 27 Optima Motorsport car in the hands of Mark Ratcliffe has cycled through to the lead without the stopping, and is followed down pit lane by the 2nd place car in his wheel tracks, and that's Prince Jeffrey, and the number 88 888 car. This will all cycle back as we get back onto the outlets for these races.
Yeah, just seeing George Kurtz there. It's getting. It looks like he's going to get a drive-through penalty for track limits.
Yes, he was pushing maybe a little too hard. Yeah. That's going to cost him dear.
And is that a little bit of you're not so happy with the car, a little bit of fatigue maybe? You know, it is quite a tough and physical track here, and just having to use that little bit of extra road just to produce the lap time, and running that little bit wide. Maybe he's at turn 15, turn 16, cutting a little bit too much at turn 1. You know, all of those spots, it is tough and hard, and you're looking for every last little bit.
So there'll be people watching this broadcast, Ollie, and watching from the stands as well, I'm sure, that have either driven or covet performance road cars. Give us an idea, particularly these GT cars, of where the difference in performance comes.
Well, the difference in performance comes an awful lot from the actual setup of the car, the aerodynamics that are on the car, the way that the chassis is working, and working particularly with the main thing that contacts with the road all the time, and the tyres, the Michelin tyres. They really are super important for the performance of the vehicle, and getting to switch that performance on is critical.
We're going to go to a full course yellow, and that's coming in about 30 or 40 seconds time.
And all of these guys have managed to get their stops done and out.
Yeah.
If you're getting caught here and not
sure
in the pit
why
lane.
at the moment. My guess is it might be debris.
Yeah.
Maybe they're not happy that all the debris that was out there is clear. It's full course yellow now. Cars come down to 80 kilometers an hour on a speed limiter. It gets very quiet here at the Dubai Autodrome. So those people having polite conversations with their family in the grandstand can suddenly hear themselves think, always assuming their family are being quiet enough to do that. My family certainly don't.
They don't talk to one another.
Indeed.
No.
Yep. But so full course yellow. We'll wait for an explanation as to why we're at full course yellow.
Yeah. Yamaha racing car there. They've had a very strong run here at the beginning part of the race. Anthony Liu has done an excellent job. The car looks clean.
It's debris at turn 12 with thanks to the estimable media delegate for the Asian Le Mans Series, Jane Rowe.
Splendid work.
Splendid work.
Yep, the 7 car does look nice and clean, no damage on it, which is after the incident at turn 1, lap 1. You know, there are a number of wounded cars out there on track, and if you can, and you have managed to miss all of that and had no contact, it really does serve you so well when you come towards the end of the race there, when your car is still as it was when it started, and your teammates can jump in and really take advantage of that performance.
With the pit stops for the GT cars done, and in fact for everybody done, we'll call the top 5 or 6 in each of these classes. It is, as you can see for the graphic on the screen, 99 Racing's Ahmed El Harti as we go back to green. Ahead of TF Sports, Sally Jolic. John Falbin, the Decane team, number 30 car, is 3rd. Giorgio Roda in the first of the Proton competition cars, the 22 car, is 4th. Francois Barodo, AF Corsa, after that half spin, which was entirely my fault, the 83 car in 5th. And then PJ Hyatt, our pole sitter, 6th place, and still very much in touch in LMP3. It is a change. Alden Gudmundsson leads that race now in the high-class racing car. 13th place overall from Cool Racing's Alexander Bekantsov, the pole sitter. Breton Racing's Julian Grebi is third. CD Sport Fabien Laverne is fourth. And is that trouble for the 42 car? That car has dropped back, or am I imagining that? That car has dropped back.
It has, but it's still pretty much right there. I don't think it's...
Did he miss the call to go back to green? We'll keep an eye on that.
Yep.
GT, it is at the moment the number 7 Amanal Racing by Gatsby car that leads with Anthony Liu. What a stellar stint and a half he's had so far. Pure Racing, this car, Alex Malikin, is about 11 seconds back and up into third now. It is Darren Young with a great spell here for Project One in the number 93 BMW. Then Santaloc Racing's Alban Veruti has dropped from second to fourth on the restart.
He's just dropped to 5th actually now.
So he got to try. He must have a problem.
Maybe he has got a problem because it's not like him. His style is to get going and get going quickly.
Yes,
maybe there is an issue with that car.
Well, Cedron Santoso is up to 4th, but has not had a routine pit stop.
How about Harty's back on pit lane?
That's about right,
that is
actually.
about right. Yeah, got a driver change going on here.
Tommy Ulich takes the lead again at the moment, and it's Amanal Harty out of the car. They will be utterly delighted with that performance from him.
Very strong, very, very strong indeed. And ladies and gents from TF Sport there working on the refueling, and they're just looking around, just sort of checking over the bodywork, making sure everything's okay. No other damage from that contact.
Yeah, Mirokanopka brings the 44 car in. He's a lap down, yes he is, in the 44 ARC Bratislava car. Ollie, you mentioned the ladies and gents here. It is a delight to see so many female members of these teams in a wide variety of roles. TF Sport, one of the teams with a number of female mechanics, engineers, data engineers, performance engineers.
Oh, it's fantastic to see. It's great that we are seeing so many more ladies come into the sport and really embrace it.
Yeah, we're both fathers of daughters, and that's a fabulous thing to see.
Yeah, it is. It really is. And you want to encourage that and to sort of see the passion that comes, you know, both from men and women on the sport. It really is a fantastic.
Alban Veruti has pitted that 42 car. I think there's a problem there for the championship leading car. So we'll see what that is, as his sister cars, Puihangzhou, is ceding a position there too.
Well, he just came in a little bit deep there into turn 17, and he just turn 16, and he just got in a bit deep, and now there's a big race coming down into turn 1 between the 43 and the 88. Looks like the 43's just got it done there.
Yeah.
That's Prince Geoffrey still on board the 88. Just looked like he was being smart there and not doing anything too crazy. Got the Nielsen car up behind them.
Yeah, and Mark Ratcliffe in the Optimum car right behind that, and in this fight.
Just seeing who is on board in 2034. Still Blake McDonald, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, the 42 car, we've just seen on another camera, it is in the box, the 42 car, the Santaloc championship leader in GT.
I'm sure Claire is going to be all over that. It's a warning flag, by the way, to the leader of this little group, Puihangzhou, for track limits. So he's got to be very careful here as the previous leader, the number 99 car, coming through this traffic. He's currently in 7th place, but has had a second routine pit stop, now in the hands of Nikita Mazepan.
83 on pit lane, AF course. Back to the action in GT though, and that is the 88 car, the 888 Mercedes with Prince Geoffrey on board and Mark Ratcliffe in the Optimum car just stalking him.
Well, leading the race through a flurry of incidents, but doing it in real control has been Amanal Harty. The Omani driver is now in the 99 Racing pit garage with Claire Jedrick.
We've got Amanal Harty here, car 99, phenomenal drive. You had a very strong start, an unfortunate contact, but you made it back up to finish the strategy.
Yeah, you know, I thought I had a really good start until I saw what Sally did. So, you know, I had to give him some room in the beginning. His pace was really strong, but we just kept going with our own strategy and hoping for the best. And then out of nowhere, I got hit. I was like, that ruined my race. But luckily, there was no damage to the car. And the team were very helpful in telling me to keep pushing, and it didn't look like there was much damage to the car. And as things progressed, you know, we found the pace. To be honest, it was all about saving the tires, because the last few laps were really difficult with traffic as well, and obviously less risk as possible. Let's see how it goes out. I'm not sure what happens with the full course yellow and our strategy. It's a long race, and again, you know, the team are doing a great job, and you know, having two amazing drivers push me throughout the whole weekend, and nothing is enough for them, so I keep pushing all the time. And I kind of have them in the back of my head the whole time. So, again, I just hope we have a good race and good points.
Thank you so much, Ahmad.
Thank you.
Well, they did a good job, didn't they, of preparing him for it. They got him in a feisty mode, and that was a stellar start to the race from Ahmad Al-Hati.
Yeah, the ladies and gents there at TF are giving him a good sort of slap on the back, and congratulations, and what a great job he's done. And actually looking at his averages here, you know, he really did. He was smart with how he used his tyres, and he had a very sort of relatively even split in terms of his averages across those two stints, whereas others have really peaked in that first stint and then really struggled in their second, and that's really how he's got that car back to the front.
Now we're getting to the stage where we're entering into the second phase of this race. What do I mean by that? We're beginning to see the pro drivers come aboard some of these cars, and the pace will get much quicker. Already aboard LMP2 cars. We've got in the 99 racing cars, I said, Nikita Mazepin, young Freddie Tomlinson aboard the 25 Algarve Pro Racing, just behind the 99 now. Lawrence Herr, real talent, he's aboard Deco Engineering's number 3. Colin Brown, one of the fastest men in a prototype in the world at the moment, Colin, in the CrowdStrike Racing number 4. Alessio Rivera climbs aboard the number 83. He's a full factory Ferrari driver. That's a factory that's been in the news this week for all sorts of reasons.
Fastest lap of the race. He's lighting up the timing screens.
Purple sector in
that first sector.
That's the first lap under 150. From anybody, and he inevitably will climb up the order as we continue here. And then Alejandro Garcia for Nielsen Racing in the 24 car.
CD Sport and Breton Racing, they're going wheel to wheel through turn 1, turn 2, and Breton Racing had to give it up there, and he took to the inside.
And has to go the other side of a set of cones that's been placed there against race director's instructions. If he doesn't, there'll be a penalty. That's why he's dropped back. He's not straight-lined it and taken advantage.
He's also got quite a lot of sand on his tyres now.
Very much so.
He's going to take a little while to clean them up.
Jonas Reed, by the way, aboard the number 44 car. He puts in the fastest third sector of the race. The unusual side of a second, in fact, in his case, third generation racer, his grandfather Gerald.
That was the AO racing car on pit lane.
And that is Paul-Luc Chatin, I believe, aboard that car. We'll see Harry Tinknell later on in the race. Jonas Reed, the grandson of Gerald Reed, the founder of Proton Competition, of course, then the son of team co-principal Christian Reed. Nephew of the other co-principal, Michael, his uncle. But he's racing for a different team this weekend with Proton's 2 LMP2 cars, of which this is one, fully crewed. Pace being upped, weather looking pretty perfect at this stage, Ollie.
It is, and everybody is trying to take advantage of that. And we're seeing off this camera here, we're seeing the racing intense down at turns 7 and 8 and 9. Multi-class racing, it's all kinds of drivers, lines, different cars. It really is a real mishmash.
Giorgio Roda in from second place at this point. This is where the race reshuffles, and this is going to get interesting towards the end of this race with multiple teams at LMP2 on very different strategies.
There's guys who have really gone very different, and engineers would have been looking at that at the start when they got that full course caution or full course yellow at the start, the safety car period, and they went, okay, right, let's look at the strategy here. Let's see how we can switch this up and steal a march on our competition. So if you've got two cars running in P2, you can just set them on those two different strategies.
If you're wondering, by the way, why that car was being held just momentarily at the end of that pit stop, it is a rule in the Asian Le Mans series that every car has to serve 2 time stops. That is about, amongst other things, a development series, and it's about trying to encourage the teams just to be safe.
That's 100 seconds, isn't it?
And they did it in 101.
Yeah.
So that's why that happened. There'll be one more to come. They can do all the rest of the stops as quickly as they like, but generally speaking, this is to try to encourage the teams to do their full service pit stops, including tyres, in a sensible pace and get it done safely.
Yeah, and you'll see that when it's one of those pit stops, you'll see the fueler jump onto the car and start the fueling, but you'll see if there's going to be a driver change, the driver will come out quite casually, sort of saunter up to the door, getting it all done in a nice, kind of controlled, relaxed way, unflustered, and often that's when you can get it done cleanly, no mistakes. It's when you're trying to rush it, that's when stuff can get missed, a twisted belt, or there's something going on with a drinks tube, or you don't get it plugged in, or the radio's not done properly, and all of these things you need when you're out there and to exist properly and carefully on track. You need that radio connection, you need the drinks tube, you need your belts being done correctly.
And it's then a matter of tweaking, practicing, improving, and developing, and that's what this is about. Drama on track of the best kind. It is a new fastest lap of the race from Jonas Reed in the LRC Bratislava car, down in 11th place. It's a 1:49.469, and he's just gone through and done one that almost matches that. So there's real pace in that car at the moment.
Yeah, it's great to see.
Isn't it just? And drive-through penalty for track limits for the race leader. Sally Jolic, there was an investigation underway on the previous lap, but has come back, and Sally Jolic, who owes us a routine stop shortly, will have to come down. See, the car will have to come down the pit lane twice in short order.
Yeah.
So watch for the blue and silver car.
Yeah, and that's is that him just hustling and trying to get the most from those tyres, and the tyres are giving up, and then he's just using a little bit too much racetrack. Is he migrating across the curb at 15 or 16, or is it somewhere else? He's just looking to steal a little bit more track time by using a bit of racetrack he's not supposed to use, and all these little things, it might just be a little gain here or there, but it can end up with that in this penalty, which will ultimately be a loss for that car.
By the way, back out right now into the battle is the 42 Santalok Racing car, but that was a long time on pit lane. Just looking to see how long that was. 8 minutes on pit lane for that car.
Yeah, 3 laps down now in class. That's going to be a lot to claw back, and that's really put them out of contention here. Tough for them.
Indeed, championship leaders, remember, but that will be a real fillip to everybody chasing them. They did have quite the points gap.
Yes. Yeah, so they'll now be, it will really be damage limitation for them. They're just trying to get anything now from
any points.
Anything at all.
Yeah, didn't get the point, remember, for pole. That went into the hands of Andy Liu, who is leading the race right now. Doing a fine job for his new team, Almanar Racing by Get Speed. And meantime, behind is Pack Racing in depth in GT. This is the number 88 car. Car has been reasonably quick throughout, but is under attack here by a pair of Ferraris. So Prince Geoffrey being chased down by Francois Heriot in the 21AF Corsa car with Nicola Marinangeli.
Yeah, of course, we're having a little bit of a better run. They had a terrible luck at that second race at Sepang, got taken out by the Attempto car at turn 15.
In fact, it's 3 Ferraris in a pack chasing down the number 88 car, because the third car in the line there is Manu Collard, ex-teammate of yours, of course, at Corvette Racing back in the day.
Yeah.
The 82 AF Corsa car. So let's go down, find out what's going on at Proton competition, because Claire Jedrick has caught up with Giorgio Roda, who started the 22 car.
Well, we have Giorgio Roda, car 22 Proton over here, and that was a race with a lot of drama for you, perhaps. Tell me what went down.
Yeah, I mean, start was really good. I could gain 1 position. Then chasing Halarti, he overtook a Porsche, and then I had to avoid the Porsche because it was just in the middle of the track, and I had to brake in the dust, and I locked the front, and it was my mistake because then I touched Halarti, and he spun. Then I got the track limit, which was honestly correct to give me. Then I'm happy with the pace because it was the second fastest on track, and I was gaining seconds every lap. Now I gained like 15 seconds in the second stint. Let's see if something happens in the race, but I'm happy with the car. The car balance is good, and let's finger crossed for the rest of the race.
Thank you, Giorgio.
Thank you.
So while that interview is going on and hearing from Giorgio Roda how their race is going, battle underway between these Ferraris. That's a switch of position with Marin Angeli falling behind a charging Manu Collard, but also unseen by us on screen, the number 90 car, TF Sport, Sally Jolic, has taken his drive-through and retains the lead by 1 minute and 22 seconds over Nikita Mazepan, but must stop again for his routine stop.
He does. He does. We've seen the 3 Ferraris coming down into turn 1 and 2 of them having contact. But they're all still facing the right way and still going in the right direction.
It's the most expensive traffic jam you're ever going to see. Amazing stuff.
These 296s are beautiful race cars.
They are.
Amazing, but I wouldn't want to be touching and bumping and banging in one of those, because the fixed one,
Hearing, by the way, from my journalistic colleague from Daily Sports Car, Stephen Kilby from the press room, the issue for the 42 car, the killer, as we call him, that they were investigating a loose pipe. Stephen believes, though has not had confirmation, it might have been power steering.
Stephen and I getting on very well this weekend.
Yeah, you enjoyed the abhorrence that is a pizza with pineapple.
The delight of a Hawaiian pizza.
Absolutely.
Gotta love it.
If you're listening in from around the world, and in particular from Hawaii, we're really sorry.
There's nothing to be sorry. Nothing to be sorry about. It's fantastic.
There's Alban Ferruti up the inside of Marin Gilelli.
Yeah, he's trying to get some time back. 90 on pit lane now.
That is getting a lap back, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's just overshot the box.
So this is the moment at which we should see a change of lead. This will be a longer stop. It's a full-service stop for TF Sports.
Yeah, they were a little late getting the fuel on, nozzle on, but if it's a time stop, it shouldn't be a problem. I think Sally just maybe a little bit frustrated there as he came in.
Fastest lap of the race goes to Carl Watana Bennett right now, 1:49.402 for the Ducane team man in 4th place. There goes the number 99 car in the hands of Mazepan to take the lead.
Yeah, so he's back to the lead, the 99 Racing. But let's see where the 90 comes out. I can see, I think it was Charlie Eastwood who was getting ready for the 90 car. A little bit of a problem with the right rear there on the 90. Just got it situated and then working in onto the left rear as the 99 Racing comes through. Just managed to sneak past the LMP3, and that's that point we've been talking about quite a lot down there at turns 5 and 6. You really need to get that done, because if you don't and you're bottled up behind that slower traffic, it really can cost you a lot. But Mazepan managed to get through and with no delay.
Just keeping an eye on just exactly where that number 90 car is going to come out. Algarve Pro Racing move up to 2nd position, the hands of Freddie Tomlinson. But a charging run here from Carl Watana Bennett in the Ducane team number 30. Another fastest lap of the race, takes another 2/10 off that.
That Ducane car is quick.
Isn't it? 1:49.219 now, as now we see Sally Jolic brought the car in. It's Michael Dinan actually aboard that car.
Right.
And he rejoins, I think, in 6th place. Ahead of Rennie Binder in the number 22 Proton car. No, indeed I'm wrong. Binder goes through. So dropped back from the lead to 7th place. So Mazepan, Tomlinson, Bennett, Lawrence Hurt.
That 30 car, it's closing out with Oliver Rasmussen, so I think that's going to be really someone to be reckoned with, and that could see a fantastic battle between them and the 99 Racing car there. Louis Delatraz as well.
Yeah, all
finishing
sorts
off
of
the 99 Racing.
Absolutely star names to come.
Stacked.
It's Formula 1 talent in this car at the moment, but factory hypercar talent galore to come in this race.
Guys coming in last minute as well. They've been off testing for Alpine and I think there's going to be a Ferrari hypercar test, I believe.
There is, yep. We'll be seeing those cars on track at Marina next weekend. And that's right, next week. Through turn 1 comes that number 30 car in the hands of Carl Watana Bennett. Led the race in Sepang, but a bit of a whoopsie, didn't he? Overdid it slightly backwards into the gravel. Yeah. And went for first and last in class. A bit of a fumble.
What these guys have got to really be mindful of is, if, you know, what have you got to do on this tyre? Have you just got to do 1 hour, or have you got to extend it, or how are you going to look after it, or are you going to be, you know, is it just that sort of 1 stint, 2 stints? And, you know, so that's the important thing here. Just thinking about the longevity of your Michelins and looking after that total performance. Thinking about that average.
John Felb there, looking towards the timing screens to see where things are with this car. This is the car, of course, that he started for Duquesne team. The answer is it is third and just 2.5 seconds back from Freddie Tomlinson, who is also going very well indeed here. They are not
good run.
in any way being embarrassed by the pace of the race leader. The gap between Tomlinson and Mazepan, who leads the race, just a few thousandths under 10 seconds. And he's lapping within thousandths of that pace of the race leader. Bennett, slightly slower this time by a tenth or so, but has been quicker than both. Meantime, it is a drive-through penalty, this time for car number 98. That is the Dragon Racing car, Nicola Marinangeli.
Is that for contact or track limits?
It's track limits. There was an investigation cited just a lap or so ago.
Cool Racing, Bekantov, he's really done a sterling work in that.
He has.
In that Cool Racing P3 car.
Leading a pack of 4. It's quite a broadly spaced pack, but he has something like a 30-second lead. But behind him, the other 3 in that pack separated by, what is that, 19 seconds?
Yeah, about 10 seconds apart, aren't they, each? So it's pretty close there, but yeah, Cool Racing have got this class under control right now.
They were hugely disappointed to get a late race penalty last time out, but they felt cost them results that they should have had. But them's the brakes, guys.
Yeah.
But come back fighting. Just a 2-driver squad here, with Alexander Bekantov and James Winslow.
Yeah.
There's another driver that's got huge experience here.
He's got massive experience in this championship. And he also got a huge amount of experience in the next round at Marina.
He does indeed. So
CD Sport coming through off of 15 and into 16.
Yeah, champions 2 years ago in the Asian Le Mans Series, out of nowhere seemingly. In fact, their 2 cars finished 1-2 in a championship.
Yeah, they did.
That didn't see them the quickest, but did see them the most untroubled and consistent.
The smartest.
And this is Ferruti with Collard. Again, the 42 car trying to get laps back from the cars ahead of it here. After that delay, we think for a power steering issue. And is that the 43 and the 33 battling? Is that for position? It is.
It is.
And that is Ihang Zhu on Antares-Ao. It looked to me like Antares was a little irritated in traffic there. It's cost him dearly.
Is it Radcliffe behind Antares-Ao as well?
It is.
Interesting to see when these guys, with 99 Racing coming through there, just trying to pick his way. Again, this is where it can cost you really dearly. When you get out of your rhythm, you have to start driving offline to get through traffic. The GT traffic is there trying to sort of find it. It's all racing itself. They're all in their own race, and they're all trying to find their way around the guys that they're racing. And you get a prototype coming through, and that can really shuffle the pack.
So again, if you're newcomers, and we've got a lot of newcomers watching and listening trackside and online for endurance racing, and you're thinking, that was you could see that coming, couldn't you?
Yeah,
unfortunately,
just a little bit
slow into the corner. But Mark was late into that move, and there's yellow flags at turn 10 after contact between Mark Radcliffe and Antares-Ao. Half turned the Porsche around.
Hopefully that's not done any damage to the front of that Optimum car, but yeah, that would have delayed both of them. You certainly would have moved something around. Yeah, would not be optimum. Sorry, the pun.
You're not that sorry, though, are you?
No, sorry for those guys. That was terrible.
The point I was I'll complete, because we saw the drama with the two GT cars, is this is 3 races on one track at the same time.
Yeah.
It's 3 classes of car, LMP2, LMP3 and GT, in their own race, as well as racing each other. These 3 classes of cars designed to race against cars in their own technical classes. Trouble for the 30 car. Now that is, Carlotana Bennett was doing a fine job of sticking in the group there.
Turn 14, I think he's had a bit of an incident there. Has he run wide, or has he had some contact, or he certainly was checked up. Maybe he was facing the wrong way. He had to get out of it to avoid somebody. We'll have to see if we can get a replay on that.
He's
Not sure.
behind Lawrence Herr.
Yeah.
Now,
that would have checked up his progress.
Cost him about 17 seconds there, and let's hope that wasn't a move that involved contact. And particularly not
Freddie
contact.
Tomlinson,
No, well, Tomlinson should have been clear of him.
He was only maybe a couple of seconds back. I don't know whether traffic could have closed that up.
My wonder is whether or not Lawrence Herr was catching him.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of this now, where there's drivers getting in cars for the first time, and there's some lunges coming in. And here we've got the AO car 55 coming through on the 24 Nielsen.
That's Paulo Chatan on the high with Garcia, and he's made that stick, and that was a classic, aggressive LMP2 move. Fully fair.
Yeah, he was. He took his chance there.
Elbows out, certainly, but he's managed to get by Garcia. And Paulo Chatan, another man later arriving here because he was on hypercar test duty with Alpine.
That 55 car has looked really hooked up all weekend. You know, so I think that they are sitting pretty happy here with a strong car. Maybe not the greatest track position right now, but let's see how this all works out with strategy and everything else. We're going to get some other bits and pieces that are going to happen here.
Well, the thing to note here, Ollie, is we have, just looking down, 11 of the 13 LMP2 cars after over an hour and a half of action on the lead lap. A safety car now would dramatically change this race.
Yeah, it would. It really would.
And we've seen every reason to believe that that might be a possibility, to be honest with you.
Certainly with the way things are going here, and all the other screens that we can see, you know, with cars gaggled together and all kinds of close moves, and there's definitely more to come here.
It's a drive-through penalty for car 27 for causing a collision. That is the Mark Ratcliffe car. We did see that.
Yeah.
I struggled to disagree with that.
Yeah, that's hard to argue against.
Yeah.
It looked like actually Mark just got on the brakes just a little bit too late, and maybe the Porsche just got that a little bit early, and Mark had kind of nowhere to go, and he was just hard there on the ABS, but the car's not stopping enough. And I think with that McLaren as well, if you just get a little bit of wheel into it, then the ABS is maybe not as effective as if it's just straight ahead, which it makes perfect sense, but maybe that was something that just defeated Mark as he's just coming into the corner, just a little bit of wheel in, hard in the ABS, and it's just not retarding him enough, and so then it's into the back of the Porsche.
So we're watching the still leading car. What a great run this has been from Anthony Liu. Ran this car to pole position, and he has not really been challenged.
No, he hasn't. That is in the zone for him. He's really very happy with that car.
He leads at the moment, Alex Malikin.
Sorry,
by 13 seconds. Darren Young is hanging on in there with another good run here, 7 seconds back. And Martin Conrad and Satoshi Yoshino with a great position for the D-Station racing car.
Yeah.
And pro drivers still to come, of course, there.
Yeah, so they're going to be getting themselves primed and ready. Those pro drivers are going to be absolutely chomping at the bit to get in the car.
That is Darren Young, the reigning British GT champion. And good chat with him earlier this week about a pending announcement that's now public. He will be part of Team WRT's LMGT3 squad for the FI World Endurance Championship.
I think there's going to be some other championships he's also going to be doing.
Yeah.
It's being rumoured.
Lovely guy. Really enjoying his racing. Huge enthusiast.
Very committed. Very, very committed.
Isn't he just?
Yeah. So we're seeing the 90 car here.
90 car is for position. That is Michael Dine under pressure now from Paul Chatin.
Exactly. Michael's maybe a little bit gun shy with the tyres here. Just wanted to make sure that he's got them underneath him.
Yeah.
For his stints.
This is for 8th place, and these two cars just over a minute off the lead at the moment. Impressed here with the pace of Freddie Tomlinson, who has not in any way been intimidated by the fact that he has ex-F1 racer Nikita Mazepin ahead, and a real young gun in Lawrence Herr, who is closing in, by the way, on Freddie Tomlinson. But Tomlinson, I think I'm right, this is his 3rd ever race in a P2 car. The first 2 were both at Sepang.
Right.
Is finding his feet in these cars.
I'm not sure. It's not going to be too long here before Paul Luke puts a move on Michael. I think he's just lining him up. And on average, Paul Luke is a good 3/4 of a second quicker than Michael. He's just looking for maybe for this run off of turn 9. Maybe not close enough. See if he can get a draft all the way up into turn 10.
Well, you could call that. I'll just describe that, Paul Luke, you mentioned Colin Brown earlier in the broadcast. Paul Luke right up there with Colin as one of the perhaps less well-known worldwide drivers that are going to be involved in this new era of sports car racing. But trust us, these are names. Oh, that was a clip.
Yeah, well, Michael just wasn't going to give it up. He wasn't going to give it up, and Paul Luke was past him.
Yeah.
But then Michael tried to get to the inside there on that apex curb and just unhooked the rear, and I had to get out of it and half spun. He's going to flat spotted those tyres. So as they come down into turn 10 here, Paul Luke has got the deal done, but Michael's trying to sort of hang out around the outside. He then gets on that curb. Traction's not so good, but he's trying to get it up the inside, and it's almost there, but not quite. And then he just loses the rear of the car. It comes around, half spins, and that's going to be a little bit uncomfortable for him now with some rather squarer tyres now for the next sort of 30 minutes or so. And it was not really, he should have really just breathed it, given it up and let Paul go, because Paul was clearly quicker.
This is the battle for second place. Freddie Tomlinson, another second generation racer, his dad, Lawrence, the owner, of course, of Ginetta Cars. And a Le Mans winner himself in his own right, 2006 in the Panels Esperante in GT2 back then. Freddie coming out of the Ginetta Junior Championship through GT4, the British GT Championship, and going up the inside of the current British GT champion there. And this is his first outing in the Asian Le Mans Series for LMP2.
Yeah, we're certainly looking at those averages, and Lawrence Herr is about a second quicker than Freddie.
I'd expect that.
Yeah, I would as well. You know, Lawrence is real talent. I'm not saying Freddie's not, but Freddie just does not have the experience right now in P2. It'll come, but he's, you know, Lawrence Herr is a real heavyweight in this category now, and he knows how to get it done, and DKR are no newbies at this, and so they know how to work and operate together. And I'm sure Lawrence will line him up and find the right spot to get by.
Yeah, so Lawrence Herr back to a team where he's had a lot of success at LMP3, back here with them in LMP2, and another racer with a second consecutive weekend of racing after the Rolex 24 last weekend, where he oddly enough drove for another team that is active here, High Class Racing.
So Lawrence, I think he'll be looking to line him up here to get a good run off of 9, and then to slingshot, get the toe up all the way into 10, and then do the move up the inside. I'm not sure he's quite close enough.
Keeping on that, it's a second penalty for track limits for the home team, Dragon Racing.
Oh.
So yeah, it's
none of that helps, and you know, of all the places, your home track,
absolutely,
surely you know
yes.
it. But you know, maybe the drivers don't, and they can only tell them so much from the pit box and keep advising and guiding them. But
so, having had the drive-through earlier, it's now a stop and go. The way this works is the more you do it, the heavier the penalty. Do it again, it'll be stop and 10. Do it again, it'll be a stop and 30. Do it again, and they'll send somebody around and take your furniture. I think that's the way it works. But
bailiffs at the door.
Yes, indeed. A very confused family. What do you mean track limits? So Nikita Mazepin from Freddie Tomlinson, still 12 seconds, by the way. Great stuff from Freddie here. but he has got his mirrors very full of the car we call Nemo, with for obvious reasons.
Freddie's done a nice job, and he's coming back at.
He's not being intimidated by this.
No, he's not, and this is all part of the learning, the growing, developing as a driver. And it's great to see, and he'll be thriving also at Algarve Pro Racing.
Yeah,
you know, it's a kind of a harsh environment, but a very, very clear black and white environment when things are right or things are wrong.
Yeah,
Stuart Cox runs a very, very good team, great cars, great preparation, spends so much time, money, effort.
That's the 44 and the 24. Alejandro Garcia and Jonas Reed in combat. It looks to me like Reed's got that done. He has indeed. Great move there from Jonas Reed.
Yeah.
And this is another young man, by the way, in the same kind of vein as Freddie Tomlinson, that is using the opportunities for back-to-back races that exist in the Asian Le Mans Series to develop a skill set.
Preparation, fantastic preparation. The ability to be able to race, you know, one day, reset, go again the following day, or here you've got one race here in Dubai, you can digest, move on to Yas Marina, and then you have those 2 further races. It's brilliant, I think, for any emerging, developing talent.
And by the way, just behind I can see Michael Darning getting back onto terms, and he will be Garcia's next challenge.
Yeah.
But the challenge here for Freddie Tomlinson is about responding to the challenge from the rear, from the, I will say it, at the moment, quicker driver in LMP2, and certainly the more experienced driver.
Lawrence may well be got into this position as you get up behind one of those other cars that you're racing, you get the aero wash, and maybe the front of the car's just switched off a little bit. We can see off on another camera, Stuart Cox is on the radio to Freddie Tomlinson, almost coaching him as he's going by down into turn 1. And I mean, Stuart Cox is just such a character.
He is a massive character.
He is. He's a huge part of the European Le Mans Series, the Asian Le Mans Series. He's such a character.
Breton Racing and High Class Racing, side by side.
These guys have been going at it for about an hour, like this.
Ola Goodmanson just suddenly seems to have dropped back a little here. I wonder if he's just carrying a bit of a problem, because his pace is not what it was.
Yeah, it could well be that, I mean, I'm not entirely sure, but it could be possibly a tyre issue, pickup possibly.
Almost doppelgangers here in the colour schemes. The 83 LMP2 car going through with Alessio Rivera at the wheel from the Breton Racing car, the 26 in LMP3.
We're back to the battle here between Freddie Tomlinson and Lawrence Herr, and Freddie is battling and defending hard, but Lawrence looks like he's trying to set him up here, possibly coming into turn 12. Oh, Freddie just got a bit of a wiggle there, and is Lawrence looking to come up the inside? No, he's just keeping, he's asking an awful lot of questions here of Freddie Tomlinson, and so far Freddie's had the answers. But is Lawrence looking to use this traffic here of the Optimum car in front to use that car as a bit of a pick, and Freddie's gone to the inside. Lawrence is right in his wheel tracks.
I'm probably impressed here with Freddie Tomlinson.
Yeah, he has done an excellent job so far, and he's not cracked under the pressure.
He watched, by the way, from the garage by his driver coach and the director of motorsports at Ginetta Cars, Mike Simpson, ex-WC LMP1 driver, of course.
Indeed. A lot of experience there. And it looks like that Algarve Pro Racing 25 has got excellent traction off of that final corner. Lawrence is flashing the lights, and he's just jinking around, trying to put Freddie off. You can see that this is maybe frustrating Lawrence. He thought maybe I'll get up to the back of him and just be able to dispose of him quite quickly. But Freddie's got a lot of answers here.
I should say, by the way, while this is going on, far from holding him up, they're catching Mazepan as well. So that was a 12-second gap. It's under 11 seconds now.
Very good.
So this is cracking stuff from this pair. Yeah. And it's not getting in the way of the overall race in any way whatsoever.
No, I'm just going to wait and see here. The line's slightly different into turn 9. And is Lawrence looking to line him up and use that draft, says Stewie Cox. He's got a bit
laser focused.
Yeah, a bit of a scowl on. But Freddie's all the way down the inside, but you can see the rubber and the dirt and the dust there that he's running on. Is that going to hurt him now as he comes through and turns in? Oh, he's had a wiggle. Lawrence is going to get underneath him here, get the drive off. It looks like he can get it done, but Freddie's on the inside. How is it going to be as he turns back left? Oh, a lot of track used there, and I think Lawrence is going to have to give that back up. He can't do that. and he's just going to have to breathe it, let Freddie back around, give the spot back.
If he doesn't,
he's going to be made. He will have to give that back. I can't see how he's got that done, and I think Lawrence is frustrated here, and he's going to be made. I'm pretty sure they're going to make him give that position back.
If he's smart, and he is, he'll get through this traffic, let Freddie by on the start-finish straight. Oh dear me, almost caught up there with his Cool Racing car.
Nearly turned in on him there. Didn't really know he was there. Knew Lawrence was there, but didn't know Freddie was.
So to explain why we're suggesting he gives the place up, we'll see this again. Off the track he goes. There was no contact.
And Freddie was in his rights to do that.
Absolutely right.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Lawrence took advantage, took the position off track. You're not permitted to do that. The track is defined by the 2 white lines either side.
Indeed, I think he's going to have to give that back.
Broad grins. We've all been there. DK Engineering. That's Alexander Matschult there. Out goes the
24 car.
Alejandro Garcia brings the car in. The 20 car from High Class Racing. So Alden Gudmundsson. I wonder if that was just the end of those tyres.
It could well have been, or it could have been a little bit of pickup on them. You get that, and it really can.
He was dropping a massive amount of time.
Yeah, it really. But when you get a lot of pickup on the tyres, it can be very strange. Feels like a puncher. It feels like the car is really, the wheels are out of balance. Something's loose. Something's going to fall off. It's just pick up.
The other
extra rubber built up on the tyres.
It could have been fatigue.
It's possible.
So that was from the start of the race, almost 2 hours for Alden Gudmundsson. It's now Seth Lucas at the wheel of this car. Through comes the 55. That car making its way back up the order in the hands of Paul Chatin. Now back into 8th place. Still about a minute off the leader. And by the way, Lawrence Herr still holds that position. That may well prove to be a mistake from Lawrence, but is under 10 seconds back from the leader.
Yeah.
I hope that's not just a little bit of red mist from Lawrence.
Yeah, team manager of the 98 car needs to go to race control. Maybe that's repeated abuse
after the second
track limits.
That will be that. It's
not good. Let's see what race control say about that move between the 25 and the 3. But I think it's pretty clear what we think.
Indeed. By the way, I don't think the stop and go penalty has been served by 98, so my guess is they are disputing that.
Right. Judge of fact, maybe.
Yes. DK Engineering
did have some of that, didn't we, in qualifying?
We did.
Yeah.
So the 3 and the 25 both on pit lane now, and he's pitted without giving up the place. So we'll wait, a bit of a hashtag wait and see moment on that one, Ollie.
Yeah, both of them are on pit lane, aren't they? The 3 and the 25.
I thought that was pretty clear.
Yeah. Both of them are going through their sort of standard stops, getting their... I don't think anybody's getting a tear off quite yet.
No, it's just you. It's just you that likes those.
So disappointing. I mean, he's buffing the windshield vigorously.
Oliver Gavin, long-time factory sports car driver with no little success for Ollie. And most of that, I'm told, by the people closest to him racing can be attributed by him insisting on a tear-off at every stop.
You've got to be able to see.
Did your tear-offs have a prescription?
So 25 and 3 are racing hard in the pit lane. DKR, I'm going to get you back.
Bring it. DKR, you're right. They will emerge outside of the top 5. Fine battle between the two. Resolved with a pass from Lawrence Herr that appeared to be very clearly off track. We've not seen anything yet from race control on that. So Lawrence Herr is that comes back out, as does Freddie Tomlinson.
Yeah, Freddie's just that little bit further back now on the 3.
That came courtesy of what were the pit stop times there.
141.
Just a second difference. 106.
Oh, 106, 107.
107. So just a second claim back. He did drop back a couple of seconds on the first flying lap after the pass.
Right.
And we'll wait and see whether or not that's something that troubles the to-do list of Graham Boursier, our race director. What's happened here? This is... that was...
Yikes. Oh boy.
Right. So that was the 77 car trying to come into pit lane. And was that Manu Collard?
Yeah, it was. I think it was Manu Collard. Just got the wrong side of him, was trying to come up the inside, and the 77 was then committed to pit lane entry. And Manu Collard was taken down the pit lane entry with him and then realised, I don't need to pit yet.
That could have been a whole lot worse.
It could have been. Both of the cars
great,
could have turned sharp right. But at least they're both still on track and still with all 4 corners on.
Indeed. Colin Brown on pit lane now for the currently 3rd place, number 4 CrowdStrike Racing by BR car. With the pit stops for the 3 and the 25. Now up into 2nd place goes Carl Botana Bennett, was stellar quick the start of his stint in the Duquesne team car. He's 28 seconds back from leading car Nikita Mazepin.
We're seeing that on the averages that Lawrence Herr and Paul-Luc Chatin are really, really quick out there. And they are the 2 quickest cars in P2 on average right now.
That's trouble for the 77 car. I think was looking to leave as the 44 car came in. It's a crowded pit lane here. Oh no, apologies. I think he's just gone up on the jacks. Released now, and I don't think badly delayed. There was a marginal delay for the 77 car, but it will get moving now. Satoshi Ishino will have done his driver time. Here comes the leader down pit lane. And we are 5-6 minutes away from the halfway point of this 4-hour race. So still 10 hours of racing to come, Ollie, in this Asian Le Mans series. We're at about the halfway point of the season.
We are, and it's been fantastic. It's been amazing racing and really action-packed. Not been a dull moment, really.
No, there really hasn't. It's been great fun. Drama, incidents, pace, some fantastic wheel-to-wheel racing, some fantastic solo racing from some emerging names.
Yep.
And that's to be celebrated as well.
It is, and I think that incident between the 3 and the 25, I think it's going to stand. I think that the move that it put on the 25, I think it is actually going to stand because there's nothing appearing on the timing screens, and I think 25 and Freddie Tomlinson might feel a little bit hard done by there.
I cannot for a second believe that Algarve Pro Racing will not be on the phone.
I think Stuart might have said 1 or 2 choice words inside the box.
He's quite descriptive.
He is.
Yeah.
Quite discreet as well.
That's not a word I would necessarily have put Stuart. He's a great character.
But being discreet is not really.
Yeah. The laughing you can hear in the background is Sam Cox, the other owner of Algarve Pro Racing.
As we're watching the 25 and the 90 come down here into turn 1. Is this Michael Dynan? We're going to get the job done here around the outside of Freddie Tomlinson. He does. He does. He gets that done nicely. And that was impressive to see there from Michael.
Yeah, tyres well up to temperature, of course, from Michael Dynan. Freddie Tomlinson on a first lap out, so still working to get temperature back into the tyres on this car.
Just a little bit wide there, and I think this is the whole thing of full fuel coming back on tyres that you've been running on, and you kind of know where the car is when it's on that lower fuel, the used tyres, and then you fill it up with fuel again, you go back out. That's when the car characteristics can really change, and more experience there for Freddie Tomlinson and dealing with those circumstances and situations.
The reason why the 98 team manager has been called for race control is the 3rd penalty come their way. It's stop and go, 5 seconds for abusing track limits. So I think
drivers
do
the know which way the track goes.
Yeah, there's 3 more penalties before they lose the couch.
The bailiffs are in the van, on the way to the house.
Big bulldog-like bloke.
So Freddie has to just focus now. I'm sure that Stuart is on the radio to him and just thinking about, okay, what's
team manager 25 report to race control.
Whoa.
Now that may be because they've sent a message to race control saying you need to look at this incident. Let's wait and see. Or was there something else going on that we were not aware of?
Maybe Stuart wants to go up and sort of talk through the message that he sent them.
I hope so. We'll probably hear it from here. There's only three doors away, so
I'll just crack the door open and see if we can listen in.
Car 30, by the way, must respect track limits. So another car, which now leads, by the way, with that pit stop for the 99 racing car, Carl Botana Bennett, as he did in Sepang, leads the race. With René Binder in the number 22 car, just 5 seconds back and catching at about a second a lap at the moment. So that's a real-world battle for a potential podium at the end of this race.
We're going to start seeing a lot more GT pit stops. We've seen a number already, but I'm sure that we're going to see a few more.
We're going to see the end of the driving hours to full stints for some of these bronze drivers. It's Darren Young. That'll be another one.
Wow.
So some of them would have stopped a little earlier.
Darren, Ironman stint there. It's fantastic to see. He's really got himself in shape, and he is so
a unit.
He is very, very focused.
Did you? I'm trying to think. You told me he was telling you how much weight he'd lost in preparation.
No, I didn't. I didn't hear that. Sorry.
That may have been Stephen, but it was some unfeasible amount of weight in his training program, and he does look absolutely nailed in here.
Yeah, laser focused. I saw him just before the start of the race, and he looked like he was very much in the zone.
Well, coming from third place, and he's been in third place for quite some time, as down pit lane comes the Decane team car with Carl Bennett from the overall lead. He's staying aboard the car. With a little bit of adjustments. His helmet maybe a little bit uncomfortable there.
No. I think he's getting some fluids.
Oh, fluids. Okay.
Yeah.
So he's on a warning flag for abuse of track limits. He needs to be just careful there. Behind you can see the Project One team going to work with their BMW.
That's the 22 car now leads with René Binder on board.
And the second Proton car, by the way, is also on pit lane in the hands of Paul Chatham from third.
Binder has actually had a pretty strong stint, and his averages are excellent, really. Only Paul-Luc Chatin has been quicker, as well as Lawrence Herr.
Chatham, by the way, has set the fastest sector times in both the first and third sectors in this race.
That car, that 55 Proton car, AO race, is hooked up absolutely hooked up this weekend. Harry Tinkler will be closing out in that car, won't he?
Yeah, he will indeed.
And I did speak to Harry earlier on today, and he was quietly confident and really very, very happy with the performance of the car. Of course, of PJ Hyatt's pole position. So
absolutely, had a chat with them yesterday evening. PJ elated, of course. Didn't want to talk to us in front of the other guys. Was a bit embarrassed to tell us how good he'd been. But he was very, very good. As in comes the number 9. That's a 22 car. My apologies, from the lead, René Binder.
Yeah.
That will put the 99 car back into the lead of this race in this phase of it.
Yeah, the 99 Racing have sort of somewhat stolen a march on the others. The DKR car is not too far back now, actually. It's only about 3.9 seconds back, I believe.
Yep.
From the 99 Racing car. This is really going to come in.
This is quite a moment for Lawrence Herr.
Yeah, it is. And for DKR Engineering, it really... They've been very quiet this week and really just gone about their work very, quietly and sort of considered.
And remember, these
really
are our reigning championship winning team. And I think only for the second time in this podcast, we'll remind people that the championship winners here get to go to the Le Mans 24 Hours. It is an automatic invitation to the Le Mans 24 Hours, which, if you've never heard of that race before, what planet have you been on? Because it is, and you can argue that you would be completely wrong, the biggest race event in the world.
It is phenomenal. Really a spectacle.
101 years old as an event this year, after the centenary last year.
And sold out already.
And sold out. 325,000 people will watch that race.
Mind-blowing.
Have you ever raced there, Ollie?
Once or twice.
Okay.
Yeah.
You've won it 5 times. He never mentions it. It's funny that.
It was a brilliant race. I love it.
I pull his leg, but to be successsort of that race, you've got to beat the race as well as the
competition. Just watching Anthony Liu get out of the Almanar racing car, and he is stiff. You can see he sort of walked a bit of like a robot.
Yes, what a race from him. More than 2 hours in the car.
Yeah, and he really has given it absolutely everything there, which is what your team wants. You fully delivered. You leave nothing on the table.
Absolutely.
Hats off to him.
So at this point, he'll be going in, picking up a microphone, dropping it and going, over to you, boys. I've done literally all the work to this point.
Over to you.
Pole position and led the race from the start. Breton Racing ready to go to work. This new team from the Czech Republic with assistance from Team Virage.
And Cool Racing are already leaving the box. So
James Winslow,
yeah.
I think in the car for the first time.
Yeah, it is, and he'll rather gingerly sort of getting back running again, and he's his mirrors full here of GT traffic. And this is a dangerous time for anybody, any car. And it's like at this point right now, you know, you are being bombarded by all the traffic that has got the warm tyres, drivers fully in the zone, and you're coming out on brand new tyres, everything's cold, you're fresh to it, and you're like, oh, you're trying to find your way through the corners you've done maybe 100 times this weekend, but it is different. Still, somehow it is different, and it's just getting yourself into that mindset and getting yourself in the groove, in the rhythm, and off you go.
Should say, by the way, just saw Kill Racing there. The 47 car we saw damaged at the start of this race has not left the pit carriage.
Yikes.
So whether or not we see that come out for a short run at some point, we'll wait and see.
James is really being smart here, using his mirrors, trying to make sure that he's giving people room.
Cold tyres, remember?
It is cold tyres, and he is just having to just really pick his points and not put the car at risk. You'll see, I think there's another, there's a D-Station 77 there, and it just now needs to just get it going. Yeah, you need to just get yourself up to speed and start moving away from that GT traffic. I think another couple of corners, and I think he should be looking pretty good.
Yeah, Al-Faisal Al-Zabir, by the way, takes over the car that has led the race more or less from the start. Now to the lead goes the number 9 car, the other Get Speed AMG. But while we're watching this action, let's take a look back from the first 2 hours of action here at the 4 hours of Dubai. Under blue skies, round 3 of the Asian Le Mans Series got underway. 4 hours of racing to come here in Dubai, and it was 3 wide off the start line, with PJ Hyatt, the pole sitter, seeing his lead go first to Salih Yoluk, then to Ahmed Al-Hati, and then back to Yoluk, the Turkish driver, as also coming through was the Proton car. Alexander Kwani, though, in trouble over the curbs, and a mild touch, spinning in front of the pack behind and collected by 2 other cars. That saw 3 cars effectively out on the spot, with the number 65 Survive Benito racing car, 69 Optimum McLaren, both unable to proceed. The 47 would come back to the pits, but has yet to rejoin the race. We believe all 3 drivers okay, and as the result of the multiple contact for Cool Racing and the debut in this series for this car, preparing to change bodywork. It would be a lot more than that, and we go to a safety car to recover the cars and deal with the debris. Back into racing and battle in the leading positions in GT between Alex Malikin in the number 91 car from Pure Racing and Alban Ferruti in the race winning. These are the 2 race winners from Sepang last time out in the Santaloc Audi. There would be trouble a little later, though, for the Santaloc car. Great battling in P2. This is Giorgio Roda making contact and a half turn around for the 99 racing car that would rejoin and would get back to the lead. It would be a drive-through penalty for Roda for that manoeuvre. Trouble for PJ Hyatt as well, caught out by a slower car on the apex of the turn. Another half spin, he'd quickly get the 55 car rolling again. Great stuff between Salih Yoluk and Ahmed Al-Hati for the lead. These 2 cars both run by TF Sports, fair as they possibly could be, and after a couple of fantastic wheel-to-wheel laps, it would be Al-Hati that would take the lead over the 90 car. Good stuff as well between Alexander Matchell and Francois Perrodo, but Perrodo making quite a similar error to PJ Hyatt and not far away from the same point. Pro drivers getting into the cars, and this was Paul-Luc Chatin and Michael Dynan. Dynan just a missed calculation, minor contact with the 55 that sent him half spinning around. As the leader in the LMP2 class was dealing with traffic, it was Satoshi Ishino trying to get to the pits as Manu Collard was looking for the inside line. A misunderstanding, but thankfully no harm, and we hope no foul. Almanar Racing's number 7 car, the AMG, more or less unchallenged in the hands of Anthony Liu for the first half of the race. The 17 Cool Racing car in LMP3, much the same with Alexander Bekantov. And the 99 racing car by the midway point in the hands of Nikita Mazepin were our pretty dominant leaders. But it's not like that now as we get into the second half of this race and the second half of the season in the Asian Le Mans Series, with gaps coming back.
Okay.
We're back to live racing now, and it's the Duquesne team car there in the hands of Carl Watana Bennett, under pressure now from the 83 car. This car from AF Corsa, Alessia Rivera.
We're seeing right up the front. Sorry, Graham, just jump in there. That Nikita Mazepin in the 99 racing car is being caught quickly by Lawrence Herr, DKR Engineering, the number 3 car. And Lawrence's averages is he's mostly a good half a second a lap quicker than the 99 racing car. So let's just see how that works out. But it's there's lots of battles up and down the field here to focus on. And we're just waiting to see if we can get eyes on that. Well, DKR Engineering battle.
No doubt in my mind, DKR Engineering, Kendi Jenglas will have given a very clear instruction. They're lagging on points in this championship. There's an opportunity here to make hay. You've got to get on with it. There's been no sign at all of any kind of penalty coming Lawrence Herr's way for that overtake. That is a surprise to me, but that is the call of race control and the stewards to make, not for us to make. But Lawrence Herr is fully lit, under 2 seconds back now. And as you quite rightly say, is taking half a second a lap out of the leader in the 99 car.
But as we saw with Freddie Tomlinson, when Lawrence Herr got up behind him, catching is one thing, getting by is another. And I would say that he could well get to him, but it's going to be, is it going to be just wait and see until the stops, see if we can jump him in the pit lane, a bit of fuel saving, or is it going to be trying to put a move on him actually there out on track?
I think we're going to see a new third place car pretty soon as well. Freddie Tomlinson, all of a sudden the pace is just ebbing away from him a little after that really spirited defence from Lawrence Herr. I wonder whether he has not got the tyres underneath him anymore, and he's been caught by Colin Brown, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, and Colin is some second and a half quicker than Freddie in this second stint on those tyres. And you know, Colin's been smart in the way he's used them. Yeah, he's a smart driver, Colin, super experienced, got so much experience in P2 and in GTP. So I think that it's not going to be too long that we're going to see him on to Freddie and then making that move, getting through into the top 3.
Yeah, Colin Brown racing around the world at the moment, another driver. Took part in the Rolex 24 Hours.
Yeah, it's the same driver lineup actually that they had here this weekend as they had at the Daytona 24 Hours, and they had a very strong run there.
They did.
Toby Sowry actually jumped in with them, didn't he? For that,
impressive.
Did a really very good job actually.
Colin, of course, the winner overall of that race the previous year, the first race of the GTP Formula, which is US code for hypercar.
Yeah. So their result at Daytona this year was a second place, and just off the win, which is sometimes the worst when you're that close.
Well, we've seen some cracking battles in GT. Amongst them have been both of the Get Speed cars. Claire Jedrick is down in the Get Speed garage now with Martin Conrad.
We have with us a car number 9, Martin Conrad, for Get Speed. Tell us about the conditions out there. That was a long stint.
Yeah, I did the start and a double stint. To be honest, it's not too hot for me now, and the conditions are not bad. The track is clear, not too much marbles or whatever. It's always difficult with faster cars on the track, like the prototypes or LMP2, but I loved it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Martin. Great stuff from him.
It's great to hear that comment, isn't it? You know, he's maybe not so used to having the prototypes around him, but that's ACO Rules Racing multi-class, and you've got to exist out there on the same piece of tarmac together, and that's always the thing of managing that traffic. It's a big part of it.
We are hearing, by the way, to complete another story, no further action in that incident between the 25 and the 3. So this is the real-world battle, and here it is. There is the 99 racing car, and we stick with that shot and let him run out of shots. There is the number 3 car. That is your lead battle. We've got an hour and 47 minutes to go. And DK Engineering's Lawrence Herr is catching.
Yeah, and has 99 Racing used their tyres up in that first stint, and Lawrence has been pretty smart with it. And is he going to have that extra bit of performance? It does look quick in the hands of Lawrence. And it's only going to be a lap or two more, and he's going to be right on his gearbox, so looking to make a move.
There's traffic coming that could assist this battle.
Yeah, it's never far away, is it?
No, absolutely. Lawrence Herr from Germany, little pocket rocket, multiple LMP3 champion for DK Engineering. Went off and did a season with EDEX Sports in the European Le Mans Series, impressed there. He's back here in Asia. I think this is his first time in LMP2 with the team.
Yeah.
But he's going to get by both of those GT cars in one fell swoop. That will help him.
Yeah.
Because Lawrence Herr, that's Nikita Mazepin, by the way, Lawrence Herr is going to have to do that a little further down the road. This is a battle underway for second place in LMP3. Seth Lucas and Mania Stefan. Seth from the United States. Something of a project for high-class racing with MDK. Their racing partners in the US, and behind Mania Stefan, the dominant winner of the Ligier European Series in 2023, a series that supports the European Le Mans Series below the Michelin Le Mans Cup, that comes with a really generous prize fund for a driver that wants to step up and race in a Ligier in LMP3. And it looks to me as if Mania Stefan is making a wise investment here.
Yeah, it certainly looks like he's got the talent, and he's just pressurising here.
Fastest lap of the race in that car last time around for Stefan.
Yeah, it certainly does look like he's got that nicely running and in the window, and he's confident in it, the way he's placing it, where he's putting it on the track. And just that the difference in line there, the way that he came through turn 12, and his drive off of that will just give him a little bit more. A few more meters up on the 20 car to come onto the brake zone here into turn 14. He's looking to go all the way around the outside. Is he going to be able to get it stuck? No, he's not. And so he's then cutting back to the inside as we come through 15. A small little breathe and not too much track limits there, possibly. Got to be careful of that. You see the way that the car walks a little bit on the way in, the car 26. And he's just reset. Just get yourself a couple of breaths, and then go again to attack the 20 car coming down into turn 1. Really picking your point. Come down here on the brakes. It's not quite so aggressive on the front of the cars for the P3s as it is for the P2s. But seeing the 20 car there just moving around a little bit on the power. Seth Lucas trying to get away from Stefan.
Good battle, this.
Yeah, it is a good battle.
Yeah. Meantime, there's another penalty coming. It is actually for an overtake beyond track limits, but it's not the one we've been talking about. It's for 44, the ARC Bratislava car, currently in the hands of Jonas Reed. I don't think we saw that incident, but 5 seconds added to the next pit stop. So 99 Racing lead, and actually, all of a sudden, Nikita Mazepin has pulled a couple of seconds out. That might just be that traffic.
It could well be, and I think Nikita's most probably, maybe he's managed his tyres a little bit, and he's just looking to use that performance now.
Indeed. So that's the 1-2. DK Engineering is second. 23 seconds back now. Freddie Tomlinson in the number 25 Algar Pro Racing car, and the second APR engineered car, the CrowdStrike Racing by APR cars. They've got these LMP3 cars side by side this time. Forces him up to the apex, forces him wide. Is this the moment where we start to see the toe just playing a part here? What can Mania Stefan do as a run down to turn 14?
He's going to come to the inside, he is. And I think this is going to get it done. And actually, the 20 car just gives it up, and it goes through the Breton Racing car through to take that position up to second place.
Great example of a move that was engineered 2 corners earlier.
Yeah, exactly.
Forced the competing car where he didn't want to go.
Yeah, and just used that momentum and then got himself placed up the inside on the brakes into turn 14. And it looked from the lap before that he was already strong there. So that just gives you the confidence to go that little bit deeper and, yeah, just get the deal done.
So just to complete the top 4 rundown, Colin Brown now under 3 seconds back. So the rate of closure's not been quite as quick as I thought it would be, but he is closing and closing quickly.
Yeah, I think that's traffic.
It's about a second a lap at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to be.
He can be quicker.
It is going to be. He's on average over a second a lap quicker than Freddie in this stint. So I think it's going to be just a matter of time before he's on him, and then the performance difference should enable Colin to get past him relatively quickly.
The class racing car goes through to take the leader in GT.
Yeah.
With the pit stops, the lead group having completed. Faisal Zubair.
Joel Sturm is, I think he's slowly closing in on him though, and that the Pure Racing 91 Porsche is set very nicely.
Tim Heinemann in the number 33 Herberth Motorsport car. We've seen a couple of warnings for track limits. Patience has got on trouble there.
Is that rear bit of bodywork there from?
Which car is that?
Oh, it's from the Ferrari, I believe.
I think it's the Porsche.
Oh, is it? Oh, is it? Yeah. 33 Herberth car.
What
just gets
happens
cleaned off.
Oh yes, wiped it off.
Yeah, just a wiggle.
Attention to the pit wall. Car 33-3-3. It's a drive-through penalty for constantly abusing track limits.
So that's two issues in quick succession for the 33, damage and a drive-through.
Yeah, that's going to need addressing. Are they going to be able to get that off the road, or are they?
It's a yellow flag at turn 11. Will they try to do? They'll try to do this with yellow flags if there's a good sight line, and of course there's a long straight coming up to that.
Yeah.
So if they believe they can do that without
communication,
they may do that.
Yeah.
But they will take no risk.
Let's see if they can get that done. Still there.
And that's not a great place either. Double yellows now at turn 11. Lawrence Hur.
Collins now got it down to just over a second to Freddie Tomlinson.
Yeah, that is the next battle we'll be looking at, I'm sure.
Yeah.
This is the battle for third place overall. 99 Racing from DK Engineering. That is 2.7 seconds. Freddie Tomlinson dropping back off that battle, 24 seconds back now to a great run and battle with Lawrence Hur. And now Colin Brown in the CrowdStrike Racing by APR car. The 4 car is closing. Also closing, Rennie Binder in that 22 Proton competition car. There, of course, is Alistair Rivera. He's got a bigger gap to deal with, 13 seconds back from that group. And Carl Watana Bennett very much.
And here we go. Here's Freddie. Here's Freddie and Colin Braun. They are battling. This is going to be a lot of pressure again on Freddie to see if he can just snag the right front there as he came through turn 6. And he's got that little bit of traffic in front. It's the BMW. And is he going to be able to pick his way through? Collins, who's very smart in traffic at Sepang, and he really picked his point, went from 5th to 2nd in like 3 corners. And you know, a young driver coming through, and Freddie will be one of those, just to sit there and actually watch a replay of that, because that was just the way to get it done. And here comes Colin now.
Can't do it here because he'll go to the yellow flag zone.
The yellow flag zone. And
or has he done it before the yellow flag? I think he has.
I think Freddie's actually just given that up.
I think he did.
Unless he did not see the flag. So that's yeah. Let's see.
Where was the yellow flag? Yeah, I think he's okay. I think he's done it before the yellow flag zone. He showed only at turn 11.
Yeah.
So that's clean as a whistle.
Yeah.
The word Herberth is a giveaway on that. Pit entry closed, full course yellow is coming.
Okay, they have not been able to get that back.
The recovery of that. They've taken a look as to whether or not it was doable safely. The decision will have been made that it is not. So full course yellow will be coming out. So that should be a quick recovery.
Yeah, it should.
Closed.
Yep. Freddie would have got the call there from Stewart. Just let Colin go. And that's what he did.
That's what he did indeed. I wouldn't disagree with Stewie.
But never. Never ever.
So it's under full course yellow for recovery of the rear bodywork from the 33 car. Incident with, I think it was the 98, wasn't it?
Yeah, it looked like it was the 98.
And that was
Brave
just
Marshall running out there, grabbing that, pulling off. Good.
You know what? Put a couch in that would make a nice novelty item.
Do you reckon they're going to give that back to the team?
No.
Oh, come on, it looks almost new. Just a couple of clips, maybe just bent, broken. There we go.
Jacobson getting ready to go aboard the car.
At 15:23, we will remove full course yellow. In 30 seconds, we will remove full course yellow.
And this is a really strange time as a driver. You've just had a long period of green, and you've really got yourself all worked up in the car. You're sweaty, you're hot, you know, you got yourself really in a zone. And now you have this period of just driving around for about sort of 50 seconds.
Yep.
10, 9,
and it's kind
8,
of very strange
7,
to get going again.
6,
But
5,
you've got to switch back
4,
on straight away. Boom.
3, 2, 1. Full course yellow has been removed.
And some drivers hear it sooner than others.
And that was Freddie Tomlinson not responding as quickly as Rennie Binder, and he's lost a place as a result.
Yeah, and sometimes you're primed to it, and your team are talking to you and counting down, and you know, okay, when they've said 1, that you're on the button and you're releasing the pit lane speed limit or your speed limiter. And Freddie was maybe just caught a little bit napping there, and maybe that's a symptom of him being just a little bit out of his comfort zone inside the car, just still learning. It's a big stress.
Now, as we release full course yellow, Nikita Mazepin has Lawrence Hurd back right with him.
Yeah,
that was under a second as they went back to green. It's just gone up to 1.3 as they sorted it all out.
As Lawrence used the traffic and been a little bit smart and cute with the full course yellow.
Maybe again, as we saw with Freddie Tomlinson, he was just a little quicker to the trigger.
Yep. And
it is measured in tenths, isn't it?
It is, and that's another key part of this race, when it's just coming down to tenths of a second and releasing that pit lane speed limit or the full course yellow limiter. It's just a case of just being on it for every last little bit.
Charles-Henri Somedy is going to be serving 5 seconds at the next pit stop for driving standards. That might be actually a result of the incident that involved, we thought, Manu Collard, but was it Manu or was it Charles-Henri?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think we might be seeing a change in the lead here in GT.
A change in the lead.
It is.
That is the 91 car. As we go back to green, Joel Sturm has taken the lead from Al-Faisal Al-Zabir.
Yeah, I was just watching that off of the main screen. I could just sort of see it off in another one, and you could just see he was working him all the way through turns 1, 2, 3, 4, and then into 5. And he just got it done. It looked like it was close, but nice and clean in the end, no contact.
Yeah, great stuff there. And this is the car that, of course, took the win in the second race. Silver ranked Joel Sturm from Germany. Goes past Al-Faisal Al-Zabir. I think he's Bahraini, isn't he?
I believe he is.
Battle of the Silvers.
That car, certainly, it has been a Porsche track here in the past in the Asian Le Mans series. They've always been very quick here. That Porsche's got 15 kilos of extra weight on for this weekend, after how strong they were in Sepang.
Yep, not holding back, was it? No, certainly not this much. And that full course yellow looked like exactly what he needed. And Faisal was it. I apologise. Is bronze ranked, so 2 bronze drivers in that car.
Yeah.
So that will explain the rate of closure.
Yep.
To explain, if you're new to this game, the FIA, the world governing body of motorsport, applies a driver rating system across international motorsport, which is used by sports car racing. This is where the battle was won, and done beautifully there.
It was.
That was clean as a whistle, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, just need a little bit of cooperation there, but he just got out of it and allowed the pure racing car. Joel Sturm just getting it done nicely.
Yeah, so
through and off.
Every driver that takes part in these races has to request and be given a driver ranking by the FIA. It's done on a medal system: bronze, silver, gold, platinum. Platinum, top of the shop, Formula 1 talent, factory talent. Gold, full professional drivers. Silver can include non-professional drivers but with real talent, but for the most part it is aspiring and emerging talent and professional drivers, people who basically drive for a living. Bronze, non-professional drivers. The only other factor that comes into it is age.
Yep.
When you get to certain age cut-offs, you lose a ranking, drop back down the order. So Ollie Gavin will be a bronze any time now, I should think.
Anytime, if only. We've just been told Al Faisal is actually a silver.
I thought he was.
Yeah.
I did think he was.
Maybe these notes are wrong, Graham. These ones that you did for me. It's your fault.
I thought you'd written those all by yourself. Nikita Mazepan, by the way, 1.4 seconds ahead now of Lawrence Herr. They are being caught by Colin Brown. Side to side here between the 21 and the 43. The 21 is the Ferrari on the left of your picture. The grey Audi, the 43. Now, is that Sean Gallola ball, that car now?
Could be, but he just...
It is.
He gave it up there, just getting sort of himself tuned into the feel of the Audi. It'll be very different for him after he's driven that front-engine BMW in Sepang.
Well, these two drivers will be going head-to-head, not just here, and not just in Marina, but in the World Endurance Championship, because Simon Mann will be in an identical car to this one, or near identical car to this one, a Ferrari. Sean Gallola, signed by Team WRT in a BMW.
Yeah, and Sean has been in a lot of BMW machinery just recently, and so jumping into the mid-engine version, the Audi that he's running here with Santalok, it was a bit of a last-minute call, wasn't it?
It was. The seats made available through the non-availability for the happiest of reasons for Monsieur Evrard, and congratulations to him and his partner, who've just had a very happy addition to the Evrard family. And he will be back with us, we understand, at Marina, but that did give the opportunity, with trouble for Project One of their own in fielding their second car, for Sean to carry on with us. And of course it means he stays with points potentially in the Drivers' Championship.
So we're just watching the GT battle here. W Fuji in the D-Station car has been caught by Johnny Adam, who's had an exceptionally strong run in the TF Sport 95 Aston Martin, and I think it's going to be too long before he is past Fuji.
All sorts of battles going on in the background there. The Tempto Audi side by side with the Dragon Racing car.
And TF, the 95 car, has done extremely well to get back, sort of to be in contention, because they went a good couple of laps down with that puncher right at the start with John Hartshorn.
They did.
And they must have worked their magic with the strategy and Johnny just driving really quickly to get themselves back really into looking like it's going to be a good possibility of a top 10 here.
Yeah.
And Ben Tuck will be taking over from Johnny in about 29 minutes, I'd say.
Off the lead lap still for that car, but showing prospects that might change.
Yeah. Mike Wainwright is there in front of them. And I think they've been shuffling up their strategy in that car, in the Wainwright car, because I think that was started off by Mike, and then it went to Ben Barker, the fast baker.
Indeed.
Who will be
Bingo Ben, as we call him.
Indeed. I think Johnny Adams trying to get past Mike and W Fuji.
He's past Mike, so that's one place gone.
Fuji-san might be a little bit harder to get by.
Yeah, he's gold ranked and feisty.
Yeah. And Johnny is giving him some respect and just giving him some room.
Alex Acker, by the way, in this battle as well. This Audi is right there. That is the number 66 car. That's in the battle. So that's just gone by the GR Racing car, Mike Wainwright, as well. So this is 4 or 5 cars in battles for the bottom of the top 10 at the moment.
Yeah. Johnny using all of his experience here with Aston Martin and to line him up nicely. Get by. How's it going to be through and off here at turn 16?
Not quite there.
No, he's not.
Joel Stern, by the way, is 1.7 seconds clear. So we're watching this enticing battle. The lead battle overall is under a second, with Lawrence Herr right with Nikita Mazepan again.
Close at the front there. Very close.
In the meantime, Colin Brown is being caught by Rennie Binder.
Yes, Binder's on him. 0.7 of a second behind. Looks like Johnny's got bottled up behind Fuji-san, and it's that age-old thing. When you get close to the car in front, you start losing a little bit of that front aero. You use that little bit of downforce and that extra bit of understeer, or the car, you turn the wheel and the car just doesn't want to turn, and it just goes straight on for a little bit, and then it starts to turn. And that lack of rotation can really affect you generating the lap time.
This is
mostly
8th, 9th, 10th
struggling
and 11th, the first 4 cars in your frame there. This is the battle, though, for the overall lead, and with traffic for the leader, LMP3 car on the apex there. Is that going to give Lawrence Her a moment?
Yeah, this has been a really dogged battle here and approach from Lawrence Her to get himself to the front, and he has just been working away. A little bit of a lock up there as he came in. It might have also been a bit of a bottoming out. Extremely bumpy there on the brakes into turn 14. A lot of the P2 drivers have been complaining about that.
So the Nielsen Racing car going to pit lane as they come through, and through the final turn they go. Is he close enough here? Don't think he quite is. He gets a good line through there, not too far over the curbs.
I think he's going to find it a little bit harder to get past Nikita Mazepin than it was to Freddie Tomlinson. Yeah, there is.
Not a great place for Mazepin this time around.
See, it just carries that little bit more speed in. It's pretty equal coming off. And it's how's it through turns 3, 4, 5. There's that traffic we were talking about, and the P3 just sees it in time, and Nikita's all over the curbs there, using a little bit more than maybe he usually would.
And that's gone the way of Mazepin this time.
It has. Lawrence has got bottled up there, and it's almost like he's just got stuck in a bit of a lower gear.
But that shows maturity. No panic there from the chasing driver.
Colin on pit lane, out the car, and that'll be Malte Jakobsen to go jump in for the finish.
So good stuff there from the CrowdStrike by APR efforts. George Kurtz.
I think that the 3 car has got a problem. DKR.
I'll drop right back.
Where is he?
Let's have a look. There is. He has dropped right back. Where has Lawrence Her gone?
10 seconds. It's more than 10 seconds. It was coming off of turn 7. It's just like he just got stuck. It's stuck in gear, or he lost drive, he lost power.
So trouble for the second place car, it seems. We'll keep an eye on that second sector time as the pit lane springs into life once again. He is 9 seconds slower in sector 3. You're absolutely spot on, Ollie.
Has he had a problem?
Has it been off? In comes the 99 Racing car.
It looked to me like he had come off of 7 and there was an issue, a problem, like fuel surge or...
Shouldn't be a fuel problem.
No.
How long's he been out there?
22 laps.
We're looking at what?
24 is the, well, 23 I think is max. 22, 23. That's what I'm seeing with everyone else.
Driver change coming for the 99 Racing car. This will be Louis Delatraz in for the finish.
Lawrence is now 5 seconds back. He's not on pit lane.
But that's
he's gone through
because
he's gone through for
he didn't come down pit lane.
No.
So 2 minutes. He lost 9 seconds somewhere, didn't he?
Didn't we have an electrical problem with that car? Didn't the DKR car have an electrical problem?
Don't recall is the honest answer. But that has pulled him almost 10 seconds closer, or already been to 10 seconds closer. Crackling away.
He is. He's still running.
If there's any problem, you'd expect him to be on pit lane. So there must be a problem that he understands.
And he's just fixed very quickly on board. It could just easily be just a quick recycle or something.
He's in the lead, by the way, but he does owe us a pit stop very shortly. So Lawrence Hurt leads the race now. Nikita Mazepin still on pit lane. Number of cars still to go through the next pit stop cycle.
99, that'll be Delatraz in now to finish.
Yes, climbed aboard, we saw that happen.
Yep.
And also in pit lane behind, Johnny Adam from that battle of the Aston Martins. So he's out of that battle for the moment at least.
I'm not sure if they changed driver there with the 95. Or whether they'll keep
him. Spencer should be getting in that car.
Yeah, he should, yeah.
You'd have thought this would be about the point he does.
Yeah.
Well, he has to, actually, thinking about it.
Right.
Because this will be a stint and a half for Ben, won't it?
Yeah, Johnny can only do 1 hour, can't he? He can't do more than an hour. Yeah.
So Lawrence Hur leads the race from Rennie Binder, Alessia Rivera, Carl Botana Bennett, Paul Chatan, Louis Delatraz now back out into the fray in 7th, but with the cars ahead of him needing to pit.
Yeah.
Cool Racing's James Winslow is a minute clear of Minia Stefan in the Breton Racing number 26 car. In comes Lawrence Hur. Team Manager Car 3 report to race control.
What do they do?
What is that about?
Yeah. What happened there?
Cool Racing from Breton Racing and High Class Racing go on pretty close together, the second and third place cars. Pure Racing and Almanar Racing by Get Speed, still just 2.2 seconds between them. Well, it's been a fantastic battle in LMP2. We've just seen the number 4 car trying to get into the podium positions. Colin Brown is with Claire now.
Hi, we have Colin with us for CrowdStrike, car number 4. Tell us, pretty clean race?
Yeah, so far it's been pretty clean, I would say. George did a nice job in that opening stint. Unfortunately, I think he got a drive-through for some track limits, so that put us a little bit behind. But man, it's tough, you know. It's I see a lot of guys getting the track limits and a lot of things happening. So I think it was overall pretty clean for the CrowdStrike car. Just you know, had a good clean stint for me, just managing the tire deg and trying not to go too fast too early. You get those nice new tires and you want to just go as fast as you can. But certainly taking it a bit easy seemed to pay off towards the end.
Brilliant, thank you, Colin.
Thanks.
Absolute pro there. Colin, as always, you know, very thoughtful, mindful of what's sort of coming down the road and how to use all the resource in the race car at the right time. Yeah, I think there was a little bit of misfortune there with George and some of the stuff that happened out on track, but you know, I think they're now in a pretty good position, and Malte Jakobsen's there in to finish for that team.
Yeah, for the moment, it's Proton competition 1-2 as other cars cycle through pit lane, including this car, DK Engineering, Tom Dillman aboard that car. Another very fast professional driver. Did the most of the FI World Endurance season aboard the Van Wall hypercar. By far, for me, the quickest driver in what was not the most competitive car in that class.
Yeah.
And deserves another shot at that top class, does Tom. As indeed do about half the pro field in here. Yes. The other half are already doing it. Rennie Binder, it is in the lead of the race. Paul-Luc Chatin 32 seconds back, then the 99 racing car, but Louis Delatraz has the advantage that the 2 cars ahead of him do need to stop to put themselves back on
another couple of laps. I think Rennie Binder, Paul-Luc Chatin will be on pit lane.
Oh, trouble. That's trouble for the 66 car.
The Attempto car, is it?
Yeah, that's Alex Acker.
Yeah, they've been okay, but not as strong as they were in that first race at.
And trouble for the 77.
They were together. They were together.
That looks to me to be an incident between the 77 and 66.
Yeah, 77's very slow down the front straight.
That was the 2 of the cars that were battling away with Johnny Adam, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think they really got into it. Looks like Puncher on the 77. Actually, looks like he's lost his steering going straight. Nearly took out the Almanar racing car.
And that could be. Is it just a puncture, or is it more than that? There's damage at the front. It's crabbing.
Yeah, it is crabbing. I think he's certainly steering issues.
Left.
Steering issues there.
Drive-through penalty.
Here we go. As it come through 15. Oh, they banged wheels, and it was messy.
That was Acker trying to go around the outside. The second go at that.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah, I think that was actually the steering was broken from the first hit. And then they just came together as they came to go into turn 16. It looks aggressive when you first see that replay, but I've seen that a number of times when the first contact's actually broken the steering and then you're a passenger for the car that's on the inside.
I think we've got 2 drive-through penalties coming as well, and it is for car 42. The championship leader already had a bad race so far with trouble.
30.
Trouble for the 30 as well.
What has happened there?
That is Oliver Rasmussen just aboard the car. He's on his outlap. Is that finger trouble?
I don't know whether it's finger trouble. Yeah, it looks like there's something going on at the rear of the car there.
Also, by the way, trouble and a drive-through for number 9, the 4th place car in GT. So drama coming at a pace here as the leading car for the race, number 22 on pit lane with Rennie Binder, 55 in and out.
Here we go. What's going on here with the 22? Replay. Was this a mistake on pit lane? Just looking here, they're doing the driver change.
I think this is live.
That's a replay.
I think that was live. That
was the 30. He had some sort of failure there. Something going. I don't know.
He's on his outlap. The most obvious thing is that one of those wheels is not attached properly, but we can't call that because we've not seen that side of the car.
Well, he's
stopped. That was wild.
Yeah, well, that spot on the racetrack, you've just come through 13 and you've got that right side loaded up, and if that's the wheel that's loose, that can just pitch you off. You lose the rear of the car, and he's destroyed all of the braking board there. And that's certainly something that looks like it's a significant problem. We're not under full course yellow here. We're just double yellow there at turn 1, I think turn 5.
It's the yellow flag at turn 5 for the stricken Aston Martin. It's double yellows at 14 for the stricken Duquesne car. And 99 Racing retake the lead.
They do. Louis Delatraz safely aboard that. And he's going to be tough to catch.
Yeah.
Good luck everybody else trying to catch him.
It's going to be Delatraz versus Dillman versus Melty Jakobsen. They are separated, that trio, by 20 seconds.
My money's on Delatraz.
I tend to agree with you. We'll let this settle down a moment while race control deal with the two incidents we've got out on track. Safety car. Now it's game on. Now it's game on. That was what I was waiting for.
Yeah, the 77 and the 30 are in spots that they can't recover quickly.
Yeah,
and that's a problem.
It's the 77, I think, that's the less accessible of the two.
Yeah, it's down there at 5, is it?
And not in a great place in terms of sighting either.
No,
so safety car is scrambled for the first time in this race.
No,
second time in the race after lap 1, turn 2.
So you're saying I was right?
That's a second right for the weekend for you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'll just let the family know.
So far on a big fat 0.
0, yeah.
So 99 Racing can lead this race by meters from Tom Dillman. Melty Jakobsen. Julian Andlauer leaves the pits and is in 4th place in the number 22 Proton competition car. Toby Sowery now aboard 25 for the first time.
Interesting to see how he goes.
It is. He's impressed me the last couple of runs we've seen from him.
Yeah.
Mathieu Vazevier, he was in the 4 car, wasn't it? 0-4 car at Daytona.
Yes.
He was the 4th man for Daytona, in addition to the 3 guys that are racing in the CrowdStrike racing car this weekend.
Yeah, and Stewie Cox was very complimentary of Toby, saying, you know, what a job he had done.
That's a mangled front left wheel.
It is, and that's after the contact there with the 66 attempt. So yeah, hit the car twice, and I think everything was broken after the first contact. It looked pretty heavy, and the second contact came from basically no steering. So it does look rather aggressive.
Alex Acker, by the way, has stopped as well somewhere. He's not made it back to pit lane, so we've got 3 cars stopped up there somewhere.
As he came through and off 16, that car looked like it was crabbing as well, and it would have been off of that contact.
So 3 cars stuck out there at the moment. While we're waiting for all this to get sorted out, 55 Proton car has been in the mix. Paul-Luc Chatin has been a big part of that, and Claire Jedrick has got Paul-Luc with her now.
We have with us Porsche and car number 55 now. You've put in some proper hard laps and made it back up to the front pack. Tell us what went down.
Yeah, it looks okay. You know, it's a bit difficult for me because I arrived yesterday only for FP2, so I discovered the track yesterday in FP2, and I jumped in the car more or less like that today, but the team did a great job. I think the car is good, a bit of tired edge at the end, but I had a lot of fun. It's cool.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Paul-Luc Chatin there. He looks like he's been working in the car, but he's a fit lad.
He is.
And he's been busy.
He's just here, as I think 2 others are as well, straight from an Alpine hypercar test.
Yeah, he was just saying that.
There's so much testing going on. Melty Jakobsen here after testing the Peugeot in what I believe was a back-to-back test with the old and the new car that were coming later this season. We've got Ferrari hypercars testing early next week. We've got LMP2 cars testing the week after.
Yep.
There's so much going on in this fantastic explosion. There's damage to the safety car.
Oh my word. Has he picked up some debris?
Picked up something.
Picked up some debris.
It looks like a shopping bag.
He needs to pit this lap. It does. Do you leave your shopping out?
No, it wasn't me. No, I can tell.
Not expecting a delivery?
No, mine's a much better label than that.
Okay, Deliveroo? No.
No.
Okay.
Taliban, yeah. But so there's something dragging along with the safety car.
It does look like a shopping bag, though.
It did. So here we go. It'll take a little wee while for these cars to be recovered from 3 separate places on this track, and part of that, of course, is going to be the capacity they've got to recover numbers of cars at the same time.
They'll be scrambling all the flatbeds.
Absolutely.
Just to get them out and off the way. And here comes one of the recovery vehicles. So they need to.
You need to get that.
Is that your rental car?
No, mine's not nearly as good a nick as that.
I'm going to say it's unusual. Usually, any vehicle you drive has only got 3 wheels on it after you've had a go at it.
Pot kettle.
But no, the KTM you drove has to extract a wheel off of it.
So
mind that curb.
So Louis Delatraz leads the race from Tom Dillman. Malte Jakobsen just aboard the CrowdStrike racing car, the number 4 car. We'll take a look at where they are in relation to each other in this queue, because of course we've got other lap traffic. There's the first impact, the 77 and the 66, and then unable to steer.
He couldn't. He was just going straight, the 77,
absolutely.
And he just, as the 66 turned in, they were going to collide. And
absolutely.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
And both those cars have stopped, as has, for an entirely separate reason, and we'll see that now. This car wildly off the track and then run down to turn 14.
So hard to see exactly what happened there, but it does look like he hit the brakes as he came, or was just looking to get onto the brakes coming into 14, and the car just loops around him, and Rasmussen, I think, was just a passenger. Certainly then the way that the car stopped and the vibration you saw from the rear of it looked like something was definitely loose. And both of these cars are going to need to be recovered. And, you know, both of them are going to need to be lifted onto a vehicle, onto a flatbed. There it is.
And by the way, going to make an apology to Al-Faiz Al-Zabir, because we got it wrong once because he was silver and not bronze.
Yeah.
We also, I think both agreed he's Bahraini. He's not. He's an Omani driver.
I showed you that.
Did you?
Yeah.
I didn't recognise the flag. It's my
told
fault.
you.
So apologies to the Kingdom of Oman. And 2.
So you were wrong.
Again. 2 Omani drivers in really strong positions in this race. Leading overall, although out the car now for Ahmed Al-Hati after a fantastic stint, and second in GT after a fantastic run from that car as well.
And there's the Attempto car as well. I think it's just off the track there. Is that coming up into turn 10?
We can see that on one of our preview screens.
Yeah.
But all 3 cars have a recovery with them. The 66 is going to be a pretty easy push behind the barriers.
It is. There we go.
There we go. There she goes. And that'll be a pretty wound up Alex Acker. Looked to me as if he'd done a pretty good move there.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the response from the Aston Martin, little late.
It was, and
easy for me to say sitting here.
Yes, it is easy for both of us to say, but that corner 15 is on the limit for everybody. Every GT class, every GT car, and even the prototypes, they can't do it without a little bit of a lift, and you can easily run out of road there. Everybody's looking to use all of the tarmac there, and it looked like, yeah, 77 just drifted a little bit too wide, put that pressure on the 66, and then that contact came, broke the steering on the 77, and then the 77 was just a passenger as they came down into 16 and hit the side of the Attempto 66 one more time, and that's really what has taken both of those cars out of this race.
30 car is done. There's a little bit of damage to the front of the car, but I think that was actually over one of the sausage curbs.
Yeah, I think it'd be great just to see the other side of that car, which I'm not sure we're going to get because of the camera angles, but it is on that right rear that we need to see. I think that's the area, or that is the corner that is the damage, or is it gone? There's the right rear. Yeah, there's a wheel at the front there.
Yeah,
so
that'll be it then.
Yeah, the fact that the wheel is in front of the car.
Your powers of observation just never fail you.
Quite good at this.
You know what? There you go. So finger trouble.
It's likely it just came out of the pits. So I mean, you don't even want to point the finger of blame, but
happy to say the safety cars got rid of that baggage.
Amazing, that.
Literal baggage.
Yeah. So,
indeed,
unfortunate for the 30. The Duquesne entry. They're running through some analysis down there right now. This is inside the box there, and they're talking about what might have happened. And
I can tell you, very good lip reading in French, and I can tell you they are saying, I think the wheel's fallen off.
You know, your powers of observation are
amazing.
Just amazing.
Yes. Also saw, by the way, on one of our preview screens, Casper Stevenson with the international sign language that says grossly disappointed.
There it is.
There's
your shopping.
There's the bag. So if you're missing your packed lunch, and I suspect that might be the safety car driver's packed lunch.
Maybe he thought,
I think he's closed the door and it's fallen out as he's done it. So Debris, packed lunch, turn.
Do you think he had something nice for lunch?
Flan.
Did he?
Certainly.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not rice?
No. There it is. On the run down to unless
Stay
that
left.
30 car
Stay left.
has had to swerve.
No, it's got in the radiator now.
That's it now.
Oh no. Toasty. That's what it's going to be.
If someone's gone off on a toasty, that won't be a first.
I think we need to get back to racing here.
Yeah.
Safety car hopefully will be in next time by.
Yeah.
Great crowd here. Really fantastic to see a real mix of the families joining us, and young and old. Everybody's getting into the swing of it. There's a nice fan area.
Older.
Okay. Nice fan area just behind us here.
Yeah, the Apex Garden. It's a relatively new addition here at the Dubai Autodrome. Very welcome indeed. There's other viewing platforms have been installed here. There's a great little stand. Actually, if they stick with this this shot around turn 1, there's new terraces on the inside of turn 1. Not going to see that. And beyond that, by the way, we'll call this classification. It's 99 Racing, 83 laps under the wheels of that car. From D-Car Engineering's number 3, CrowdStrike Racing by APR number 4, 22 from Proton Competition, the 25 from Algarve Pro, 83 from AF Corsa, then the second Proton, the 55 car, TF Sports 90, 24 from Nielsen Racing, and the ASC Bratislava 44. The new addition, this race, from 34 from Nielsen Racing in 11th. Then we get into the top 4 in LMP3. 17 from Cool Racing, the 26 from Breton Racing, the 20 from High Class Racing and CD Sports number 2. Then our leader in GT, Pure Racing from Lithuania, lead 16th overall from Almanar Racing by Get Speed, the number 7 AMG that has led for so long. Then the Duquesne team, that car is out of this race. It's the Project 1 BMW, 3rd in GT. Then the Get Speed number 9 that has got a penalty to serve, it seems. AF Corsa's 21 Ferrari, the best of the 296 at the moment. Then the 888 JMR AMG in 6th. Santalok Racing's 43 in 7th. And rounding out the top 10, it is Herbeth Motorsports Porsche number 33. The GR Racing Ferrari number 86 and the Optimum Motorsport 27 McLaren. So plenty of variety, Ollie, still in that GT pack.
Oh, it's stacked. We're just waiting to sort of see how this last hour of the race unfolds. They're going to be pretty close to their final stop here for all of the GT class.
Safety car in this lap. Reminder, pit lane entry is closed and remains closed until all cars have crossed the line.
So about to go back to green flag racing.
And this is really going to be a point where all these drivers are just having to switch back on again because they've had, safety car mode in their minds and in the car and the tyres and the brakes, and they've just now got to get off all of that rubbish that's picked up on the tyres. It's hot, sticky Michelins have picked up any of that debris, and they're now having to really work the tyre hard. Louis Delatraz is in control of the pace, and he's gone.
He has, very early. Glad to see the lunch bag has gone. The bag of crisps there are completely toast. And away we are about to go, and he's got an LMP3 car between him and the competition.
Which is a nice buffer to have.
Isn't it just? And he's taking full advantage of that by gapping this field. He's also got the Nielsen car, which is a lapped car between himself and Tom Dillman. So Louis Delatraz goes for it. It'll be Tom Dillman next across the line in terms of the running order, with Melter Jakobsen right there as well. There is a second place car looking for a way by the 34. Forced to the outside though by Matt Bell. So
is it the 24 though? I think that's
the 20.
Is that the 20?
Apologies, it's 24. It's Will Stevens.
Yeah, and Will will be wanting to try and get a lap back here, because I think
he's got an opportunity, hasn't he?
They are a lap down, I think. Yes, he is. Will's a lap down, so he's looking at every opportunity here to get onto the back of Louis Delatraz, see if he can get that lap back, just in case there's another safety car.
So 99 Racing from D-Car Engineering with the Nielsen Racing car between the two, looking to try to get the lap back from the leader.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to do.
And also with a lap car. Let's go down while we're waiting for this to all evolve, down to Claire, who's with Duquesne, for an explanation as to what went wrong with the 30.
Hello, with Max from Duquesne, just to find out what happened to car number 30.
Yeah, we don't know exactly, but straight after the pit stop, I think we had an issue with something on the car, but nothing related on driving. So yeah, we have to see the car first for having a final conclusion and understand exactly what happened. But it's a bit a mess after two first nice stints. John and Carl did a perfect job. We were expecting Oliver doing the same, but yeah, unfortunately, see you in Abu Dhabi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a confirmation from Max that the team is calling it a day, that once the outside assistance has come into play, car had lost a wheel, so that's either finger trouble in the pit stop or a failure with whatever went onto that car.
GT battle here, it's stacked coming into 14. I think we've got a number of cars here, all for position. Sean Galeo, Christian Bogle, Simon Mann, Lucas Stoltz. They're all just fighting it out the best they possibly can, and they're all pitting. Nearly all of them are pitting.
Yes, indeed. That's almost comedic, wasn't it? Team manager car 7, meanwhile, is being asked to report to race control. That is the Almanar Racing by GetSpeed car on pit lane right now from second place. Pure Racing carry on at this stage. But we're an hour and 1 minute to go in the fuel window for GT3 cars to get home from here.
Yeah, they've all pulled the pin and decided to maybe chance it. I'm not sure they can get all quite to the end on an hour and 1. But if there's a little bit of fuel saving, or maybe there's another full course yellow or safety car period, that will get it done.
Also on pit road is the 4th place car in LMP3 from High Class Racing. Seth Lucas brings that car to pit lane. That should be Anders Fjordback aboard the car to finish. 99 Racing, it is 3.7 seconds that jump at the restart from Louis Delatraz has gained him over Tom Dillman.
Yep.
Looking here at the number 3 car in second, and Malte Jakobsen is right there.
He is, and he's got himself switched on here, and he looks like he's going to pile the pressure on Tom Dillman coming down into 14. Unlikely he's going to be able to get it done.
Also, Julian Andlauer is with this pair. He's in this fight as well. Don't forget me, says Julian.
Yeah, and I think that Malte's just going to sort of sit behind him maybe for a lap or two, and then try and figure out where they're stronger and where they're maybe a little bit weaker, but it's going to be just picking that right spot to get it done. But he doesn't want to waste any time, because Julian Andlauer will be all over the back of his gearbox very, very shortly.
Second,
and Will Stevens has managed to stay in front, hasn't he, and get away from Tom Dillman.
Indeed, he'll be looking to try to close that gap to Louis Delatraz as well. Its fastest lap of the race goes to Julian Andlauer. By the way, second consecutive race meeting here for me at Dubai Autodrome, in which Julian Andlauer has featured. Last time it was the historic Grand Prix here just before Christmas, and he was driving an 80s Formula 1 car.
Slightly different today, then.
Just a touch.
Just a bit.
And a co-commentator, by the way, far less rude than you. Polite young man.
Very.
Not dragged up.
Okay, I'm just going to report that home. Okay. Thank you.
3.5 seconds now, Tom Dillman, closing it by a tenth or two. Under pressure, here comes Malte Jakobsen. Is this the opportunity for the young Dane? He's going to go alongside.
And is he going to be able to get it done on the brakes? Very bumpy here into turn 10.
This is
very
tight.
tight. He's going to be able to tough it out around the outside. Oh, he's been pushed all the way out there, and I think that's going to hurt. And Andlauer's taken advantage of that, but he's been pushed wide. His elbow's out, and this is going to end in some contact, I think, here.
I think there's almost contact there. Andlauer's done it. Andlauer's got both of them.
Yeah, and I think Malte's going to take advantage of that, and he's going to be pushed
again.
All the way. Whoa, it is feisty.
And our fastest lap of the race, as we said, on his lap 86.
And Malte's going to try and go around the outside of the pair of them here.
Oh, he's touched there, and that's going to help the Danish driver. He's done it. He's gone past both of them. Absolutely stellar stuff for these three, but it is elbows out stuff.
Julian Andlauer is not giving this up, and these two, Malte Jakobsen and Julian Andlauer, are going to duke it out all the way down to turn 1. And Malte's just carried a little bit more speed across that last corner.
Well, he saw that coming, didn't he?
He did.
He was very happy to take that.
Smart work there from Malte Jakobsen. Really could read the body language and what was going on there with Tom Dillman and how aggressive he was going to be, and he just read it just right.
Warning flag, car 77, driver Fuji for abuse of track limits. I can only presume that that's either just before the safety car or they're counting the track limits of the truck that both of those cars are on.
So it's a bit
either
mean.
way, done.
So it's a bit mean. And 66 as well for track limits. So, yeah, all a bit mean, I think. But, yeah.
Wait, watch this, because Louis Delatraz had pulled out to 5.7 seconds clear of this group. The second Jakobsen hit the front of this group, he's put in a purple first sector and taken a second back from Louis Delatraz. This could be very good indeed.
It could. Just got to think about here is that Malta's got to do like 2 stints on these tyres.
Yes.
So they've been sitting there waiting to use them behind the safety car, but if you start burning them up through this first stint, these guys have all got to come in for another stop, and they won't be looking to take tyres. I'm sure it's just going to be fuel. Got to be smart.
Absolutely. Into the final hour. 57 minutes to go of this 4-hour race here at Dubai Autodrome. The only one this year, of course, after 3 years of double headers. It's a single race here. We've got 2 more races to complete the season at Yas Marina in Abu Dhabi next weekend.
Will Stevens could also play a part in this if he just gets in the way a little bit here. Malta's got held up there by the Pure Racing car, which is the leader in GT, Klaus Bachler. And Malta's going to have to just get himself back up to speed and see if he can get onto the back of Will Stevens, and hopefully will let them by nice and cleanly, because I don't think Will's going to be able to get up to the back of Louis Delatraz. So
at some point he'll have to make that call, won't he?
He will, yeah, and there'll be a call from race control, I'm sure, as soon as he starts sort of getting into the middle of this battle for the second and third.
Just take a look. It's something of a pastime for people who are watching sports car racing of late in Europe and in Asia. Just reading down the list of drivers at this point in the race. Louis Delatraz, Acura factory driver from the United States, Swiss driver, of course. Malte Jakobsen, the reserve driver for the Peugeot hypercar team. Julian Andlauer, very much a Porsche favourite driver. Tom Dillman, ex-Van Wall factory driver. Toby Sowery, new and emerging talent there. Mathieu Vazevière, a Alpine factory driver. Harry Tinknell, a Ford factory driver and a Proton competition hypercar driver. Charlie Eastwood is a Corvette factory driver now in GTD and in the LMP2 class. Will Stevens, another factory driver in the top class. Amazing lineup in LMP2 here in the Asian Le Mans Series, and all of them on the lead lap, and all of them within 25 seconds.
I think Will Stevens is going to get that call very shortly here to just try and going to need to get out of the way, because I think Malte Jakobsen is going to get, he is being held up, and it's going to start creating some problems for with him and Julian Andlauer.
Well, it's been a stellar battle in GT, and amongst it, and at the lead of it at the moment, is Pure Racing from Lithuania, and down with Claire now is one of their drivers.
All right, car 91, Pure Racing, Joao. It seems to be the Porsches are fit for this track that they say. You had a clean race, made it back out to the top there. Tell me what went down for you.
I kan bli sekundet.
Well, it looks like you had a very clean race. I saw your pit stop. It was very tight. What went down for the race for you?
So far it's looking quite okay. We're a bit down on lap time compared to the other cars, so BOP for us isn't that great this weekend, but the team did a really good job. Pit stop work super as always, and at the moment it doesn't look too bad for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the leader complaining about BOP there.
The leader complaining about BOP.
Yeah, but great stuff from Joel Stern. Car now in the hands of Klaus Bachler, and will be very quick indeed. Klaus Bachler in the lead, 2 seconds ahead of Fab Schiller in the number 7 Almanar Racing by Get Speed car. Dennis Marshall in the 43 Santolot Racing car is in third. Davide Rigon in the first of the Ferraris, now 4th place for that car, by the way, and the second. The first car, there's 2 cars in the top 5, it's AMG, and that is Jordan Love in the 888 JMR car in 5th place, ahead of Rob Bell in the Optimum Motorsport McLaren.
Yeah, Malte Jakobsen's just got past Will Stevens there, just nice move up the inside, and finally got it done. Now it's going to be Julian Andlau who needs to get past Will Stevens. He's just put it up the inside. Yeah, Will's just let him have it there, which is good to see, and he understands where he's at in the race.
Yeah, what he'll be doing now is tucking in and sticking with the program with these two guys and seeing whether or not they can do the work he's been trying to do solo and close that gap.
Use the toe, just pull him up onto the back of Louis Delatraz, but I think that's going to be a tall order. Let's see.
So 99 Racing, remember, are championship leaders. They have a 10-point gap over the car chasing them now, the number 4 CrowdStrike Racing by APR car. That 22 car with Julian Andlau, 4th in the points at the moment. 25 points they have from 2 races so far, so they are 18 points back from the championship lead. They'll want to close that gap to come to Abu Dhabi for the final doubleheader of the season. 52 minutes remain. There is a lot of action still to come. There's been plenty so far.
I mean, for the 4 car at CrowdStrike Racing by APR, this is a strong run for them for the championship, but Louis Delatraz and the 99 Racing they are extremely strong, and they are going to be sitting in a nice position as well themselves for that, and they're currently leading that championship, 99 Racing.
Yep, still cars tussling up and down this top 10 Ollie for position. The top, let's have a quick look at this, the top 7 cars separated by 15 seconds after that safety car, so it's all up for grabs. There are purple sectors in the first sector for the 8th place car of Charlie Eastwood. Trouble though for the number 9 car. That car's been carrying damage for some time.
Yeah, it was that right from the start, wasn't it? The right front. There's a little bit of smoke coming out.
Did look it.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I think it has got something still rubbing there on that right front. I think it looks like the nose and that front splitter is loose.
It does.
It looks like it's just chafing away on that right front, and that's going to need to make a stop. Otherwise, that whole nose section is going to come away.
Number 11 car is in trouble. Attempto Racing's Ilya Gobatsky. Stop and go plus 5 seconds for track limits. That car well out of the running. It was a fastest lap of the race last time around from Julian Andlau, as there's more smoke from the front of that AMG.
Aaron Walker on board there.
Not far away from getting the meatball flag, is he?
Yeah.
It's now a fastest lap of the race for the car in 8th position. That's Charlie Eastwood with a 1:48.066 in the number 90 TF Sport car.
Yeah, that car had some issues earlier on, didn't it? And then it was very quick.
Splitter's gone on that car.
Yeah, on the 9, I'd say that they need to come in and get into the box and give that a long look. We've got the 3 and the 22 here battling, 25, sorry, excuse me, battling away.
So that's the battle for 4th between Tom Dillman and Toby Sowry. So Sowry getting stuck in here.
Yeah.
Bit of track limits for Toby, as there is for the car behind him. Mathieu Vazevier trying to get into this fight. He's 7 seconds back from this pair at the moment. So they've made a bit of a gap since the race went back to green. Vazevier, remember, in that excellent fight in appalling conditions at the end of race 1 at Sepang.
Yeah.
Malte Jakobsen now has got the hammer down. He's got 2 purple sectors. That gap is under 4 seconds and will come down again at the end of this lap, I have no doubt at all.
Yeah.
It is the fastest lap of the race. The gap is 3.7 seconds now. Andlau right there with him though, and the new fastest lap of the race is 1:47.824.
Andlau was only 2/10 off of him, so they are just trading blows here. I think that it's going to not be too long, possibly before they're on to the back of Louis. But is Louis just sitting there, I'm thinking about
tyres,
what he's got?
Tyres.
Yeah,
I'm sure
save the tyres for the second
that's what he's doing. He's a very smart cookie. That number 9 AMG, by the way, has made it to pit lane, and I think is going to be going into the box. That's
they've got it on the skates. It looks like they're just turning it and putting it into the box now.
So the number 9 AMG, there she goes, and that is fairly significant damage. That's not the way the Mercedes intended.
That's not preferred.
No, not optimal.
No.
As opposed to optimum. As they run not a Mercedes, but for McLaren. That's all the obvious done. Let's get back to racing.
Thank you very much for clearing that up.
Yeah, 3.2 seconds Louis Delatraz now has on the first chasing pair. That is the CrowdStrike Racing by APR number 4 and the Proton 22. This is the next chasing pair. That's DKR Engineering and the 25 Malgar Pro Racing. We can have a stop-and-go penalty for the car 33 from Herbeth for track limits. And we've got further into the incident, unsurprisingly, between the number 66 Attempt 2 car, where it was hit twice by the number 77 D-Station Racing car. An incident that took both cars out of the race is under investigation.
Yeah, I think they need to be considering the failure that 77 had, but let's see what they say.
All 4 of the top cars in this race set their fastest race lap on the last lap.
Yeah, Toby Sowery is really asking a lot of questions here of Tom Dillman, and it looks at the moment like Tom can respond, but it's a lot of pressure.
It's
impressive.
Great. It's great to see this form of racing providing young, talented drivers with an opportunity to show what they've got.
Yeah.
And Toby Sowery is one of the latest crop here that is certainly one to watch.
He certainly is. And that's a temporal EBM car.
The EBM, that's a 9, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No, not the 9. My apologies, the 8.
Yeah. They've had an up and down day, but the car's currently running the number 8. I think it's 9th in class. Yeah.
So excuse me, it's a Thai name, and I apologise to the Thai nation. I struggle terribly. Sathan Tiriakul.
Well done, you.
Sort of scared himself off there, didn't he?
Yeah, he just opened the wheel.
I think he basically looked a bit too long in the mirrors and realised he was in the middle of the corner.
Yeah.
He was trying to do the right thing and get out of the way. He'll give space to the cars, but put himself into trouble there. But he's carried on.
Yeah. Dillman, Sowery, strong battle between these two. They're just trading blows here, and there's not much between them. Slightly different lines there through turn 12, but both of those lines seem to work for them.
Gap, by the way, before these two, still closing. 3.2 seconds is the gap now from Delatraz to Jakobsen.
And Lauer's keeping the pressure up, though.
He is.
Right there with him.
The really key thing here is how much in control of this gap is Louis Delatraz. Yeah. And my guess is more than we probably think.
Yeah, I think he is. I think if Harry Tingle could get past Vaxivière, I think that there's... So Harry's in 7th right now, and if he could get past Vaxivière in 6th,
yeah,
I think that he could unlock some more of that speed and get up to Toby Sowery and Tom Dillman. All the time he's bottled up behind Vaxivière. That AF course car just hasn't been at the races today, doesn't seem, whereas the 55 car
in terms of raw pace, I completely agree with you. He's just put in his fastest lap of the race, and to give you an indication of what we're talking about there, that's a 1:49.1 compared to Jakobsen's 1:47.8.
Yeah.
So that's 1.3 seconds difference between the optimal lap we've seen to this point from those two cars.
Yeah.
And that's a big gap.
It's about, on average, it's about a second.
Yeah.
That Vaxivière is slower than someone like Malte Jakobsen. It is just over a second, in fact. Which
2.6 seconds, and it's another chunk taken from Malte Jakobsen out of Louis Delatraz.
And I'm sure, there's some traffic involved here. I'm sure Louis is being kept updated.
And it looks to me as if Malte Jakobsen is beginning to drop Julian Andlauer.
Yeah, and again, Julian will just be thinking and trying to feel, how hard is he pushing those tyres? How aggressive can he go? And again, he's just picking his points through the traffic, and Malta's just being ruthless with it.
Indeed.
We've just got to see if that's going to be paid off in this second stint. Is it Breton Racing here? And
good racing.
Yeah, I think it's Breton and it's Winslow.
Breton are back in the lead. So how's that happened?
After the safety car period, as that closed up, and Breton have just been able to put the pressure on the Cool Racing car.
It's Mineta Stefan, and that was a minute at one point. Okay, that's going to come right down with the safety car.
Stefan's driven fantastically today. He has looked hooked up in that car. Winslow looking.
Taking the correct line there. Winslow's going to try at the inside. I don't think there's a way through for him there. He's got possibly the better line through here.
He's gone deep, and Winslow had to get out of it.
Flash your lights all you like, James. This is a battle for the lead. And what a result this would be if Renea Stefan could bring this home for Breton Racing, a team debuting in international motorsports this season here in the Asian Le Mans Series, ahead of the Michelin Le Mans Cup, where they've signed up for full season in 2024.
He's just coming down here into turn 1. Stefan is just placing his car just in the right spots, just making it difficult for James to sort of prize an opening to get by. And it seems like he's got this under control at the moment. They will have made their last stops, won't they? So no more pit stops for these guys. Just got in a little bit deep there, but he's managed to hang on to it.
I think what's happened here, because we didn't see their final stops, the safety car clearly bottled them up. Look at the pit stop times. Again, as I said, these teams have got to do 2 stops of 100 seconds each. The last stop, or any stop, any other stop, can be as quick as you like. They both did their quick stops last time, and Breton Racing was 6 seconds quicker, at a point where the field had been closed up by the safety car.
99 Racing, I think, is going to be coming on pit lane right now.
So the lead car, as was, for the final pit stop, 99 Racing. It'll be Louis Delatraz stays aboard the car. Malte Jakobsen takes the lead. Julian Andlau goes through 1.3 seconds back. Will need to stop again. There is the 99 Racing car. Clean the windscreen, not going to tear off.
What is going on? Why would you not give him a tear off? Anyway, I'm sure they've got it under control. I will be going to have a word with Tom after the race, though.
Micromanagement there from Ollie Gavin. Come on. Meantime, lead battle, LMP3. Lead battle, LMP2. Lead battle, GT, because Fab Schiller is under 1.2 seconds back from the pure racing car, Klaus Bachler as well.
Yeah, that car has had great pace, the Amanar Racing number 7, all day long, and have kept it clean. And now it's going to come through to the end of this race, and are they going to be able to deliver something? We've got Breton Racing, James Winslow in the Cool Racing car coming down into turn 1. Are we going to be able to see that battle?
55 seconds on pit lane for 99 Racing. And you have to say, the longer, the deeper the other cars go, the less fuel they will need.
Winslow's got by him.
That must have been out of turn 1.
Yeah, or into turn 1. He got the deal done. And he was right up his gearbox and got a good toe from him, and then through and into turn 1. As Stefan used just those tyres up a little bit too much. Looks like James has got himself in the groove. Got everything switched on and going.
We've got another incident under investigation between car 90, which is the currently Charlie Eastwood pedalled TF Sport Orica, and car 11, which is the other Attempto Racing car currently on pit lane.
That's unusual. I wonder what happened there. But Malte Jakobsen here and Julian Andlau are clicking off the laps, and I'm pretty sure these guys are going to be in pit lane shortly. Malte Jakobsen's now bottled up behind the Santalok 43 car.
Andlau doesn't need a second invitation, does he? He's right there.
No.
Cracking stuff.
It is super close, and every last decision here is going to be critical. 25, Toby Sowery on pit lane, taking the fuel on board, Total Energies.
So we'll keep an eye on pit stop times here from these cars as well, these teams. 55 seconds, remember, for the 99 Racing crew, who've cycled back to 8th, but everybody ahead of them needs to stop.
Yeah, and it looks to me like Julian Andlau is just turning the screw here a little bit on Malte Jakobsen, and can he withstand the pressure? Maybe a little bit more performance. It's all about how you're using those tyres, and as Malte just used a little bit more goodness from the tyre in that first part of the stint. And Julian's just coming back at him now.
Didco Engineering out in the hands of Tom Dillman. That's 56 seconds. It's 1 minute and 2 for the 25 crew.
Yeah, that was slow.
And then here comes the 55 car of Harry Tinknell. That is 1 minute.
Got ahead of the 90.
Indeed, and the 90.
Yeah.
That's 56 seconds. So he led coming into it. And here we go.
Sorry.
This time, he gets the better of the traffic, and in comes the second place Proton car.
Julian Andlau coming in. Oh, he was very quickly into the pit lane there.
So the last two of the lead group that need to make this final routine stop will be the current leader, the number 4 CrowdStrike Racing by APR car in the hands of Malte Jakobsen, and currently, and soon to be the second place car, now confirmed, the 83 car of Mathieu Vazevière from AF Corsa. Everybody else in the top 8 has already been down pit lane.
Yep.
And they will run to the finish if there are no problems.
Julian Andlau's average there in that last stint was the quickest that I've seen so far in the race.
It was an excellent stint.
It really was. 49.1 against Malte Jakobsen's 49.4. So, yeah,
this is where
he really delivered there.
This is where the other parts, we call this a pure team sport because it is, and we mean that because these pit stops are absolutely vital.
Couple of seconds there, the lollipop was up and the engine wasn't fired and didn't quite get away in a timely manner.
Just
a couple of seconds lost.
How long that pit stop has taken, because that's going to be the marker as to what it is that the CrowdStrike Racing. It's a 55-second stop, identical to the 99 Racing crew, and he comes out just behind the previous race leader.
It would have been quicker though if he hadn't had that bobble.
Could have taken the lead.
Possibly he would have been uber close.
Which means that if the 4 car comes in and they can convert that into a super quick pit stop, and of course it's less fuel again, because it's 1 fuel lap at least, we could see a lead change here.
Indeed. Let's see. It's going to be super tight. You can get eyes on Malte Jakobsen as he comes in.
It's Jakobsen, Vazevière. Both those cars need to come down pit lane. 15 seconds, by the way, the gap between those two. Vazevière at this point not in contention for the win, or indeed, I think, for the podium right now.
It's been like we've said, that car was a little bit off, been off most of the weekend, and Malte Jakobsen goes through for another lap.
Wow.
So there's been some significant fuel saving going on there.
That's impressive.
It is.
And how many laps on the stint now for Malte?
Malte, it's 23.
Yeah.
That's going to be the longest of anybody so far.
So he's closed.
Lawrence Hurd did a 24.
Yeah.
He did 2 24s, in fact.
So he's closed the gap and saved fuel.
Yeah,
that's pretty special.
Yes. That's extremely difficult to do.
Yes. Vazevière, by the way, puts in the fastest lap of the 83 cars race. Still a full second. It's 1 second and 1,000th slower than the fastest lap of the race, which is Malte Jakobsen on lap 92. We're now on lap 100.
Yeah, Vazevière is turning up the wick.
This is a great race.
He's just gone fastest in that first sector. Maybe he's saving everything for this second stint as well.
So, watching trackside, watching on TV, you're going to get a special finish to this race, I'm sure. It's all coming together in the final laps of this race. This is one thing he did not need, is traffic on his in-lap. Where can he clear these 2 GT cars?
Oh, he's going around the outside. Oh, he's thrown it in there.
Which brings him where he needs to be, to the inside for
and is
pit
Ben
lane.
Tuck going to see him as he comes into the pit? Ben's just taking his line.
And he comes this time, surely. Yes, he does.
Yeah, just a little bit bulked there with the traffic. He's just trying to kill the speed as he comes to pit lane.
The most important pit stop of the lot.
It is.
Is this going to be
pressurised? And this is really the team game. All the guys there with the fuel, getting the nozzle on as quickly as they possibly can.
They'll know exactly what's on the cards here. Convert this, and it could be a change, or it could be to retain the lead. Vazevière, by the way, still hasn't pitted.
No, he hasn't, but you know what? He's getting the tear off.
Oh, that's an omen.
Look at that smart move. I celebrate that. Well done, Stewie Cox.
Here comes Vazevière, and I think will lead the race if he doesn't pit, which he hasn't.
Has not. Yeah, he's still going, and he has really turned it up. So has Delatraz. Let's see where we go, where we're at with this. The fuel is still on the side of the 4. Waiting's just been released now. He's away.
Now, where is the 99 car?
This is going to be super close.
Tight.
Super close.
So Malte Jakobsen coming to the end of the pit lane.
See a shot of the front straight here.
And the 99 Racing car has not crossed, has crossed the line.
It has
crossed the line. Where is it?
They're by.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone by. What? How long? It was 59 seconds.
Oh, that was a long stop.
So 4 seconds slower than the 99 Racing car. It's the tear off. Told you.
Maybe they struggled to get the fuel nozzle on. But yeah, I wonder why that was so long. So
the gap is
Delatraz. It's Delatraz. I think Andlauer is second on
ahead
the road.
of him. Andlauer's ahead of Jakobsen.
After the stop, I mean. Andlauer is Malte Jakobsen.
There they are. There's 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
There is the leader. Behind the P3 car is Julian Andlauer, and there, the leader of that 3-car group, that is Malte Jakobsen. The 3 of them are separated by 3.7 seconds. We have 32 minutes to go, and now it's what can you do with what you've got.
Yeah, you just saw Louis Delatraz coming off of 11 there, and he was using every last bit of road sideways, really trying to get the power down. These boys are going to be turned up to 10 to deliver this end of this race.
Absolutely. Looks to me, by the way, as if championship leading 42 Santalok car is not going to make the end of this race. I think they're in the garage.
I think that has another problem. And yeah, they're in the pit box. Very close at the front of
It's going to shake
GT.
up this championship, you know.
It's very close at the front of GT. We got Klaus Bachler and Fabian Schiller duking it out at the front there.
That could go either way, without a shadow of doubt. And there's, of course, a 7-point spread for that, as Vazivier, still in the lead of this race, remember, has not yet put in his final pit stop.
So Vazivier coming down into turn 1 and has the Dragon Racing car seen him.
It did hit him, wiped off the mirror.
Yikes. It was like he just couldn't quite turn in.
That's going to be, by the way, if the car has to pit a replacement door, because that is an integrated part of the door.
Yeah. Be sure it's a quick change, though.
It is a quick change.
It will have to come in and make that change.
So, Vazivier, 1 pit stop still to come, we believe.
Yep.
I'm sure that's correct.
Yeah, he's going to have to
41 seconds ahead.
Yeah,
of
this lap, I think he's going to have to pit 24 is like the max I've seen so far in terms of stint length, and he's on lap 23 now.
So, should be coming in this time.
There we go, pit lane now.
And now he does. So this is where we see 99 Racing going through. Julian Andlauer is still very much a contention for this. Malte Jakobsen has lost time on his outlap.
He has. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there at that last stop for the 4-car.
And Andlauer is looking very strong here.
He is.
Don't count him out.
And the Proton Racing cars have looked extremely quick all weekend.
There's Vazivier, led with half an hour remaining.
Yeah, no tell.
Should be a quick pit stop.
That's a disgrace.
Not just polishing it, not taking a tear off.
22, Julian Andlauer trying to wind up the pressure onto Louis Delatraz, but Delatraz has been here before. My money's still on him. I'm sure that he was saving something. Louis was saving some potential in those tyres, and just a little bit of extra goodness. Yeah, Vaxivier, he might have pulled himself through to being top 4. Possibly might get in between Dillman and
I think probably
Jakobsen.
5th or 6th.
Do you think so?
Yes. I think he's just about.
There he goes. And who's behind him? I think that's
number 3.
That's
You're
Dillman.
Right. It's Dillman. You're absolutely right. He's got up to the 4th place.
I'll just write that down. That's 3. But 3 of them.
But clearly did that because they didn't waste time taking the tear off.
Yeah, I'm just going to send a message home. Just
Car 83, under investigation, pit lane infringement.
What?
Final pit stop.
Is that the AF Corsa car and Santalok there going at it?
But that is delaying Julian Andlauer, and all of a sudden, Delatraz has got a bit of a jump here.
It's so important how you pick your points and work that traffic. It is so hard to do, but it's all on instinct. You're just trying to read the body language of that car that you're coming up to pass, understanding where its strengths are and its weaknesses are, and you're just then looking to make the move in as clear and as clean way as you possibly can, so that you can keep as much momentum as possible.
Absolutely, 1.7, 1.8 seconds is the gap. This is the gap visually now in GT. 16th place overall for the Pure Racing Porsche, the 91 car of Klaus Bachler. Sits second in the overall order.
It's sat around that 1.5 seconds for about the last, well, since the safety car. So
sitting third in the order, the points order, and second here is the second place car, Fab Chiller, 1.3 seconds back in the number 7 R&R Racing by Get Speed car.
Pure Racing, though,
They're up for grabs.
Absolutely. Pure Racing on 33 points, and
R&R
Racing is 24. Those,
well,
some 9 points difference there.
So that would almost bring them out equal here, wouldn't it? It was actually 1 point less than that, because that doesn't include the pole position from here.
Yeah.
So they're 1 point closer to the Porsche. It would bring them to within 1 point of the Porsche.
Yeah, if they swap positions.
If they swap positions.
Pure Racing are in the lead, second in the championship, and they're leading the race, aren't they?
So what is going on with the third place car? Is that just a bit of a cool-off, or is that the real gap we've got? 27 minutes to go. 1.6 seconds is the gap from Delatraz to Anlauer first and second. Jakobsen is a further 4.6 seconds back in third. Vazevier 13 seconds back with Tom Dillman right on his rear wing.
I got the feeling that Malte Jakobsen has maybe just used a little bit too much.
This is an interesting battle. I think that is Harry Tinknell, and is that the 90 car of Charlie Eastwood?
Charlie Eastwood, these boys will be going at it. They'll be racing one another in the US.
Yes, indeed.
All of this year. One for Corvette and the other one, well, I'm sorry, in WEC, not in IMSA. They're going to be racing one another in that, I'm sure.
I think you're going to find Harry likely with the Proton hypercar team in WEC. Charlie, of course, in the Corvette. But you're right, different allegiances in their GT racing careers, with Charlie part of the Corvette outfit and Harry the Multimatic Ford. Those two cars making their world global race debut at the Rolex 24 Hours last weekend, and set to compete head-to-head in the World Endurance Championship as well. And increasingly another championships around the world, to brand new GT3 cars. 98 must repair the right-hand side mirror at the next pit stop. That's the incident we saw at turn 1 with the clash.
Yeah. And Harry's coming through turn 1, and Charlie's going around the outside. That's the AF Course car. Manu Collard, no.
It's Charles-Henri Sommery, I think, was it back at the wheel of that, or is it? No, it's Keiko Salino.
Yeah,
yes,
that's
indeed. But Charlie all over the back of Harry Tinknell again here.
Yeah, he is. Seeing if he can just carve open an opportunity here for himself. Charlie Eastwood. Another one who's been extremely quick in P2 machinery.
This is the battle for 7th place. Now, how close are they to the next car at the road, which is Toby Sowry? 7 seconds. Track limits.
The gap between Delatraz and Anlauer is just a second.
And the
flat second.
And the gap to Jakobsen has come down by a second as well.
Yeah.
So what was 7 seconds is now under 5 for the top 3. It's coming together, and we've got 24 minutes left.
I'm going to stop predicting now.
As we often say, I mean, anything can happen in these races. We've seen lots of it already. But somehow the last 25 minutes seems to produce something special, something dramatic, something extraordinary in almost every race. Yes, that's exactly how we feel.
Look at that face. Enthusiasm, loving that.
Absolutely loving it.
Yeah. Another big fan. See Harry Tinknell and Charlie Eastwood just welded together here as they keep clocking off another lap.
It's a drive-through penalty for Mathieu Vazevier for crossing the pit entry line.
Dear.
Came in too late.
Yeah.
That is going to cost him dearly. That is going to cost him at least 4 positions.
Yeah.
A disaster for the AF Corsa squad.
Oh dear.
So the AF Corsa team currently 3rd place in the championship, 13 points off, and that is going to be a bitter blow. So the pit lane infringement we heard was for crossing the pit entry line, the solid white line on the left-hand side.
Yeah, just as he came in, he was just cut it, didn't he?
He did.
Just a little bit, using a little bit too much road there on the left.
So the clock ticking down.
It is. 23
and we still
minutes.
have battles for the lead in 2 of these 3 classes. Cool Racing's James Winslow has pulled away now, 13 seconds to the good from Maria Stefan, who's now under pressure, by the way, for second from Fab Laverne in the CD Sport car, is under 2 seconds back. So that's not done.
Nope, it's not.
So battles for the lead and second and third in the overall running in LMP2.
I just think Louis just got just a little bit too much for Julian. Every time Julian just gets that little bit closer, he can open up the gap again. We're watching here the GT battle. This is for first and second. And here we are with Klaus Bachler and Fabian Schiller going at it. I mean, and it's, you know, GT, P2, you know, less than a second in both lead battles after nearly, what, 3.5 hours, 3 hours and 40 minutes of racing. Fantastic to see.
Yeah, 2 high-quality drivers, factory talents for Porsche and for Mercedes-AMG. 2 great blokes as well, by the way. And relishing this battle, I'm sure. Well, I'm sure Klaus is relishing it slightly less than Fabian is at the moment. I'm sure he's relishing seeing the flag at the moment, Klaus Bachler. But Fab Schiller has closed that gap, and now it is about survival of the fittest here.
Yeah, and just what have you got left in the tank? What have you got? It's now use it all.
Mathieu Vazevier on pit lane now. And let's see where he emerges. That's a drive-through penalty for crossing the white line at the entry. Here he comes.
Oh, he's run over the mirror. It's left there by the Ferrari.
So we'll see here. This is the replay of him crossing that line. And there he goes.
Oh, yeah, it was.
You've got to be
all the way
on the right side of that.
Right of that line. Yeah,
pushing the envelope just a little too hard.
Much. Yeah.
So where's he emerged? He's emerged in 8th place.
Yeah, it's a very strong run towards the end of that stint before the stop.
He did.
That kind of wrecked it. Oh, is this Breton and CD Sport?
The move's done. CD Sport are ahead. So Fab Laverne took the win in race 2, didn't he?
Yeah, Stefan has he used up too much?
Maybe.
The tyre and just the way that it's walking off the corner there.
But encouraging from a debuting team at this level, and a debuting driver at this level, that they can blitz it out here.
Absolutely
learn from that.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt.
And now it's coming back at Delatraz again. It's 8 tenths of a second.
Yes, and Malta's just faded a little. It's 4.5 back to him. So are we seeing that challenge fading there from Malte Jakobsen? But Julian Andlauer is like a dog with a bone. He won't let it go.
By the way, I'm going to say again, impressive stuff from Toby Sowry. He's not allowing that gap he's got to Harry Tincknell and Charlie Eastwood to close.
No.
It's still 7 seconds.
Yes, it is.
Impressive stuff.
It is very, very impressive. Toby Sowry's done a good job. Really good job.
Pure Racing and Almanar Racing still 1-2, still in that order, still under a second. Davide Rigon in 3rd, 16 seconds back with Dennis Marshall in the surviving Santalot car, the Audi 43, 4 seconds back. So the moment of the 2, Rigon seems to have the pace, does not seem to be under immediate threat. Julian Andlau, though, is very much a threat to the lead of this man.
Yeah, Delatraz is just managing to get a little bit of a break in traffic. He just got through and past that Breton car, and he's coming to the CD Sport car now, coming into turn 14. Is he going to be able to get that done through and off there before turn 15?
Through, it might be off, but not quite yet.
It looks like he's going to. Oh no, the CD Sport car has bottled him up, and he hasn't been able to get through. But he is going to get through at 16.
Big wiggle there from Andlauer. He's going to go up the inside. Has he seen him?
Oh no, so that's hurt his run through and off there. So that'll give a little bit more headroom to Delatraz as they click off another lap. 18.5 minutes.
108 laps under the wheels of these 2 cars. Malte Jakobsen still 4.4 seconds back. So up and down by tenths.
It really is nip and tuck now. There's nothing between these 2. Really nothing between them.
Good racing in all 3 classes. LMP3, we said it'd be closer. It has been. Helped a little by the safety car, but definitely signs of life in that class. LMP2, we've had, what, 6, 7 cars involved in battles for the lead? throughout this race.
It's been hard to pick who's going to win this race.
Absolutely, still can't pick it.
Yeah, the 99 Racing has always been towards the front and been there all the way from Ahmed Al-Hati taking the lead.
I think the thing to say here about Julien Landauer, he's learning in LMP2. This is new to him this year.
Oh, is this the pass by CD Sport with Breton Racing?
It is.
It just gets it done. Oh, around the outside. Oh.
Marginal, but I think it was just legal.
Yeah, he's kind of off the track there when he's getting by him.
But
I'm sure that's going to stick.
Julien Landauer, the point I was about to make is new to LMP2. He's a very highly skilled and experienced driver.
He is.
But he's learning. And the fact that he's able to do this with Louis Delatraz, who has race wins, championship wins to his credit, means that we're watching a driver of very high quality indeed.
Absolutely, he is.
0.4 of a second through the last timing sector, and Jakobsen is closing again.
Yeah, there's some nerves down there. Some nerves down there in the pit lane.
17 minutes to go. Is it a 2-car battle for the win? Can it be a 3-car battle for the win? It isn't going to be 4 cars unless something dramatic happens, because Tom Dillman is now 20 seconds back from Jakobsen, and under pressure from Toby Sowery, who is putting 4th place in some doubt.
I think it's really between these two for the victory. I think Malta is just faded away a little bit. Can't see him getting that gap back unless there's some big incident on track
here and there, but it's not enough at this stage, is it?
No. Just glancing on the timing screen here, just looking at Fab Schiller and Klaus Bachler, and that's under a second between those two.
That could go either way.
Yeah,
that's going to come down to
traffic somewhere.
Indeed. It's going to come down to a fumble, and they're not the kind of guys that will make a fumble.
And these two, Harry Tincknell and Charlie Eastwood, just still welded together. I'm sure they're having a great time racing one another.
It's like one of those slapping contests, isn't it, you'll see on the
You've
internet.
been in one of those?
No. Big slap, further big slap the other way. Which guy's going to give way first?
I was going to say something really rude there.
Don't do that.
Backing out of that.
Right. Reversing light firmly on. Yes. Delatraz still leads. Landauer still second.
Under a second between, 9/10.
Jakobsen is closing. It is more tenths being shaved off this. The clock is ticking down. Can he get there?
Yeah, it's going to be a hard one. We're watching here Eastwood, Tincknell driving as much as they are looking out the windshield.
Lest we forget, by the way, Charlie Eastwood is the reigning champion in the Asia Le Mans Series.
He is. Yes, he is.
With Sally Jolic in the DKR car.
Charlie was just looking to get up the inside of him there at turn 11, but I think he was optimistic. He's lost a little ground. It seems like there's a little bit more pace in the 90 than in the 55 right now. Charlie can get back to him. It's a great battle between these two. The nerves are jangling everywhere, you can see.
You'll see, by the way, the number 9 car has been retired from Get Speed. The car suffered the front right damage.
Bodywork there, the nose.
Indeed. So there's actually a reasonable amount of attrition here. There's work to do for some of these teams before we get to Abu Dhabi.
It has been. It has been a lot of attrition. There's been a lot of contact, a lot of incidents. Unexpected.
Yep. Indeed.
Is that due to those cooler temperatures here? Could be.
Indeed, it could. The further question, by the way, that we've not asked ourselves yet, we're talking about the win. Can Jakobsen catch Landauer for second? He's under 3 seconds back now.
Yeah, that's possible.
And that could have a part to play in this championship fight.
Yeah, I think there was some traffic there in that first sector for Delatraz and Landauer. I think there was a Porsche they were passing into turn 6. And let's see.
It's 4 seconds, the gap between the 3 of them now. And the gap, Landauer to Jakobsen, 3.5.
Yeah. What he gained in that first sector, he pretty much lost in that second.
So it's traffic.
Yeah. These two still, Tincknell, Eastwood.
Great battle.
Trading blows, going at it.
Battle that almost deserves to be for a podium position, but it isn't. This is the battle for 6th, but that shows the depth of
P2,
quality competition in P2 this afternoon, doesn't it?
It really does. Exceptional. great teams, great crews, great strategy, really working all the numbers, looking at all the different options, and some fantastic drivers, great talent out on track.
So with 13 minutes to go to the end of this 4 hours Dubai, Charlie Eastwood
so
closes again as they come to the end of this lap. Is this going to be the slingshot he needs down the start-finish straight? Not quite close enough again.
No, and it's funny, isn't it? I've seen a lot of drivers try to do that, to just back it up a little bit, to then get the run through and off of turn 16, and it never quite works. And so you really need to be right on the gearbox as you come through turn 16 and rely on that draft, that toe, and then jink out just coming into turn 1. Delatraz coming up into turn 10 here. Unusual line. And Lauer as well. He was seen quite wide there, and the rear of the car's moving around. He's pressing on. These two are absolutely at the limit, using every last bit of goodness from those Michelin tyres.
Cracking stuff. Delatraz leads. We've got 12 minutes remaining. 1.6 seconds now clear of Julian Andlauer. 3.5 seconds before we get back to Melty Jakobsen in third place. In LMP3, James Winslow has 14-second lead over Fabien Laverne. He's in the Cool Racing 17. It's the number 2 CD Sport car that sits second, and a Breton Racing car of Milo Stefan is third, but being caught by Anders Fjordbach quite quickly here at the end of the race. And Fjordbach could easily make the podium here. Klaus Bachler is now taking tenths out of Fabian Schiller for the first time in this in this stint. And the Pure Racing Porsche looking more comfortable than it has. And Davide Rigon looking quite comfortable in the bright red number 21 Ferrari in third. Dennis Marshall not making many inroads there.
Delatraz has just eked out that lead.
2 seconds now.
Nearly 2 seconds, which you wonder is
I think it's part of the plan. I think he was conserving. 13, 12, 11 minutes, time to go for home.
Yeah, he's just gone a second quicker that last lap than Andlauer. That's Delatraz. Let's see, is he pulling the trigger here just to stretch his legs to home? I don't know, but it's
still this pair. Harry Tincknell and Charlie Eastwood.
Eastwood and Tincknell going at it. Yeah, brilliant. Great to see. Desperately trying to carve an opening here. He's like trying to prise the door open, but Tincknell keeps slamming it shut.
They'll be enjoying this.
Yeah, they will.
Thoroughly.
Yeah, absolutely. These two will race one another for years in all kinds of different machinery. Great to see.
The Proto competition came here with pole position from PJ Hyatt.
Yeah, they've always just seemed to have been on the back foot here, never quite able to make up the ground that maybe lost, with a couple of things that happened in their first couple of stints. Here's Charlie Eastwood, and he's looking to try and prise her way through, but Tincknell is just defending so doggedly.
Oh, hang on, though. Hang on, though.
They can go around the outside. No. Charlie knows what Tincknell's going to do there at that point. Just drive him all the way out onto the rubbish. And too much speed across the apex, and Charlie goes tight, and Harry goes high and wide.
This is the closest battle in the class at the moment, because the lead gap is going out to almost 3 seconds. Delatraz is indeed running for home at this point.
He is. It's like, you're right, he's like he's just saved and saved and saved, and then just gone, right, last 10 minutes, boom.
So that's me being right. I'll score one there.
Okay, you can write that down. Okay. I'm still 3-1 up.
Absolutely. Melty Jakobsen 3.5 seconds back from Julian Andlauer, and that is pretty static.
I think Charlie's going to get him. He's just trying to carve it out. He
does have that look of
he's just got
possessed, doesn't he?
He's just got, it looks to me like he's just got a little bit more performance in that in the 90 car. The 55 is just sort of fading away a little.
I completely agree with you, which is a tribute to Harry Tincknell and a defensive drive here. Kicks up the dust, Charlie Eastwood, as he just grabs a bit of curb there to try to get on the rear end of the 55 car. That hasn't quite worked there, but he's still looking racy. More traffic coming. Looking for the opportunity, looking for Harry Tincknell to just make the wrong choice as to where he approaches traffic. Not going to be there, I don't think.
No, that's what Harry does now with this traffic here. He's just gone all the way up the inside of the Mercedes, got it done. Charlie's got to go around the outside. That's cost Charlie.
Yeah. So looking at the remaining gaps, 8 minutes to go now. Looks to me like 1, 2, 3, unless we have drama. It's pretty static now.
Yeah, is Charlie just running a little bit less rear wing? It's just that little bit quicker on the straight, it seems. Is he going to be able to just carve out, use this traffic that they're coming up to just to carve an opening and get it done? But Harry's defending well. Charlie's around the outside.
Now he's got traffic.
Yeah.
How's this going to go? Harry's through past those two cars. Charlie Eastwood got a good slingshot off that's not delayed him. If anything, that's helped him.
Yeah.
This is an interesting
looking
combination
around
of corners.
The outside, but I think Harry's going to be smart to that. Charlie's looking coming back. Oh, this was that incident there between the Breton Racing.
That's the change for third. That is
high class.
High class up to third place. So Breton Racing, having led this race, have dropped off the podium. That's a tough one.
Yeah, that's a big tumble for them. Just looks like the rear tyres have gone on that car. Really does. It looks a battle. Just seeing on another shot here, Harry and Charlie still going at it into turn 1.
And the pace they're showing, by the way, I'll mention again, they have closed the gap to Toby Sowery by tenths.
Yeah.
So Sowery's pace has been excellent.
High class going around the outside there at Breton.
Oh,
and look
big power slide there.
Just drifting the car off the corner. Yeah, the rear tyres are done on the Breton car.
That is Odin Gudmundsson, a high class, and have enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Onto the podium for the number 20 car. Anxious faces, waiting for this clock to tick down. 6 minutes. Remember, at the end of the race, once the time has expired, it's when the leader, the overall leader, passes. Big lock up by someone into the turn ahead.
Yeah.
Passes
Charlie's
the
trying to use
flag.
that. He's trying to use it, and Harry just drives him wide. They've both gone wide. Somehow Harry stays in front of Charlie, and they are. I think Charlie is going to do the undercut here. Harry's going to go in deep. Charlie's going to come out the inside. And is he going to get the drive, the better drive? The two of them side by side here as they come down into 14. They've got the EBM car in front of them, and who's going to blink first here? And I think, it's going to get close and go round the outside, up the inside, every which way.
He's got it. Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff from Charlie Eastwood.
My word.
That came out of nowhere.
What a move.
That was Harry Tincknell on the dirty side of the track and scrambling for grip, and Charlie Eastwood took the place. Excellent move from Charlie Eastwood.
Oh, wonderful stuff. That was brilliant driving there by both of them, actually.
Absolutely brilliant.
But Charlie really did use the banking there all the way around the outside, and then he just got it done. Oh, excellent move.
So, grin as wide of the cockpit now from that move.
Yeah.
But he'll be ruining the fact that with 5 minutes to go, there's not time enough to do anything about the car ahead of him.
Yeah.
6.7 seconds the gap to Toby Sowery in 5th place. Tom Dillman a further 5 seconds ahead.
Yeah, I think that the 55's just sort of faded a little bit with its pace over this race. It was very quick at the start, and I think obviously for qualifying it was an excellent car, but Charlie's in the 90 car has really brought that to life.
4.5 minutes to go, and Fab Schiller is coming back at Klaus Bachler. The lead is back to a single second. Had been around 2 seconds. We've got, 3 laps to go, depending on where the leader is, the overall leader is. Here comes Louis Delatraz. He's almost 3 seconds to the good now and looking increasingly comfortable.
Yeah, it was almost like he was just sort of like reeling them in.
Yeah.
And then he just went, okay, there you go. Right, now I'm going to show you everything I've got. And
he's just been able to dropping back reasonably quickly here.
And there was no answer to Louis' pace and the performance at this time in the race. His average is just a couple of tenths up on Julian Andelauer's and another 10th up on Malte Jakobsen's. But really, those three are class of the field right now. Everyone else averages is a good sort of half a second off of them, or 3/4 of a second off what they can do.
So 3.5 minutes remain. Stellar race in LMP2.
Oh, it's brilliant. It's 99 Racing have been really the class of the field, but the other spots on the podium have really been up for grabs with 4, 5, 6 cars.
Absolutely set up by a great run from Ahmed El Hati. He should be proud of himself for that one.
Yeah, he drove to the front, took control of the race.
Then under pressure with the safety car, Louis Delatraz kept his cool, allowed the race to develop behind him, and then hammer down to finish this race under 3 minutes to go.
And they were even spun around, weren't they, here at 10-12? Yeah.
So 2 more laps it should be. And Lauer, 3.5 seconds back as they cross the timing line at the end of the last lap.
Yeah. You can see that how much has Charlie managed to eke out on Harry Tincknell? It's about 2.5 seconds, and is he eating into that?
Yes, he is. He's catching Toby Sowery by 2 seconds, but he's going to run out of time. It's going to be close at this rate of closure.
Yeah.
It's going to be out of time.
Fab Schiller, Klaus Bachler, 1.2 seconds.
Bachler looks to have this under control.
He does.
Now the car of the 3 that's in trouble on pace, if anybody, is Adler. But I'm pretty convinced that Jakobsen has not got the pace in the car underneath him at the moment.
No, I don't think so. I think
to get anywhere close to second.
Absolutely used everything trying to keep up with this guy. And once again, it's a bit of a masterclass here from Louis Delatraz on how to manage your resource in your P2 car. And TF and 99 Racing have given him a fantastic machine, and he's fully delivered. Let's see where.
So 90 seconds until we see time expired.
Yeah.
He'll complete this lap and one more. I'm watching Charlie Eastwood against Toby Sowery. That gap is coming down, but I think he's going to run out of time. It's 4 seconds.
I'm just trying to look at the timing here and
Schiller,
the averages.
Still, this is the lead battle in GT.
It's still just tantalising, isn't it? But
there's performance to close the gap. It's going to need a mistake, isn't it?
It is.
Or a problem to get this settled anyway, other than it going to pure racing. And
Not sure the Porsche is going to get any form of BOP break, are they?
Well, it's setting up the tantalising prospect that a team from Lithuania, who's never had an international sports car racing, who already have qualified for Le Mans with one car, who will qualify with the second car under the pure racing with Monti Racing and WC, could win a third.
Yeah.
That's astonishing.
Pretty extraordinary. It is.
Crossing the line, this is the final lap beginning now, Louis Delatraz.
Yeah, this is a nice position to be in, being in the 99 Racing car. Just got a nice little gap.
3.4
got to be smart still.
Yep.
Not doing anything silly, just got to stay focused and just pick your points, hit your marks, really just get through these last time through all of these corners.
Charlie Eastwood has caught Toby Sowery.
Wow.
Sowery's had a problem of some description by the look of it in sector 2, and it's under a second. So Toby Sowery, done a great job of fending off that battling pair, and he's taken the position. Toby Sowery's got a problem.
Yeah, or just maybe it is the tyres just falling away completely.
4
and he's
seconds
run
he's lost
out
in that
of
lap.
performance. Sometimes it's so difficult, and you can just fall off a cliff with the tyre performance.
Yep, so Charlie Eastwood up into 5th place in the number 90 car.
It's been a good run by them in the 90. Excellent driving there by Charlie Eastwood. But this guy's been world class.
Yep.
Louis Delatraz. Fantastic performance by 99 Racing.
There'll be 119 laps in this 4 hours with 2 safety cars. And a couple of full course yellows interrupting progress as he comes powering down to turn 14 for what will be a relatively unchallenged at the end win. A second win this season for 99 Racing. Louis Delatraz will bring the car home. There will be delight from Ahmed El Hati, from Nikita Mazepan in the cockpit here from Louis Delatraz. He comes around the final turn, he will take the checkered flag, and it's a win in the 4 hours of Dubai for 99 Racing.
A lot of happy people there in that garage. Fantastic victory there.
And that will mean an extension to their championship lead here Coming home second is Julian Andlauer. Third, Malte Jakobsen. We're waiting for the GT pair to come in. And that, again, that's going to be the order as they started the final lap. And it's going to be close. Pure Racing from Lithuania in the number 91 Porsche. They come home just 0.7 of a second ahead of the Almanar Racing by GetSpeed, and that, I think, is going to shake up the championship order.
Yeah, it's going to put them to the top of the pile.
It is 100% going to do that, and Almanar Racing will go, I think, well, we'll close the gap. We'll still be third, but they get their first podium of the season. Third place, by the way, has gone the way of Davide Rigon to complete the podium. We're waiting for the 3 podium finishes in LMP3.
And here's James Winslow coming through and off of turn 14 through 15. It's been an excellent drive by these guys, really done a fantastic job. Had to fight and battle back through from that safety car period. But James Winslow showing his class and experience, taking the checkered flag there for Cool Racing. Strong performance.
And taking the lead in the championship once again.
Exactly.
CD Sport in the background will come home in second place. It was a 3-point gap in the favour of CD Sport before this weekend.
Winslow and Bekantov have been really the class act in the P3 field this weekend, and Cool Racing,
and
take
a
health.
2-driver crew this weekend as well.
First class.
And we wait for High Class Racing, Anders Fjordbach, who will cross the line now and completes the podium.
Yep.
That's what she wrote from the 4 Hours of Dubai, round 3 of the 2023-2024 Asia Le Mans Series. There are your winners. 99 Racing Crew, number 99, Orica 07. Another great race in LMP2. A closer race this time in LMP3, and that class coming together nicely for the double-header finale. Good Racing enjoying that one.
Yeah,
it was a
nice
bad start to the race, wasn't it?
Nice fill-up for them. You know, one side of the garage really not going to be so happy, but at least they've had success here in P3. Their P2 car was out lap 1, turn 1, which is the worst possible outcome for any team.
The win in a deep GT class for Pure Racing. Klaus Bachler brings that car home.
I'm not sure how many Asia Le Mans races have been won here in Dubai by Porsche.
Well, GPX Racing took one, didn't they? Did Herbeth Racing take one here?
Yes, I believe so. Or yes, they did.
So it's been a happy hunting ground for the 911. This is, of course, the new version of the 911.
Yeah.
The 992. It's had somewhat mixed form around the world, but it's been quite the tool today.
Yeah, it has.
And fended off a charging Fab Schiller at the end of that race. Gap, as I said, 0.775 of a second.
Louis Delatraz just bringing it in, and there's the 7 Almanar Racing car going through into Parc Ferme.
As the drivers gather for the podium
happy
ceremonies.
faces.
Indeed. There's
sun is setting.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Sun goes down like a stone in a pond here, so it'll be dark soon, but I think we're going to get a sunset lit podium ceremony. That's something quite special.
I'm sure Louis is going to get quite the reception here.
Oh, he most certainly is.
Well, another stellar performance from Louis Delatraz and 99 Racing.
Well, he's winning races, he's winning championships.
He's doing something right,
Me and my
isn't he?
colleagues did vote him our Driver of the Year in prototypes this year, and that's another reason why.
Yeah, he really is right in the zone. Everything he sort of seems to touch at the moment turns to gold.
It's not just pace, is it? It is that smarts. We saw that with a number of the drivers.
It's being able to function under serious pressure, keeping a clear head, and being able to deliver and manage everything in the car and in the race. Talking with your engineer, going through all the options. I've watched Louis actually work all the way through last year, and he was so focused. So focused on every single part of his weekend, and passionate about it as well.
And
really passionate. Yeah.
And that's the great part about it, is that you know, the pressures with any international professional sport. Jane Rowe there from the Asia Le Mans Series handing up the coveted winners' caps.
Yeah.
The pressures that come with professional sport sometimes can sap the joy out of it, and the great part of this is
not from him.
When you've got talent that can still see how special the moment is.
Yeah. no, it's great. Really great to see. Strong performance there from Klaus Bachler.
Yes, indeed. The man that's been around the sport for a long time and is just coming into a really rich vein of form at a time when the sport is welcoming that. There is James Winslow.
Looks like he's pulling himself up onto the top of the
Looks
car.
a little tired, doesn't he?
Does look a little tired there.
Could have done with a ladder there, James.
Poor old James. Good work, though. Fantastic. Great to see.
Great stuff.
A lot of passion here.
We saw from earlier.
Yeah.
There's no doubt that Dejadrek will be herding cats down there.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to go immediately to Claire, who has the winner of the race at the last stint, the 99 racing car from Switzerland. Louis Delatraz is in pit lane with Claire right now.
Well, congratulations, Louis. What a fantastic race. Frustrating start, but it all ended up pretty sweet.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't easy. I mean, I think some cars today were quicker than us, but both my teammates, Nicky and Ahmed, did perfect, gave me the car in the lead, and I mean, we saw Julian in the end was very fast. I hope to keep him behind, and we managed, I think, with the tired egg, and everyone did a really fantastic job, so it's a big win for us today.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Doesn't even have the decency to look tired. Fabulous stuff from the 99 racing crew. And another win for them that will increase their lead in this championship. 2 races to go, remember, 52 points still to be earned. There's lots still to play for, but that is a big step towards the title.
Oh, it is. Yeah, huge. I mean, they are going to be now in the box seat when we go to Yas Marina next weekend. 2 more races to come there.
Here is the overall classification. 119 laps under the wheels of these cars. 99 Racing's Orica takes the win by 3.5 seconds from Proton Competition's 22. And then the CrowdStrike Racing by IPR number 4, a further 3.1 seconds back. DCAR Engineering, TF Sport, Algarve Pro Racing, Proton Competition, AF Corsa, Nielsen Racing and ARC Bratislava round out the top 10. In LMP3, 12th place, an excellent win for Cool Racing, just ahead of the CD Sports Ligier, 17 from 2. High Class Racing claiming a late race podium with the number 20 car, and then a lap down at the very end. Breton Racing after leading the race in this their debut season. In GT, Pure Racing's Porsche takes the win, the number 91 car from Lithuania, ahead of the Almanar Racing by GetSpeed AMG. Fought right to the very end, the number 7 car, but had to give best to the Porsche attack. It is the 21 AF Corsa Porsche that will complete the top 3, and then Santalok's 43 Audi, the 888 AMG, number 88, Optimum's 27 McLaren, the Project 193 BMW, GR Racing's Ferrari, number 86, the Herbeth Motorsport Porsche, and the 95 Aston Martin in a hugely varied top 10 in GT. Great race. Race 3 done, Ollie, and 2 more still to enjoy. So if you're here in Dubai and you fancy a day trip down the road to the capital, do come and see what happens on Saturday and Sunday next week for the conclusion of this series.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Fantastic to see stacked performances from each of the classes. I think we're now going to go and have a look at the highlights of the race here with Graham.
Let's go and look back, to the 4 hours of Dubai. Start of the race, and it was PJ Hyatt in the 55 Proton car in pole position, but was swallowed left and right by the battling cars prepared by TF Sport. So the Olik to the inside, Amador Harty to the outside, and these two would tough it out through turn 1, with Saliolic actually making it through, but it was drama towards the back over the curbs for Alexandra Kwani. Horrible moments before a double impact from the 65 Viper Nisa car and the 69 McLaren from Optimum Motorsport. All 3 effectively out on the spot. We went on the safety car that early as a mountain of debris needed to be collected. Helpless stuff for James Cottingham. Douglas Koo climbing out, I'm sure, pretty sore from that. And Alexandra Kwani would bring the 47 car back round to the pits, but no further would it go. Vain attempts to try to bring the car back to the race. Back to green flag racing. Cracking stuff in the middle of this race from Paul and Chatan. Dynan, there'd be a clash there. Dynan would go with a half spin and put himself out of that battle. of a number of incidents in LMP2, battling P2 cars. And this one, nasty incident as the Aston Martin number 77 tried to get to pit lane. The 82 car misread that. It was almost disaster. This was the battle for the lead of the race, and this was where the decisive move came from Klaus Bachler, taking the lead of the number 91 that he would not cede until the flag. The number 7 car to that point had led the whole race. And then a further incident involving the 77. Miscalculation by Tomonobu Fuji broke the steering, and the second hit to the side of the 66 Audi that would put both of those cars out of the race. And at the same time, what looked like a loose wheel for the number 30 Duquesne Oreca put that car off the track and out of the race. Great battle between DKR Engineering and CrowdStrike by APR. One of many battles. And that would see Julian Andlauer leapfrog both those cars and put himself in a position to try to challenge the leader. Tussling again, Milton Jakobsen this time would take the position. 83 car in for its final pit stop, but they would suffer a penalty, put themselves out of contention. This was as close as it got as the field were released from a late safety car. That was the infringement from the 83 car crossing the blend line. 91 on its way to a great win, and the lead in the championship would result from that. The 17 Cool Racing Ligier made its way to the front and kept it there. They too will take the championship lead, and it will be an extension of the championship lead for the 99 Racing Oreca with 2 4-hour races to go. It is the 99 car, the Jordanian flagged Oreca from TF Sports, that will go to Abu Dhabi in the lead of the championship. Very close finish in LMP2. Sun heading to the floor as everybody heads to the podium. I say everybody, it's the top 3 crews in each class.
George Kurtz there, just getting himself ready there with Colin Braun.
Smile on his face.
Multi Jakobsen there in the background, just talking through every driver there, sitting there talking of what's happened, all the different bits and pieces that have gone on track. Maybe some wheel-to-wheel action.
If you are still here at the Dubai Autodrome, thank you so much for staying to welcome our winners to the podium. And it will be the overall winners, Gianluca Roda there, Giorgio Roda's father, with, by the look of it, a grandson. Another member of the deep Roda family in motorsports. Indeed, it is the number 4 crew. George Kurtz, Colin Brown and Malte Jakobsen in contention throughout here, Ollie.
Yeah, they were.
Didn't quite have the car at the end.
Didn't quite have it at the end there. Malte just faded away a little bit there, just maybe using the tyres in that first stint. But this 22 crew did a phenomenal job. Julian Adler at the end there didn't quite have enough. It was a very quick car.
I don't think we said enough about Rennie Binder. What a great stint he did in the middle there.
Very strong in the middle there.
Put him back into it. This, though, is the winning crew. Nikita Mazepin,
Louis Delatraz and Amadar Harty, who had an extremely strong first stint, coming back from a spin.
Absolutely, and to put it back into contention. Great stuff from that crew.
Yeah, very, very good.
Deserving of the win today.
Definitely.
Of the winning team.
So the Jordanian national anthem rings out for the second time this season, and here in this Middle Eastern region, the Gulf region, in the UAE, here in Dubai, an Omani driver amongst the trio on the top step. Great to see that, and the motorsport community in this region, Ollie, just gets stronger and more relevant by the year.
It does, and you can sort of see just by the turnout here today and how the region is being represented. It's fantastic. It's great to see. CrowdStrike getting their trophies.
We now like to invite Mr. Alvarado once again.
That team, like I say, have done an excellent job today, and they've kept themselves in contention in the championship. So when we get to Yas Marina, they are still right there in the hunt.
Absolutely right. We've been made feel very welcome here in Dubai with the Asian Le Mans Series since the switch came in 2021, enforced by COVID. And you know what? There's got to be a heck of an excuse not to keep coming back.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the teams love it, the drivers love it, and increasingly we're seeing the public loving it as well.
It is a very, very strong bed here now that we've laid out, that the Asian Le Mans Series is coming back to, and it's just a stronghold, really.
LMP2 continues, Ollie, to deliver great racing to great products. And again, there's some big questions to be asked. We're 2 years away from a change here in LMP2. What can the next generation of cars do to match or better?
This certainly is a fantastic platform, and brilliant racing, great for the teams. I think that to try and top this, it's going to be a big challenge for all the people who are writing all of these rules and saying what's going to be the future.
Yeah, it's getting to that point where we need to say thank you to people involved in this part of the sport, the Oricas, the Ligiers for that matter, the Dalaras and the Gibsons, for what's been a stellar era of international motorsport. Still a couple of years to go in this regard. But yet again, an LMP2 race that needs no excuses for it being a junior Formula 2 hypercar in the international sphere. There are the points, 20 points clear now. 99 Racing to CrowdStrike Racing by APR, and the 4 car needs a win in the next race in Abu Dhabi, without a doubt. 5 points back is the Proton competition, number 22, after a great run from all 3 drivers in that. Then DK Engineering and AF Corsa. The Drivers' Trophy, it is Ahmed Al Hati, Louis Delatraz and Nikita Mazepan that lead the way. Colin Brown, George Kurtz and Milton Jakobsen, with Giorgio Roda, Julian Andlauer and René Binder in 3rd, and then and on and on and on, a catalogue of talent. Well, that was LMP2 done and dusted for Dubai. Let's go down to Claire Jedrick, who's got the winners of LMP3 down in pit lane before the podium.
Congratulations, guys. Car 17, James, as well as Alex. What a mega race. Tell us, what are your thoughts right now?
Alex did a fantastic first 2 hours of the race. It's obviously not easy doing 2 hours around here in the heat. It's our local circuit. Alex, to be honest, he was as quick as the fastest Silvers out there, so he made my job very easy. I think through strategy and pit stops and safety cars, somehow I ended up being 2nd. So I did a nice move on Stefan Menier, who's a very good driver. So we're over the moon with the whole result.
Thank you very much.
I remember back in 2021, Alex Bekantsov coming in here as a late replacement for someone who couldn't make the trip.
Right.
And here he stands, Ollie, as a potential champion.
Yeah.
Just 2 seasons later. Extraordinary progress. Radical racer, as in radical race cars, here in Dubai, and showing his form.
High class.
Late additions to the podium. Seth Lucas, Ollie Gudmundsson and Anders Fjordbach. High class racing, number 20 car. Back on better form here. They were disappointed with the way things went in Sepang.
Yeah, it was tough for them in Sepang, wasn't it?
Smiles are back. Then we've got the CD Sport trio. And, that is, of course, Mikkel Jensen, Nick Adcock and Fabian Laverne. Winners last time out. We've already heard from Bekantsov and James Winslow. They take the win in the number 17, Cool Racing. We're going to hear the Swiss national anthem for Cool Racing.
And to present the trophies of the LMP3 category, we invite Mr. Quentin, the
So happy trio of LMP3 crews there. And it's going to be quite a tight championship coming into the final two races. Cool Racing, though, will be in the lead of that championship.
Yeah, it's only going to be a few points in it, isn't there? 43, 40, 33, as we were coming into this.
Yeah, pleased to see a smile back on Alden Gilbertson's face. He was pretty despondent after Sepang. The things did not go their way. CD Sport, they feel as if they're in the hunt here. But to do that, they're going to have to overhaul what looks like a very convincing performance from Cool Racing.
Yeah.
This two-driver squad did deliver here. But if we do get warmer weather still in Abu Dhabi, that might be very different.
It's going to be very, very hard on those two in Yas Marina if it is warmer for them.
If indeed they stick with a two-driver format.
Yeah, yeah.
So that could change.
Yeah, we'll
but
see.
It would be those two drivers in contention, whoever comes aboard.
So Cool Racing looking pretty happy with their result.
And they should.
Yes.
It was a pretty convincing. They had to fight to get there.
Yeah.
A great display from Manea Stefan, who finished off the podium and was lucky to do so, but had to fight to get there. They should be well pleased with taking the win here. And as you rightly say, as we look at the results here, Team's Trophy, it is 5 points in it, and only 5 points in it. 52 points still to come, remember, between Cool Racing and CD Sport. Breton Racing still in the hunt if things go awry for people ahead of them. High Class Racing need a massive change in fortunes for the cars ahead of that. And GG Classic Cars put points on the board in their opening race ever for their LMP effort. It is Alexander Bekantsov and James Winslow that lead the way ahead of Fab Laverne, Michael Jensen and Nick Adcock. Julian Gerby and Manea Stefan will come through in third. So lots still to play for in LMP3. Moving swiftly on to GT. What a great race and a great result for Pure Racing that was. Claire Jedrick's been very busy under the podium. She's got the winning team with her right now.
Car 91 we have with the Porsche. Klaus, tell us, what a fantastic end with the sun setting.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I was really hoping that we can make good points here, because for the championship, we're in the championship fight before this weekend, and now even we are in front, I think. But it was a really hard race. We did a perfect job as a whole team. I mean, I have to say huge thanks to Pure Racing, to everybody in the team. We prepared very well for this weekend, like always, and also we had different scenarios what can happen. Alex drove fantastic at the beginning, the double stint, then Joel after him was also really great driving, and it was a close fight in the end with the number 7 with Fabian. So luckily we were in front. It's always easier to stay in front than to pass somebody, but they were really quick and I had to give everything, and honestly it was a really hard stint now in the end, because the tire were also dropping with this heat here, and yeah, I'm happy we made it. And there's 2 more rounds to go in Abu Dhabi.
Thank you, congratulations.
Coming to the podium, it is the top 3 in the GT class. And that was quite the race with the top 2 in particular, Ollie. Third place on that podium is going to go to the 21 AF Corsa car. That is a 3-driver full-season WC crew using this as preparation. It was Davide Rigon that brought the car home. Francois Ariot started the car. Simon Mann, their silver driver. So Yeah, third was, of course, that 21 crew we can see on the right-hand side of your picture. In second place, the Al-Manar Racing by Get Speed crew of Faisal Al-Zabir from Amman. Anthony Liu, what a fantastic racing weekend he's had.
First class.
One of the standout performances this weekend. Fab Schiller in that car, and of course the winners for that 91 car from the Pure Racing team. We've already seen and heard from Klaus Bachler, but also Alex Malikin and Joel Sturm putting in sterling performances there. That was a GT race to savour.
It was close throughout. I mean, it was really nothing between them at the end there. And it was, as I think as Klaus said, you know, they got themselves in front. And could the Al-Manar Racing Mercedes AMG actually get by them? I just didn't quite have enough in the tank to do that. So,
but almost the biggest story is the car that's not there, and that's the Santalot Racing car.
Yeah.
It was dominant in race 1, was right there in race 2, and needed a penalty to keep it from winning, and it didn't finish today.
Yeah.
Now, what that does, what happens with the balance of performance? Does it lose those 30 kilos for Abu Dhabi? We wait and see.
Yeah.
But boy, does it set up a grandstand finish
it's going to be very, very tight, isn't it? Very tight.
Here are the points. It is indeed Pure Racing that take a 14-point gap now to Abu Dhabi, with Santalot Racing a single point ahead of Al-Manar Racing by Get Speed. They're the dominant 3 cars of the season, but closing the gap is the second Santalot Audi with 27 points. Triple 8's the AMG right in there as well with 24, and Optimum's 27, McLaren with 23. So for me, those top 3 cars are the ones to watch unless there's a massive turnaround in form. But here's the thing, Ollie, we have seen a massive turnaround in form between Dubai and Yas Marina more than once. There's the team's trophy, and again it is going to be Pure Racing leading. It's Alex Malikin, Joel Sturm and Klaus Bachler leading the Drivers' Championship from Alban Veruti, Christopher Haase and Gilles Magnus. Faisal Al-Zabir and Fab Schiller are the 2 that have scored the 43 points with a switch of the pro driver from last time around, Dennis Marshall. And Zhu Boihang will be 5th, with Martin Conrad, Anthony Liu, with Prince Jeffrey, Lucas Stoltz all on 24 points, Mark Ratcliffe, Ollie Milroy and Rob Bell on 23 in 8th. Lots and lots to play for.
Oh, massive, huge, and certainly something that in the GT class is so stacked. You just are looking to see, okay, how's the deck going to get shuffled for Yas Marina? And we have certainly seen some turnaround in the performances of certain manufacturers, cars, teams. Yeah, there were a number of teams that were didn't really perform to their full potential today. It didn't quite get the break, but it was really, really something just to sort of see how the teams that did come through were smart, used their performance well.
Crash Bang Wallop, what a race. Finishes in gold in the sunshine as the sun goes down here in Dubai. We've had a fabulous weekend of racing at Dubai Autodrome. More to come with 2 4-hour races to come at Yas Marina Circuit next weekend. Thank you so much for joining us, whether you're here at the circuit in Dubai or watching us on TV or on YouTube, live and free. Thanks so much to the whole production team, to Claire Jedrick down in the pit lane, to you, Ollie Gavin. I've been Graham Goodwin. Join us next weekend for the conclusion of the Asian Le Mans Series 23-24.